Chapter 8:26. As he advanced, the commotion in front of him grew louder and louder. The fiery aura also grew denser. Long Chen raised his head and saw black smoke rising from the clouds in front of him. Under the black smoke was a huge wall of fire that connected the heavens and the earth. Long Chen knew that it must be the Scarlet Flame Tree tribe. The scorching heat was being emitted from the giant greenwood tree that had turned into a Scarlet Flame Tree clan. This tree is just like an infant that has just been born. Of course, it is not a purebred Scarlet Flame Tree tribe. Once the power of the Scarlet Flame fruit is exhausted, it will once again turn into an ancient tree. However, to exhaust the power of the Scarlet Flame fruit, it should require a very long period of time. Kitten explained. Is there any way to subdue the Scarlet Flame Tree tribe? How strong are they now? Long Chen asked hurriedly. At this moment, Lei Ji and Bai Lan were in front of him. Bai Lan was nowhere to be seen. Long Chen sat on Xiao Lang's back and soared through the sky. The sun-devouring direwolf shuttled through the forest at an incomparably fast speed. Big brother, I think I have a way. The Scarlet Flame fruit is also a fire attribute treasure. If I can devour it, the power of the Scarlet Flame fruit might even allow me to advance to a real emperor-level demonic beast. Before Kitten could reply, Mo Xiaolang was a little excited. Can you grasp the location of the Scarlet Flame fruit? Long Chen asked. If he could grasp the location, it would be much easier to find the Scarlet Flame fruit. Otherwise, with the size of the ancient tree, it would be easier said than done for Long Chen to find the Scarlet Flame fruit. As long as he took out the Scarlet Flame fruit, the ancient tree should be able to return to its original appearance. Of course. My perception towards fire attribute treasures is very strong. Even now, I know where it is. However, big brother, you killed Wu Guangyu. Now that Wu Guangyu has disappeared, if I were to appear, wouldn't others know that you killed him? Mo Xiaolang thought of another matter. Indeed, if he were to be exposed, Long Chen would immediately get into trouble. Wu Lian would not allow her son to be killed just like that. Long Chen returned to the Cyanwood Heavenly City, and Wu Lian went to the Glazed Gold City. At that moment, they might have already found out about Wu Guangyu's disappearance. It had to be said that Long Chen would definitely be one of the suspects. Long Chen thought for a moment and felt that the lives of the Thunder Demon Clan and Thunder Demon Clan were more important. So, he said, that's not a problem. If we can save them and hide from the Scarlet Flame Tree Clan, we'll find a remote place to cultivate and endure until 5 months later. 5 months later, when the 5 Emperor's treasures open, we'll come back. If I can make even more progress, and Xiao Lang can also reach the Emperor Realm, we should be able to deal with Heaven Realm experts by joining hands. As for Wu Lian, she might even have the strength to fight them head-on. If not, I can use the blood escape technique to escape. Long Chen's plan was naturally foolproof. Originally, they could have stayed in the Cyanwood Heavenly City until then. But now, it seemed that there was no other way. Since Mo Xiaolang had a solution, everyone rushed towards the Cyanwood Heavenly Tree with even more effort. At that moment, Bai Lan might have already arrived. After all, he had already used the ultimate speed of the second level of the Heaven Realm. The Cyanwood Heavenly Tree that was burning with flames could already be seen. The original Cyanwood Heavenly Tree was already covered by red flames. The ancient tree was incomparably huge. In comparison, Long Chen and the others, and even if Mo Xiaolang transformed his real body, they would only be tiny. At that moment, Mo Xiaolang had already transformed into his biggest body. His height was nearly 100 meters, and his body length was over 150 meters. Such a huge monstrous beast was still too small when compared to the Cyanwood Heavenly Tree that pierced through the clouds. The slightly thicker branches of the Cyanwood Heavenly Tree were even bigger than the sun-devouring monstrous wolf. From that, it could be seen that the monstrous beasts in the Imperial Domain had incomparably huge bodies. However, the Imperial Domain was too big. So, even if there were such huge monstrous beasts, it didn't seem crowded at all. The Cyanwood Heavenly Tree was still as big as before. But the difference was that the Cyanwood Heavenly Tree was moving. It had already transformed into the Scarlet Flame Tree Clan. Under its control, the sky was filled with burning flames. The branches and leaves were waving around non-stop. The trees, monstrous beasts, humans, and other things that were touched by the flames were either smashed to pieces or died in red flames. The flames burned fiercely and burned them to ashes. The Cyanwood Heavenly Tree Clan was gradually destroyed by the destruction of the Scarlet Flame Tree Clan, turning into charcoal. The entire Cyanwood Heavenly Tree clan was in chaos. The surroundings were filled with raging flames. Every time the Scarlet Flame Tree clan moved, it would cause the earth to tremble. The tremors were extremely huge. Long Chen was still very far away from the Scarlet Flame Tree clan, but the ground in the surroundings had already started to crack. The ground cracked open and revealed an endless abyss. It was the first time that Long Chen had seen such enormous destructive power. Such a huge monstrous beast no longer mattered in terms of cultivation. Merely the power created by their bodies was enough to wipe out ordinary Heaven Realm experts in one fell swoop. At that moment, Bai Lan and Lei Ji had already rushed to within 1,000 meters of the Scarlet Flame Tree clan. Above their heads was the treetop of the Scarlet Flame Tree clan. Save the people first. Bai Lan roared at Lei Ji. Without saying anything else, the two of them rose into the sky and flew towards the direction of the Cyanwood Heavenly City. The Cyanwood Heavenly City was under the treetop of the Scarlet Flame Tree clan. It was over 1,000 meters above the ground. In other words, the height of the Scarlet Flame Tree clan was close to 2,000 meters. For such a huge tree to actually transform into a monstrous beast, its power had naturally reached a terrifying level. The location where the Cyanwood Heavenly City was originally located was currently enveloped by a fiery red flame. Within the flame, it was likely that the people inside would not be able to come out. The Scarlet Flame Tree clan had just awakened, so it must have wanted to first kill the troublesome humans above it before wantonly destroying the Cyanwood Heavenly City. Two figures, one black and the other covered in purple lightning, rushed towards the direction of the Cyanwood Heavenly City. However, the strange thing was that the Scarlet Flame Tree clan seemed to be able to see them. In an instant, countless fiery branches that were as thick as the bodies of the sun-devouring monstrous wolves lashed towards Bai Lan and Lei Ji. Bai Lan and Lei Ji didn't hold back at all. They unleashed their strongest attacks, breaking the branches of the surrounding trees. However, the branches of the Red Flame Tree tribe could be described as endless. If they continued to fight with them, they would be exhausted to death sooner or later. Xueqi. Bai Lan's two daughters were still inside. So, at this moment, Bai Lan was already on the verge of exploding. Compared to the monstrous beasts, humans had a weakness, and that was that their bodies were smaller. Facing the monstrous attacks of the monstrous beasts, they were instantly surrounded. It was very difficult for them to break out of the encirclement. 9 transformations of the demon and god. When this mid-royal level battle skill was used by Bai Lan, it was many times stronger than Su Xue's. In order to not affect the people in the Cyanwood Heavenly City who might still be alive, Bai Lan's attack was aimed at the surrounding tree branches. One after another, the fiery branches were shattered by him. They fell from the sky with a rumble like rain. However, they left thousands of holes in the ground. 100,000 Heaven Lightning Fist. Beside Lei Ji, streaks of lightning fist shadows condensed. These fist shadows shot out, instantly shattering the densely packed flaming tree branches, turning them into fragments. As they attacked, they also shot towards the direction of the Cyanwood Heavenly City. Their main goal was to save people and not to attack the Scarlet Flame Tree clan. No one knew why the Cyanwood Heavenly City had turned into such a state. Perhaps, only Long Chen and the others knew. Bai Lan and Lei Ji, one in front and one behind, flew forward rapidly. Their attacks directly shattered many of the tree branches. However, the tree branches in the Cyanwood Heaven City were simply endless. After they shattered the tree branches in front of them, there would be even more flaming tree branches coming at them. Furthermore, the power of these flaming tree branches was extremely strong. If they did not dodge or block with all their strength, it would be very difficult for them to withstand their attacks. And at this moment, Long Chen and Xiao Lang had already arrived. Mo Xiaolong's huge sun-devouring monstrous wolf body quickly attracted the attention of the Scarlet Flame Tree clan. Not only the Scarlet Flame Tree clan, there were 5 black-robed people who were leisurely observing the changes happening to the Scarlet Flame Tree clan in the clouds far away. Everyone, quickly come and take a look. It seems like a rank 9 king monstrous wolf has appeared. One of the black-robed women said with interest. Tian Kuan, look at this monstrous wolf. It's one of the branches of your wolf clan, right? Can you recognize it? At this moment, everyone's gaze landed on one of the monstrous beast. That monstrous beast took a glance and said, "This monstrous wolf does not belong to the wolf clan's 800 strongest clans. I can recognize all the top 800 in the wolf clan. This monstrous wolf has already reached adulthood. However, it hasn't even reached the monstrous emperor realm. There's no need to pay it any mind. I feel that it's a little strange. The monstrous wolf's body seems to have assimilated an extremely cold flame. Why do I feel like I've seen this flame somewhere before? One of the black-robed people said. We'll be able to see it when it uses it. The cultivator on top of the monstrous wolf should be a beast cultivator from the Myriad Kingdom's domain, using the soul of our monstrous beast to transform it into his own power. Such a shameless fellow, let's just kill it. Who's going to do it? The delicate female voice said. This woman was from the Scarlet Flame Tree clan. Chapter 8:27. He stared blankly at the sun-devouring monstrous wolf and said, Tian Kuan, you're from the wolf clan. Why haven't you heard of the taboo wolf? The taboo wolf isn't among the 800 strongest wolf clans, but the reputation of the taboo wolf has resounded like thunder in ancient times. Legend has it that the taboo wolf can devour anything to strengthen itself. One of the legendary wolves that can devour the sun is called the sun-devouring monstrous wolf. Isn't that what it looks like? The man from the wolf clan called Tian Kuan was dumbfounded. You're saying that this black monstrous wolf is the most terrifying sun-devouring monstrous wolf among the taboo wolves, the one that can devour the sun. But it's only at the 9th grade king level. If it's a sun-devouring monstrous wolf, it would be extremely powerful the moment it was born. It would at least be at the level of a demon god. I'm not sure about that. Let's see if this monstrous wolf has the ability to devour flames. If it does, then it might really be the legendary taboo wolf. If it can devour flames, then we'll bring it back to the desolate imperial domain and let the elders appraise it. If it's really a sun-devouring monstrous wolf, then we'll be rich. That makes sense. We'd rather miss it than let it go. The legend of the sun-devouring monstrous wolf in their mouths was obviously different from the one circulating in the Myriad Kingdom's domain. In the Myriad Kingdom's domain, the sun-devouring monstrous wolf was originally a first-grade Earth-rank demon beast. However, in the 3 great imperial domains, it was at least a demon god. A demon god was equivalent to a divine martial realm expert. Therefore, these demon clan experts couldn't be sure if Mo Xiaolang was the legendary taboo wolf. If he was, then it would be of great significance. Even they weren't sure what the sun-devouring monstrous wolf of the taboo wolves represented. Previously, some people had seen that Long Chen was a beast warrior and had planned to kill him. However, after recognizing the possible identity of Mo Xiaolang, the experts of the demon clan had long forgotten about Long Chen. I let this ancient tree devour my scarlet flame tree fruit. The scarlet flame tree fruit is an important element of the fire attribute. I want to see if this demonic wolf will devour the scarlet flame tree fruit. If it does, then even if it's not the sun-devouring demonic wolf, it should be related to the sun-devouring demonic wolf. It should be brought back to the imperial domain. Let's wait and see. The wolf race expert called Tian Kuan calmed down and said, previously, turning the Cyanwood ancient tree into the scarlet flame tree race was just a prank by the board woman. He never expected that it would lure out a mysterious demonic beast like Mo Xiaolang. Of course, in Long Chen's heart, Mo Xiaolang was not a demonic beast but his brother. At this moment, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang had arrived. Bai Lan and Lei Ji were surrounded by the tree branches. There was still a certain distance between them and Cyanwood Heavenly City. Xiaolang, come and help them. Long Chen said with his head lowered. There was no need for him to say it. Mo Xiaolang already knew what to do. At this moment, his body suddenly leaped up and he charged towards the place where the branches were the densest. With a furious roar, black flames suddenly appeared from his mouth and he charged towards the direction of Cyanwood Heaven City. All of the branches in his path were instantly covered by Mo Xiaolang's flames. When Bai Lan and Lei Ji sensed the existence of the flames, they had already dodged to the side. After the flames had passed, all the thick branches had turned into black ice and fell from the sky with a loud rumble. It was like a hailstorm, smashing the ground and creating a scene of devastation. The rumbling sounds were endless. Because of the attack from Xiaolang's 9 nether demonic ancestral flame, a large number of the flaming branches had turned into solid black ice and disappeared into the air. All the branches in the space between Bai Lan and Cyanwood Heavenly City had been shattered, leaving behind a huge hole. Hurry up and go over. Long Chen roared. And at this moment, Bai Lan and Lei Ji seized the opportunity and instantly rushed to the vicinity of Cyanwood Heavenly City through the hole. With them going to save Su Shui and the others, Long Chen would be a lot more at ease. Next, It would be time for the brothers to deal with the Scarlet Flame Tree race. The sun-devouring demon wolf's performance caused the 5 demons in the sky to boil again. They looked at each other blankly and one of the men muttered, "If I'm not wrong, the thing that the demon wolf spat out, that aura, is similar to one of the legendary ancestral flames, the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame." It's not the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame. The true 9 nether demonic ancestral flame can devour all heat and freeze the world. If we were to get close to the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame, we wouldn't even have our bones left. I reckon that it's just a clone of the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame. This little demon wolf shouldn't be able to unleash the full power of the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame, so its attack power isn't strong. However, a demon beast that can devour and use an ancestral flame clone. Everyone knew how important this was. The man called Tian Kuan said, "Ordinary demons can't use an ancestral flame clone. We can't do it, but he can. It's really amazing. No matter what, we have to bring him back to the Imperial Domain and let the elders see what's going on with this demon wolf." He was from the wolf clan, and Mo Xiaolang was a wolf. Naturally, they had to bring him back to the wolf clan. Since they could mingle together, their clans were relatively harmonious, so the others didn't have any problems. Next, let's see if that little demon wolf will swallow the Scarlet Flame Tree's fruit. If he does, we'll bring him to see what a real world is. The smallest of the 3 great imperial domains is bigger than the entire Myriad Kingdom's domain, not to mention our desolate imperial domain. It's almost 3 times the size of the Myriad Kingdom's domain combined. 3 regions and 9 worlds. Let's not talk about the 3 great imperial domains. Even the smallest of the 9 great cosmos worlds, the Supreme Devil World, is probably half the size of the Myriad Kingdom's domain. 3 regions and 9 worlds. Long Chen only knew of the 3 great imperial domains, but he didn't know that there were also 9 great cosmos worlds within the 3 great imperial domains, collectively known as the 9 worlds. Some of the small cosmos worlds were about the same size as the Myriad Kingdom's domain. This was the real dragon sacrificial continent. Including the area of the countless small cosmos worlds, the dragon sacrificial continent was at least 5 times larger. Among them, the area of the largest 9 worlds added together was more than twice the size of the 3 great imperial domains. Long Chen was trying his best to deal with the Scarlet Flame Tree race. How would he have the time to think about the 5 demon race members who were watching from the side? After Bai Lan and Lei Ji entered, he and Xiao Lang had already successfully provoked the Scarlet Flame Tree race. The newly born Scarlet Flame Tree race had placed all its attention on the 2 of them. The attack of the sun-devouring demonic wolf had successfully attracted its attention. "Xiao Lang, point out the location of the Scarlet Flame Tree's fruit." "I'll go get it." The Scarlet Flame Tree race that had been nurtured had a fatal weakness. If the Scarlet Flame Tree's fruit was taken away, it would enter a state equivalent to death. Of course, this ancient greenwood tree was so huge that apart from Mo Xiaolang, anyone could accurately sense the location of the Scarlet Flame Tree race's fruit. Long Chen's body was much smaller than Mo Xiaolang's, so he could fit into the body of the Scarlet Flame Tree race. At this moment, Xiao Lang, who had executed the 9 netherworld demonic ancestral flame, nodded. Under his control, his body actually ignited with the raging 9 netherworld demonic ancestral flame. At this moment, those branches were whipping the sun-devouring demonic wolf's body. However, when the flames on the branches encountered the 9 netherworld demonic ancestral flame, they were instantly extinguished as though they were doused with water. The branches that were protected by the flames also rapidly turned into black ice cubes under the burning of the 9 netherworld demonic ancestral flame. Such a scene could be seen. The branches all hit the wolf cub's body, but they completely turned into powder. Long Chen was protected in Mo Xiaolang's arms. 1 man and 1 wolf flew rapidly in the direction of the Scarlet Flame Tree fruit. Perhaps it had sensed Long Chen's intentions. The Scarlet Flame Tree race was simply frightened. Practically all the branches on its body flew towards the sun-devouring demonic wolf. 1 or 2 whips wouldn't have been a problem. However, when all the branches arrived, it would be a little troublesome for the sun-devouring demonic wolf to withstand such a huge bombardment. If it hadn't been for the 9 netherworld demonic ancestral flame, Mo Xiaolang would have already been smashed to pieces. The heavens were fair. The sun-devouring demonic wolf had the best evolution ability, so its defense, physical strength, power, and other aspects were relatively ordinary. However, with the 9 netherworld demonic ancestral flame, it could still persevere. Let's enter from here in the center. At this moment, under Mo Xiaolang's protection, Long Chen rapidly approached the ancient greenwood tree. The ancient greenwood tree was moving backwards in a panic. However, the speed at which it was moving was very slow. Be careful. After saying that, Long Chen took out the 3,000 star domain. Without saying a word, Mo Xiaolang used the 9 netherworld demonic ancestral flame to spit at the tree trunk of the scarlet flame tree race. The wall-like tree trunk was instantly burned into a huge pit by Mo Xiaolang's 9 netherworld demonic ancestral flame. Meanwhile, Long Chen wielded the 3,000 star domain, which erupted with endless starlight, and pierced the tree trunk of the scarlet flame tree race. Invisibly, they all seemed to hear a miserable scream. Long Chen knew that time was life. The closer one got to the scarlet flame tree race's body, the higher the temperature would be. It was so high that Long Chen couldn't bear it. The surroundings were filled with raging flames. Fortunately, Long Chen had already cultivated the 7 glorious star body, so he didn't get burnt to a crisp. Chi-chi! Voices like this kept ringing out in the surroundings. Break! Long Chen threw away the 3,000 star domain in his hand. Beams of starlight pulverized all the wood in front of him. Long Chen advanced very quickly through the tree trunk. After about 15 minutes, he finally found the scarlet flame tree fruit. This was the source of the scarlet flame tree race's power. Chapter 828. The Great Void Realm possessed great power. No matter how powerful the scarlet flame tree fruit was, it was useless in there. After the scarlet flame tree fruit was collected, Long Chen could feel that the restless ancient tree had already stopped moving. The surrounding power and temperature were also rapidly disappearing. Everything returned to its original state. However, the bottom of the tree was a scene of devastation. It's finally done. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Without saying a word, he put away the 3,000 star field and walked outside. It was difficult to enter but easy to leave. In a short while, Long Chen appeared. In front of him, Mo Xiaolang had already taken human form. Just like Long Chen, he was also panting heavily and his forehead was filled with sweat. To be honest, it was indeed a bit dangerous just now. If it wasn't for Mo Xiaolang being able to accurately sense the location of the scarlet flame tree fruit, the tree would have been a huge problem. This thing has finally stopped. It seems to have returned to the ancient tree from before. Seeing that Long Chen had successfully come out, Mo Xiaolang said with a smile. Long Chen nodded and said, I have already obtained the scarlet flame tree fruit. I wonder how Yan and the others are doing after this. I'll first go to Cyanwood Sky City to take a look. After that, I'll leave this place and find a place for you to devour the scarlet flame tree fruit. The heat from the scarlet flame tree fruit is very strong, much stronger than the fire treasures you devoured before. Perhaps it might be able to help you reach the emperor level. Mo Xiaolang nodded. The two of them did not say anything else. After leaving the cave that Long Chen had created, they headed in the direction of Cyanwood Sky City. At that moment, the ancient tree had moved quite a bit. It had deviated from its original location. Underneath the ancient tree, it was a complete mess. If there were a lot of people here, it could be described as a scene of disaster. Under the burning of the flames, there were charred trees everywhere. There were still many ancient trees that were in a burning state. It could be said that in such a short period of time, a lot of the Cyanwood domain had been destroyed. Fortunately, other than the Cyanwood Sky City, there were not many people around the ancient tree. As for the Cyanwood Sky City, there were still many experts. There were at least 10 in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm. With the resistance of these experts, it would not be enough for the flames to completely burn them in a short period of time. At this moment, in Long Chen's field of vision, the flames that enveloped the Cyanwood Heaven City in the sky had already disappeared. A charred smell filled the surroundings. Without the obstruction of the scarlet flame tree race, Long Chen quickly arrived at the Cyanwood Heaven City. Under the burning of the flames, the Cyanwood Heaven City could be said to have been destroyed. Long Chen used the 3rd level of the spirit-devouring demon eye to quickly find the people. The remaining people were all gathered in the center of the Cyanwood Sky City. Bai Lan and Lei Ji were also there. Seeing that there were still many people alive, Long Chen's tense heart finally relaxed a bit. At that moment, Long Chen was thinking about another matter. Before coming to the Cyanwood Sky City, he had already told Xiao Lang to go to the Great Void Realm first. After all, Xiao Lang's mind was currently focused on the scarlet flame tree fruit. And what Long Chen was thinking about was whether or not other people saw Xiao Lang transforming into a huge sun-devouring monstrous wolf. The people of the Cyanwood Sky City most likely did not know about it. However, for the people outside the Cyanwood Sky City, there were likely some people hiding in the corners. As long as they saw the little wolf and spread the news, they would naturally know that Wu Guangyu's death or disappearance was related to Long Chen. So regardless of whether or not he was seen by others, Long Chen decided to leave this place first. From the spirit-devouring eye, Long Chen saw that the two people he was concerned about, Su Shui and Xueqi, were fine. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. However, the number of cultivators above the Cyanwood Sky City had decreased by quite a bit. Likely, the Thunder Demon Clan and Thunder Demon Clan had also suffered quite a bit of loss. They didn't even know what had happened above the Cyanwood Sky City. After Bai Lan's explanation, they found out. At that moment, Long Chen arrived. Seeing Long Chen, Bai Lan and Lei Ji immediately called him over. Just as they were about to save the others, they discovered that the Scarlet Flame Tree Clan had stopped moving. It seemed to have returned to normal. They didn't know what was going on. As for Su Shui and Xueqi, both of their eyes were brimming with tears. Long Chen, you and that demonic wolf. Just as Bai Lan was about to speak, Long Chen gave him a meaningful glance and said, I have already resolved the matter myself. However, I fear that there might be changes, so it's best that we don't continue staying in the Cyanwood Sky City. Seeing Long Chen's flicker, Bai Lan knew that he had something else in his heart. He understood in his heart that since the crisis had already been resolved, it was a success. So he nodded and said, let's not talk about anything else. Let's leave this place first. This is an accident that caused our Thunder Demon Clan to suffer quite a bit of loss. We can't have any more losses from now on. Under Bai Lan's orders, everyone first retreated out of the Cyanwood Sky City. When they saw the devastation that filled the Cyanwood Sky City, everyone's expressions turned somewhat sluggish. This ancient tree is actually moving. Furthermore, it's burning with flames. If it wasn't for the patriarchs rushing over to save us, we wouldn't have been able to escape from the refinement of those flames. In the end, we would have been turned to ashes. That's right. Just what is going on? How could such a miraculous thing happen? This is the terror of the primordial cemetery, right? Even the legendary Cyanwood Sky City was actually destroyed. As the crowd discussed, they left the place. Long Chen stood together with Bai Lan and the others. Long Chen, do you know what's going on with this ancient tree? Even we don't have a way to resolve it. How did you resolve it? If Long Chen were to explain the matter regarding the Scarlet Flame Tree Clan, it would implicate too many people. So he simply said it's like this. The demon wolf that came with me is my brother. I've already told you about him. He was once snatched away by Wu Guangyu. However, after the Grand Martial Tournament, I snatched him back. He is rather sensitive towards treasures like flames. And there seems to be something in this ancient tree that caused it to have such a change. He found the location of that thing. After I took it away, the ancient tree stopped. Long Chen did not say what it was, nor did he have any intention of taking it out. Bai Lan trusted him, so they did not pursue the matter any further. They were intelligent people. This was the result of Long Chen's own battle. If they were to continue pestering him, it would instead appear rude. After all, most of the time, they treated Long Chen as a friend. That demon wolf, I saw you last time when you came with the divine race. When did you? At this time, Long Chen softly said to Bai Lan and Lei Ji, there's a reason why I didn't let you talk about my demon wolf brother. Wait until you find a place to settle down. Then I'll explain in detail. Long Chen was not in a hurry. Even if the divine race knew that Mo Xiaolang was here, it would still take some time for them to rush over. During this time, Long Chen would have enough time to explain everything to Bai Lan and the others. After Long Chen left, the 5 demon race people appeared at his original location. At this time, the 5 demon race people were looking at each other in dismay. This kid took away the Scarlet Flame Tree's fruit. That demon wolf was also taken away by him. I think it's a beast soul crystal that can be used to temporarily store demonic beasts. Hateful person, he actually treated us demon race people as pets. That's not the case. I think their relationship is pretty good, and they even address each other as brothers. Earlier on, that demon wolf took the initiative to enter. But everyone, what do we do now? Let's head over and get that human to hand over the demon wolf. The lady from the Scarlet Flame Tree Race said. Of course not. We can't just appear rashly. Our goal is for the people here to search for the treasures of the 5 emperors. If we were to appear prematurely, it would be enough for them to panic. Who would dare to enter the 5 emperors' secret grounds and take out what belongs to us? If not for the restrictions set by the 5 emperors, we would have long entered the 5 emperors' secret grounds. The powerful being from the wolf race, Tian Kuan, said. Since that's the case, let's observe first and wait for the demonic wolf to come out again. If it reaches the emperor level, then it's naturally related to the sun-devouring demonic wolf. This primordial cemetery is our livestock farm. How can it escape from our palms in this primordial cemetery? Everyone burst out in laughter. For a moment, their laughter was earth-shattering. The lady from the Scarlet Flame Tree Race did not laugh. Beside her, there was a sinister-looking man who gave off a creepy aura like a snake. Hong Ying, what are you looking at? The man asked. The Hong Ying he was talking about was the lady from the Scarlet Flame Tree Race. I'm looking at a young lady over there. I think we've seen her before. When we were beside the ancient tree, did we meet a young lady? You said she looked pretty, so I used the Dark North talisman you gave me on her. Doesn't your Dark North Snake Race's Dark North talisman speed up aging? The man's eyes lit up. There was a suppressed excitement in his voice as he said, You're saying that this lady didn't die after being hit by the Dark North talisman, and has the legendary eternal life physique? She can't be the holy maiden of our Dark North Snake Race? That's what I think, but how could there be an eternal life physique in this tiny myriad kingdom's territory? In one day, we've seen a demon race similar to the sun-devouring demon wolf, and an eternal life physique. Our luck can't be that good, Hong Ying said doubtfully. The man laughed softly and said, No matter what, we have to take a look. If it really is a sun-devouring demon wolf, Tian Kuan will definitely soar. If I can find a human holy maiden for the Dark North Snake Race, I can also soar. Dream on, haha. Hong Ying laughed coldly. However, she had no intention of stopping him. Chapter 829. This time, the people from the Thunder Clan and the Devil Clan found a rather flat forest in the Cyanwood region. Then, after some simple development, they gradually formed a temporary settlement. There were a total of several hundred people from the Thunder Clan and the Devil Clan. They were going to spend 5 months here. As the Cyanwood Heaven City had already been destroyed, they had no choice but to come here. With Bai Lan and Lei Ji guarding this place, there would basically be no other accidents. This had already wasted a lot of time. Long Chen estimated that if someone saw Mo Xiaolang on that day, the news would have already reached the ears of Wu Lian and the other experts of the God Clan. So, he decided to leave for a period of time and come back 5 months later. This would also avoid causing trouble to the Devil Clan. If he was here and Wu Lian came to win, it would really hurt the innocent. Bai Lan would definitely protect them. However, no matter who it was, it wouldn't be good for these 2 experts to fight here. After Bai Lan and the others settled down, Long Chen called him and Lei Ji alone. In an exquisite wooden house, Long Chen told Bai Lan and Lei Ji about what happened when he went to Tianyi Water City. What? Bai Lan and Lei Ji were shocked. Wu Guangyu's fame was not reduced even after he lost to Long Chen. The loss of such a person would definitely cause a great shock in the Myriad Kingdom domain. They might even think that the future of the God Clan was a taboo for the younger generation. But Long Chen killed Wu Guangyu without any hesitation. To them, it was also a shocking matter. Long Chen's strength had reached the stage where he could kill Wu Guangyu without any injuries. This made Bai Lan and Lei Ji look at this young man in shock. However, when I killed him, no one saw it. It's just that when we were dealing with the ancient tree, Xiao Lang revealed his body. It might be seen by others. So, I want to change places. When the 5 Emperors' secret realm opens, I will come back to look for you. Bai Lan frowned and said, From what you said, you've already made up your mind. Long Chen said, Otherwise, if the people of the God Clan come here, especially the patriarch of the God Clan, Wu Lian, if they see me here, they will probably cause you a lot of trouble. It's the same for me to find a place to cultivate in seclusion. Seeing that Long Chen had made up his mind, Bai Lan and Lei Ji understood. Long Chen was right. Wu Lian had lost her son. As long as there was the slightest possibility, she wouldn't let it go. So Bai Lan said, It's about time. Before you leave, you should say goodbye to Yenner. Before you go, you say goodbye to Yenner. Xueqi. Long Chen nodded. There was nothing much to say between men. After Long Chen said goodbye to him, he went to find Xueqi's room. He knew that Xueqi was inside. After knocking on the door lightly, the little beauty quickly opened the door. After seeing that it was Long Chen, she was pleasantly surprised. She immediately withered and said in low spirits, "Big brother, why are you looking for me?" "Let me in," Long Chen said with a smile. This little girl looked like she had something on her mind. "All right." Xueqi gently pushed the door open. This little room had just been prepared. It was arranged neatly and could also be used for cultivation. After entering, Long Chen lowered his head and looked at Xueqi. He said, "Your father said that you don't seem to be happy. What are you thinking about? Does it have anything to do with me?" Xueqi wanted to say something but stopped. She shook her head and her face was full of bitterness. "Tell Big Brother, don't be like this. If you have something on your mind, tell me. Otherwise, I won't talk to you anymore," Long Chen threatened. This was the most effective way to deal with this little girl. Xueqi opened her eyes nervously and quickly said, "Don't be like this. Big brother. Then what do you want?" Xueqi lowered her head and said, "These days, I always feel that someone is watching me in the dark. I don't know what's going on. It's probably just an illusion." "Someone is watching you." Long Chen was stunned. He used his spirit-devouring demon eyes to look within a mile. Within this mile, there was no suspicious life. Long Chen was now saying goodbye to Xueqi. As for what she said, she was probably thinking too much. Long Chen smiled and said, "Don't think too much. I came to tell you something today." "What is it?" Xueqi asked. "For the next 5 months, I will leave this place for a period of time to go into seclusion. After 5 months I will come out," Long Chen solemnly said. "What?" Xueqi's face was a little depressed. "Then I won't be able to see you," she nervously asked. "Don't worry, I will be back in 5 months. At that time, I will come to see you first." Long Chen could see that in this little girl's heart, there was already a shadow of him. She was still young. When she grew up and had her own new life, she should forget about Long Chen. After 5 months, he would try to come to see her. As for whether there would be a chance to see her again, it was not certain. "Okay, pinky swear." Xueqi stretched out her delicate finger and said, Long Chen chuckled and cooperated with Xueqi by pinky swear. "Okay, don't lie to me." After the pinky swear, Xueqi bit her lip and finally showed a little smile. Of course. Looking at this little girl, Long Chen thought of his younger sister, Yang Lingqing. However, Yang Lingqing was not little anymore. "I wonder how she is doing after going to the Imperial Domain. How strong is the lunar devil body that Li Xuanji said?" Thinking about these questions, Long Chen said goodbye to Xueqi and left without a sound. As for Su Shui, Long Chen did not say goodbye to her. Anyway, it was not the last time. After 5 months, when Long Chen successfully cultivated to the 9th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, he would still come back after he used the demon core of the Sapphire Golden Eyes beast to successfully cultivate the mysterious the Arch Shrouding Seal. This time, he prepared to go to the Glazed Gold Domain. It could be said that for Long Chen, the Glazed Gold Domain was the most dangerous place, but it was also the safest place. It was the territory of the Shen clan and the Feng clan. Right now, they were probably in full swing looking for Wu Guangyu. However, Long Chen was not afraid of them. At this time, he had the 7 glorious star body and was not afraid of the gold-devouring qi. He had the mystic golden soul, which could allow him to go deep into the metal ground. In such a deep ground, in such a vast area, how could Wu Lian and the others find him? Taking Mo Xiaolang and Kitten, Long Chen quietly came to the Glazed Gold Domain. Then he found a place and went deep into the ground. What he did not know was that in the Glazed Gold Domain above his head, there were 3 black-robed men watching him. Their eyes penetrated the heavy ground and clearly saw Long Chen. The archaic cemetery is also a piece of land in the Myriad Kingdoms domain. The land of the Myriad Kingdoms domain is really fragile. Even with his strength, he can directly go underground. If it was the land of our Imperial domain, even we would not be able to break through that kind of hard ground. One of the men said disdainfully. The Myriad Kingdoms domain and the Imperial domain are not the same world at all. The human race of the Imperial domain is several levels higher than the human race of the Myriad Kingdoms domain. There has always been a distinction between the superior human race and the inferior human race. The human race of the Sword Spirit Imperial Domain and the true Martial Imperial Domain are the superior human race. Outside the Imperial Domain, there are many regions like the Myriad Kingdoms Domain. The strength of the human race there is also similar to that of the Myriad Kingdoms Domain. They are the inferior human race. In the past tens of thousands of years, there have only been 5 divine martial realm experts in the Myriad Kingdoms Domain. Stop mocking others. Didn't the few of us stay here for so many years for the sake of these damnable treasures of the 5 emperors? If it wasn't for us deducing from various clues that there was an 80% chance that these 5 emperors possessed that thing all those years ago, we would have abandoned the dazzling world of the desolate imperial region and stayed in this damnable primeval cemetery for so many years. Let's not talk about that thing. If we provoke some demon immortals or human race divine martial realm experts, we will have wasted all our efforts. Let's keep a low profile. Even if we get that thing, we better not show our faces for the next 500 years. After he said that, the 3 of them nodded. After all, that legendary thing was really too important. Otherwise, they would not have played so many games in the archaic cemetery. The man from the wolf tribe was called Tian Kuan. At this moment, he was among them. He said, Hong Ying and Xian Feng, those 2 fellows, went to investigate whether or not that girl has the eternal physique. With their temperaments, if they discover that she doesn't, they will definitely kill that girl. That can't be. They are also people who know their limits. Although the Northern Deep Snake clan needs a human girl with the eternal body, they haven't found one after so many years. The man who claims to be the leader of the demon clan is an important part of our plan. We can't disturb him for now. We can just take the girl away after he enters the 5 Emperors' secret realm. The other 2 nodded. At this moment, they turned their heads. One of them smiled knowingly and said, "That guy, Lilac Snow, is finally back." This time, he pretended to be a demonic beast under the command of the 5 Emperors. How impressive. Bullshit. A man in a black robe suddenly appeared around them and cursed, "The space here is too fragile. I was just moving forward at full speed, but it was already distorted." After cursing casually, he looked at the other 3 and said, "What do you mean by under the command of the 5 Emperors? If it wasn't for the fact that that thing might be in their hands, I, the Purple Blood Demon Emperor, would not stay in this godforsaken place. These 5 Emperors are nothing. By the way, where are Hong Ying and Xian Feng? What are you guys doing here?" One of them recounted what had happened earlier. Chapter 830. Don't. This kid can also enter the 5 Emperor Mystic Realm. From what I can see in his hand, there seems to be a treasure that combines the 5 elements to attack. It might be related to the 5 Emperors. Don't be anxious. In this ancient burial ground, as long as they take out all the 5 Emperor treasures, everything will be ours. Don't be rash. Long Chen didn't know that there was such a group of people above him. Among the 3 of them, Kitten had basically lost his power and had become a useless soul. Even though he was residing in the Dream Demon's body, he couldn't exert much power. As for Mo Xiaolang, other than his perception of flames, he couldn't sense anything as well as Long Chen. In addition, the people from the Imperial region were all abnormally strong. The purple-blooded water dragon was already a 9th-grade martial emperor, so the other 6 people should be about the same. That purple-blooded water dragon is a 9th-grade martial emperor. After transforming into his human form, I wonder how much weaker he is compared to Xueqi. He didn't know much about the strength of the Imperial region. In the 3 Imperial regions, Sky Martial Realm experts should be more common. There should be many God Martial Realm experts too. The Sword Spirit Imperial region was one of the 3 Imperial regions. Lingxi came from the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace, so there should be many God Martial Realm experts there. The God Martial Realm is still far away. I'm only at the 8th grade of the Earth Martial Realm now. I can't even reach the Sky Martial Realm yet. In these 5 months, I'll try to reach the 9th grade of the Earth Martial Realm as soon as possible. Then, I'll see what the Heavenly Martial Extreme Wall is. Long Chen had heard from Bai Lan that the Heavenly Martial Extreme Wall was a gap between the Earth Martial Realm and the Heaven Martial Realm. Only by breaking through the Heavenly Martial Extreme Wall could one enter the Heaven Martial Realm. There were countless people who were blocked by the Heavenly Martial Extreme Wall. However, Long Chen was still very confident because he had the most powerful thing to rely on right now, which was the blood essence of the primordial blood spirit dragon. At the same time, He also had something more mysterious and precious than the blood essence of the primordial blood spirit dragon, which was the mysterious dragon jade that Long Qinglan had left for him. The dragon jade had only been used a few times, but each time it was of great help to Long Chen. Long Chen first put aside these matters. Steady progress was the most important. At this time, he first put aside the cultivation of the martial god tablet. This martial god tablet could at most guide him to the 9th level of the earth martial realm, but this was already enough. He put down the martial god tablet first because Long Chen wanted to finish the Xian Di Fu Tian seal. The fusion of the 3 imperial seals already had a very strong destructive power. If he could increase it by another level and fuse the power of water into it, then his fighting strength would definitely increase again. In the great emptiness realm, Xiao Lang had already transformed into the sun-devouring monstrous wolf and swallowed the scarlet flame fruit. The scarlet flame fruit was a divine item from the imperial domain. It was much more precious and terrifying than the flame treasure that Mo Xiaolang had swallowed before. After swallowing it, Mo Xiaolang started to refine it, or perhaps it should be said to be digesting it. The scarlet flame fruit was just his food, that's all. However, the scarlet flame fruit was able to support such a huge ancient greenwood tree. How could it be easy to digest? This would probably take a certain amount of time. Long Chen had already taken out the demonic core from the jade golden eyes beast's corpse. It was the first time that Long Chen had seen a 9th grade king grade demonic core. The demonic core was the size of a human head. It was a translucent blue crystal ball, surrounded by blue mist. It looked very dreamy. This blue mist faintly revealed a blue water lion. It was the appearance of the jade golden eyes beast. This jade golden eyes beast was the size of a pet. It let out waves of angry roars. This was just a mark left on the demonic core. Long Chen wanted to use this jade golden eyes beast's demonic core as a primer to open the Xian Di seal and cultivate the Xian Di Fu Tian seal. This demonic core had enough power to allow Long Chen to complete the cultivation of the Xian Di Fu Tian seal. With the previous 3 experiences and the solid support of the 7 luminary star body, Long Chen was still familiar with the process. He refined this demonic core into his martial aperture step by step, becoming one with the Xian Di seal. The Xian Di seal was one of the 5 emperor seals that Long Chen had obtained first. This 5 emperor seal is already so powerful. What will the 5 emperor treasures leave behind? This thought flashed across Long Chen's mind. It could be said that the 5 emperor treasures were very important to him. The primordial blood spirit dragon's blood essence had given Long Chen a lot of mystiques. However, there was no direct power. If he wanted to obtain direct power, he would have to fight for it himself. My body is already very strong. I reckon that it won't be long before I can withstand more inherited blood essence. I have already integrated 1% of the primordial blood spirit dragon's inherited blood essence. Next it will be 10%. Long Chen was looking forward to the integration of the primordial blood spirit dragon's inherited blood dragon more than anyone else. The real ancestral dragon's inherited blood spirit dragon would definitely give Long Chen more power than what he had obtained so far. After a few days, Long Chen had successfully cultivated the Xian Di Fu Tian seal. He reckoned that the combined power of the 4-5 emperor seals would reach the peak of the mid-level emperor level battle skill. If all 5 of the 5 emperor seals could be combined into one, the final power of the 5 emperor seals might even reach the level of an advanced imperial level battle skill. In terms of battle skills, the next goal is to find a treasure of the earth attribute and combine the 5 emperor seals. Then, I will see if I can get the high-level emperor level battle skill from the 3000 star field when I reach the 9th level of the earth martial realm. The combat skill was a real high-level emperor level combat skill, which was comparable to Wu Guangyu's green lotus sword skill. Because Wu Guangyu was a sword warrior, he was able to comprehend the green lotus sword skill of the divine sword green lotus early. Now, the divine sword green lotus and the 3000 star field were in Long Chen's hands. However, Long Chen did not think about the divine sword green lotus. It was enough for him to learn one battle skill of the same level. The divine sword green lotus was not stronger than the 3000 star field, so he would not give up on the 3000 star field for the time being. The divine sword green lotus is useless in my hands. I am indebted to Bai Lan and the others. I will give the divine sword green lotus to Su Shui or Yan Er. After Long Chen made up his mind, he first dealt with these matters and then pondered about the matter of reaching the 9th level of the earth martial realm. The cultivation of this realm could not be done overnight. It could only be slowly pondered. The martial god tablet could guide Long Chen until he reached the 9th level of the Earth martial realm. At that moment, in the Great Void realm, Mo Xiaolang had already swallowed the flaming red fruit. Everything about him was undergoing a huge change. When he woke up, he might already be an emperor-level demonic beast. This time, Long Chen did not immerse himself in the martial god tablet. Instead, he took the huge martial god tablet back and put it in his own space. At that moment, the martial god tablet was standing in front of him. A black light was circulating on the black tablet. Long Chen was already very familiar with the martial god tablet. In a very short time, he was already immersed in the martial god tablet. In his world, everything had already disappeared. The only thing that appeared was the dancing shadow on the tablet. From the 1st level of the Earth martial realm to the 9th level of the Earth martial realm, that shadow practiced the martial god fist manual once. It was not only the first time. As Long Chen comprehended the martial god fist manual, the martial god fist manual played over and over again. The 3 great martial realms. On the path of the martial path, Long Chen had already reached the peak of the Earth martial realm. He was only one step away from the 9th level of the Earth martial realm, the peak of the Earth martial realm. That step was actually not that easy. So far, Long Chen had almost mastered the martial god fist manual. Above the martial god fist manual, there was the even rarer martial god fist manual. The martial god fist manual was not as common as the Earth martial realm. Long Chen had a little understanding before. In the Myriad Kingdom territory, every martial god fist manual was the most precious treasure of each clan. They were things left behind by their ancestors. Even more people could not reach the Heaven martial realm because they did not have the martial god fist manual. For the time being, Long Chen did not have the martial god fist manual. However, he knew that if he asked Bai Lan and the others for it, they would definitely not be stingy. In the 3 great imperial regions, the number of martial god fist manuals was probably much more common. The martial god fist manual was still very far away from Long Chen. Long Chen was currently focused on the last level of the martial god fist manual. In the depths of the earth, Long Chen could perfectly experience the power of the Earth martial realm. The Earth martial realm was the pulse of the earth. The power of the earth forged one's body. After an unknown number of days, Long Chen started practicing the last level of the martial god fist manual according to the shadow on the martial god tablet. There were many problems. As time passed, as Long Chen revised his understanding of the martial god realm over and over again, with the guidance of a good thing like the martial god tablet, Long Chen was able to slowly solve those problems. All he needed was time. Time passed little by little. Long Chen was immersed in his cultivation. In the depths of the earth, Kitten did not disturb him. Mo Xiaolang was also immersed in the process of evolving. In Long Chen's world, there was only the fist technique on the martial god tablet. Finally, 2 months passed. Long Chen spent a total of 2 months to finally solve the last level of the martial god fist manual. His martial spirit had finally reached the 9th layer of the Earth martial realm. At that moment, in his sea of consciousness, the dragon-shaped martial spirit was already very real. It was very vivid and lifelike. In a short period of time, as long as he entered the Heaven martial realm, his martial spirit would change again. That dragon-shaped martial spirit seemed to be alive. It was floating above the mysterious dragon jade. It seemed to be inextricably linked to the mysterious dragon jade. The spiritual qi in the earth veins swarmed into Long Chen's body. This time, he had finally reached the 9th layer of the Earth martial realm. He had the same strength as Wu Guangyu and the others. Chapter 831. With the fusion of the 4 Emperor Seals and the 9th level of the Earth martial realm, Long Chen's true qi will increase by 10 times after he transforms. My current strength should be about the same as the 1st level of the Sky martial realm, Fengqing Leiji, and the others. However, the Sky martial realm is a qualitative change. I might be able to resist them, but it would be difficult to defeat them, not to mention the 2nd level of the Sky martial realm, Wu Lian. This woman had always been extremely indifferent, and besides her son, it was as if she was indifferent to everything else. Wu Guangyu was the descendant she was the proudest of, yet Long Chen had instead made Wu Guangyu go to the 18 levels of hell. At this moment, the primeval cemetery had probably already been turned upside down. Long Chen really didn't dare imagine how she would deal with him if she knew that her son's death was related to him. This woman is very likely to be the strongest in the Myriad territories. There were billions of people in the Myriad territories. To be ranked first among so many people, One could imagine how terrifying she was. Of course, Long Chen's achievements were also monstrous among monstrous geniuses. In less than 3 years of cultivation, he had already achieved what he had today. Many geniuses in the Imperial domain couldn't reach this level. After reaching the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm, Long Chen didn't intend to go out. At this moment, Xiao Lang still hadn't woken up. Judging from the situation, it seemed that it would take some time for him to wake up. Next, I'll think about what the Sky Martial Realm is all about. At the same time, there's also the 3000 star field. Even Wu Guangyu could comprehend the advanced royal-level battle skill of the Divine Sword Green Lotus. Long Chen didn't believe that he couldn't. He took out the 3000 star domain and sat down cross-legged, placing it horizontally in front of him. Sword Spirit Imperial Domain. Sword Martial Artist. According to Wu Guangyu, it seems that sword martial artists are very popular in the Imperial domain. What is sword principle? What does it have to do with martial arts? Long Chen was currently cultivating martial arts. If I'm not a sword martial artist, I don't have an innate weapon soul and then evolve into an innate sword embryo in the Sky Martial Realm. Long Chen knew that sometimes weapons were an indicator of a person's fighting strength. For example, after obtaining the 3000 star field, his fighting strength had soared. Therefore, he was actually weaker in this aspect. This made him frown slightly, especially since Lingxi was from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. The people there were definitely very proficient in using weapons. How could Long Chen be willing to be weaker than them in this aspect? Little cat, is there any way for me to be like them, possessing an innate sword embryo before comprehending the way of the sword? Long Chen asked softly. In Long Chen's heart, Little Cat was equivalent to an encyclopedia. In the great virtual realm, Fat Cat was sleeping lazily. After taking over the Dream Demon's body, Fat Cat needed to sleep every day. Basically, as long as Long Chen didn't speak to him, he would immediately fall asleep. At this moment, he was woken up by Long Chen. Bastard, you're disturbing Lord Cat's sweet dream again. Be careful that Lord Cat doesn't cut off your little baby and make you cry for nothing while looking at that Lingxi. Give it a try if you dare. Long Chen raised his voice. Kitten quivered and said, "Ha ha ha, I was just joking before to liven up this ambiguous atmosphere. Young man, if you have any questions, I will answer them for you now." Long Chen couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with it, so he asked directly. I said, "Is there any way for me to obtain the innate sword embryo and then comprehend the way of the sword?" Sword principle. If you can expand in this aspect, it will indeed be very good for you, kid. After all, your level has always been rising very quickly. If you can comprehend the final level of sword principle, you will directly erupt with 15 times your combat strength. Coupled with your heaven-defying mystique like Dragon Soul transformation, it will not be a problem for you to kill people who are 2 levels above you. 15 times. Long Chen once heard that it was 10 times, but Kitten said it was 15 times. It seemed that according to Wu Guangyu's understanding, there should be a higher level of sword principle. You mean, I can obtain the innate sword embryo? Long Chen asked. Weapon soul was something that one was born with. Some people had it, some didn't. It couldn't be forced. Long Chen belonged to the kind of people who didn't have it. Kitten rubbed his sleepy eyes and continued, "This is very difficult, unless someone can find a rare sword soul stone and then separate his innate sword embryo and put it in the sword soul stone before he dies. In this way, as long as he obtains the sword soul stone, he might be able to directly transfer the innate sword embryo of that senior to him. But where can you find a sword soul stone with an innate sword embryo?" It seemed that it wouldn't be easy. Long Chen made a note of this in advance. Of course, if you can obtain the innate sword embryo in the sword soul stone, there will be a great benefit. Kitten said mysteriously. What benefit? For example, if the person who left behind the innate sword embryo had an understanding of sword principle that was 10 times stronger when he was alive, his understanding of sword principle will be left in the innate sword embryo. If you inherit the innate sword embryo, you will directly have that understanding of sword principle, which will save you a lot of effort. Long Chen was shocked. If that was the case, the sword soul stone was indeed a good thing. He only remembered what Kitten had said. He didn't think too much about it. He carefully observed the 3000 star field in his hand. If you have a weapon soul, you can move it to the 3000 star field and it will be very easy for you to understand the fighting skills hidden in it. But you don't, so you can only carefully understand it and approach it step by step. If you only have the 3000 star field in your world, You might also be able to learn the fighting skills in the 3000 star field. After all, you are now at the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm, said Kitten. Thank you very much. From today on, Long Chen planned to study the 3000 star field. Thank you, I'm going to sleep. The kitten stretched its back comfortably and fell down. Under its command, the Xueqi turned into a soft bed for it to roll around on. 3000 star field. It was a pity that he didn't have the innate sword embryo. However, Long Chen was not discouraged. It was the same as his previous cultivation. He focused all his attention on the 3000 star field in his hand and touched the weapon. Long Chen was very smart. He imagined the feeling of the divine green lotus in Wu Guangyu's hand. It felt like a child. This meant that a weapon of this level already had a bit of consciousness. As long as you treated it well, it would be willing to serve you. Long Chen's drop of blood could only make the 3000 star domain his own, but he couldn't gain its complete support. Therefore, he needed to communicate step by step to gain the other party's trust. This was a huge project. Long Chen communicated step by step, and time passed again. A few months passed quietly just like that. This was very normal. Long Chen knew that the stronger one's cultivation was, the slower one's cultivation would be in the end, and the longer it would take. In the Imperial region, any random seclusion would take a very long time. 3 to 5 years or even 10 years were very common. Long Chen, who already had a martial soul at the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm, approached the 3000 star field step by step. Finally, he had some results. He seemed to see the world inside the 3000 star field. It was a bright blue starry sky. In this starry sky, the star god of war held the 3000 star field and killed every enemy who offended him. The 3000 star field was a domineering spear. The scene changed, and the character in the book began to brandish the spear in the book, drawing out a series of profound trajectories. 3000 star spear mantra. At least, Long Chen already knew the name of this emperor-level battle skill. In the 3000 star field, the Star Warrior's practice was intermittent. Sometimes it was fast, sometimes it was slow. This made it very difficult for Long Chen to understand. The 3000 domain spear art is a high emperor-level battle skill. Normally, people who practice this battle skill are at least in the sky martial realm. They have a certain understanding of domains. The 3000 domain spear art works with domains and uses spear principles to the peak. I don't know anything about domains. It seems like it will be very difficult to learn the 3000 domain spear art. However, it was undeniable that if he could learn the 3000 domain spear art, his battle strength would definitely be stronger than the fusion of the 5 emperor seals. Of course, after reaching this step, Long Chen did not plan to give up. He could have chosen the relatively easier Green Lotus sword spell, but giving up halfway was not Long Chen's style. What is a domain? This was the most important question in front of Long Chen. He had to figure out what domain was in order to be able to cultivate the Heaven Realm's cultivation technique, and also to be able to cultivate the 3000 domain spear art. That actually provided him with a type of convenience because he could find the same common point from the difficult tempering of the two sides. From the exchange of the Heaven Realm and the 3000 domain spear art, he could complement each other and reach an even stronger stage. 5 months passed by in a hurry. Without the manual, Long Chen still hadn't reached the Tianqi layer. He also hadn't made much progress in the 3000 domain spear art. But he knew that he would soon reach the Tianqi layer. He only needed an opportunity. Only then would he be able to have extraordinary achievements in both aspects. 5 months had passed. This important opportunity would most likely come from the treasures of the 5 emperors. Long Chen calculated that the day when the treasures of the 5 monarchs would be opened was approaching. Therefore, he stopped cultivating and returned to the surface from the depths of the ground. Accompanying him was Xiao Lang, who had already reached the martial emperor level. Xiao Lang had already woken up a month ago. The strength of a beast didn't need to be comprehended. Xiao Lang's strength was completely reflected in his strong body and the boundless beast energy in his body. After I reached the martial emperor level, the clone of the 9 Serenities' ancestral flame that I absorbed can be fully used. Brother, if we join hands, we won't need to be afraid of anyone in the ancient cemetery, said Mo Xiaolang. No, said Long Chen. Chapter 832. Long Chen clearly remembered the location of the lightning and demon clans. If there were no accidents, they should still be there. However, after coming out, Long Chen had already activated his spirit-devouring demon eye to avoid encountering others. He didn't know if the God clan was searching for him all over the world. However, Long Chen had a strong backing. Among the wind god's lineage, no one could pose a threat to him except Wu Lian. Even Feng Qing probably couldn't. Following the original path, Long Chen returned to the lightning demon lineage. The lightning demon lineage had established a home in the intact forest of the Azure Wood region. Many cultivators had joined them to seek protection. It could be said that they had established a city here. The order in Azure Wood Heavenly City was gradually restored. This time, Long Chen discovered that the number of people in the primordial cemetery had decreased significantly. 5 months had passed, and even more people had died. After coming to the primordial cemetery, besides the patriarchs of the 9 great clans, there were even more people fighting for the various treasures in the primordial cemetery. Apart from the White Lotus Fairy, Emperor Green Lotus, 7 brilliant Star Lords, and Demon God Imperial Lord, there were still 3 other legacies that had yet to be opened. Moreover, the primordial cemetery was a battlefield from 10,000 years ago. There were many treasures left behind. For these spiritual herbs, divine weapons, and battle skills, there were many battles. Not everyone could be like Long Chen and the others, who didn't care about the color of the ancient tomb token at all. More people were working hard to turn the ancient tomb token golden. This led to a lot of killing. These must be the methods of the Fei clan. They've promoted the battles between the cultivators of the Myriad Kingdoms domain. Every time the primordial cemetery opens, many cultivators of the Myriad Kingdoms domain will die. Many talented people will be strangled in the bitter battles. Seeing the scene of devastation, hatred appeared in Long Chen's eyes. What he hated the most was having his fate controlled by others. But at this moment, the 6 demons from the sovereign domain had already controlled the lives of everyone in the Myriad Kingdoms domain. Big brother, you mean to say that their target is the 5 Emperors' treasure? By releasing the 5 Emperors' key, they might be using you to obtain the 5 Emperors' treasure? Mo Xiaolang asked in shock. Indeed. Long Chen nodded as he hurried along. A majestic aura emanated from Mo Xiaolang's body, making people feel as though this youth was an ice-cold black whirlpool. After reaching the Emperor realm, even if he transformed into his human form, he would still have a certain amount of fighting strength. He could also start fighting in his human form. Of course, the fighting strength of his human form couldn't be compared to his beast form. Aren't you worried or scared? Mo Xiaolang asked nervously. Long Chen chuckled softly and shook his head. I, Long Chen, am already very lucky to have made it this far. I can only move forward. Aren't I an expert? There's nothing to be afraid of. Although he spoke casually and didn't seem to take it to heart, Xiao Lang could still see the caution in Long Chen's eyes. Very soon, Long Chen returned to the Lightning Demon Clan's territory. As expected, they were still there. With Bai Lan and Lei Ji, 2 Heaven Realm experts, suppressing them, nothing should have happened here. After 5 months, Long Chen didn't believe that the matter of him killing Wu Guangyu hadn't been exposed. After returning, Long Chen didn't have anything to hide. It seemed that there were only a few days until the opening of the 5 Emperors' treasures. Bai Lan was probably already waiting for him. As expected, as soon as Long Chen appeared on the outskirts, someone went in to report his arrival. One of the elders in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm saw Long Chen and hurriedly came to greet him. Lord Son-in-law, you're finally back. The Patriarch and Patriarch Lei have been waiting for you for a long time. Long Chen smiled and followed him all the way to the temporary meeting hall that Bai Lan had built. Although it was simple and crude, it could still be used. After all, there was only a month left before the closing of the ancient cemetery. After a month, when they returned to the Myriad Kingdom's domain, they would be able to enjoy a period of peace. After arriving, Long Chen saw that the people he knew, the old brothers Bai Lan and Lei Ji, as well as the beautiful sisters Su Xue and Xueqi, were all waiting for him. Big brother. As expected, after seeing Long Chen, Xueqi hurriedly threw herself into Long Chen's arms, not caring that there were people watching. Long Chen lowered his head and hugged the girl. After not seeing her for a few months, the girl seemed to have grown up a lot. Her eyes and figure were budding, and she gradually had the charm of a woman. It had been a long time since she saw Long Chen, so Xueqi was very excited. Her white cheeks were pressed against Long Chen's chest, and tears flowed down her cheeks. Before, it was Long Chen who had pulled her back from the edge of death, so she was very dependent on this man. Daddy is still here. Can't you be a little more reserved? Bai Lan smiled, enjoying this scene very much. Although Xueqi was Long Chen's fiancée, that was all fake. Bai Lan had arranged it himself. When the time came, he could just casually help her out. From Xueqi and the others, Bai Lan knew a little about Long Chen's ambitions. Emperor domain. That's right, this was the dream of every young genius in the Myriad Kingdom's domain. Hearing Bai Lan's words, Soyan blushed and came out of Long Chen's arms. She looked at Long Chen shyly and bit her lips. Big brother, I missed you. It was hard to imagine that a shy girl like her would suddenly say something like this. She must have missed him too much. Long Chen lightly patted her cheeks that still had some baby fat. Be good. Big brother missed you too. Didn't I keep my promise and come back to see you? But you still have to leave. Xueqi was very disappointed, but more than that, she was reluctant. Next, Long Chen would enter the 5 Emperors' secret realms with Bai Lan and the others. That was a place they had to go. Bai Lan made Xueqi return to her seat with a straight face. He said, your big brother fought hard to get a spot in the 5 Emperors' secret realms. Of course he has to go. You can't just play around. You reached the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm faster than Long Chen. He's already at the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm, but you haven't made any progress yet. Back then, Xueqi had indeed reached the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm in front of Long Chen. I know. The little girl felt wronged. She looked at Long Chen with watery eyes, as if seeking help. Father. At that moment, Xueqi, who was standing next to them, looked a bit worried. She was getting more and more charming. She was giving off a delicate fragrance. She said, apart from Long Chen, the 10 people who entered the 5 Emperors' secret realms are all at the Sky Martial Arts realm. Also, the Wind God clan is looking for Long Chen all over the world. If Long Chen goes, will his life be in danger? She was more meticulous. She had been looking for this question for a long time. From her words, Long Chen learned the information he had been wanting. He asked, so the God clan already knows that I killed Wu Guangyu? Bai Lan nodded solemnly. Yes. On the day that the ancient cyan tree changed, someone did see your pet. That's him, right? At that moment, Mo Xiaolang was standing next to Long Chen. This is my brother, Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen emphasized. Bai Lan and the others didn't know. Therefore, Long Chen didn't blame them for saying, pet. Mo Xiaolang was a human being. He would feel uncomfortable when he heard that. I'm sorry. Bai Lan saw the seriousness in Long Chen's eyes. Although he didn't understand why Long Chen cared so much about a beast, he still remembered the word brother in his heart. Then he said, a few days after you left, Wu Lian and Feng Qing brought a large group of people to fight you. Long Chen frowned. It was just as he had imagined. He asked nervously, what's the situation? Nothing much. I fought with her for a while. When she realized that you really weren't here, she couldn't do anything to me. She left, but after she left, she set up an inescapable net to look for you. Fortunately, you hid well. We thought that you had been found. We were worried for a while, but now we can finally relax. It's good that you're back. Although Bai Lan spoke casually, Long Chen knew that the situation at the time was very troublesome. He was a bit embarrassed. Many thanks to Patriarch Bai for this matter. Long Chen will definitely repay you. Bai Lan chuckled. There's no need to repay me. You won the martial arts grand competition for my demon race. You've already done us proud. However, there's one thing I have to ask you. You killed Wu Guangyu, but Feng Jilin has also disappeared. Did she also die by your hands? According to them, the two disappeared on the same night. There's no trace of them at all. Feng Jilin. Long Chen frowned. Thinking of that cold and arrogant girl, he was stunned. He said, I didn't kill her. She really has disappeared. Bai Lan nodded and said, that's strange. You didn't kill her, so how did she disappear? Long Chen and Bai Lan both simultaneously thought of the people from the Imperial region. The only difference between the two of them was that Bai Lan still didn't know that Xueqi was actually also from the Imperial region. She still thought that she was everyone's protector. Father, I'm talking about Long Chen's safety. What nonsense are you talking about? Xueqi interrupted their thoughts and said softly. What she cared about was whether or not Long Chen could safely survive in the 5 Emperors' secret realms with a group of strong cultivators. Long Chen looked at her and said, I've already reached the 9th level of the Earth realm. If I use my full power, I should be able to fight against a strong cultivator in the 1st level of the Heaven realm. It'll be fine. Chapter 833. I can attest to that. This kid is very mysterious. Even now, I still don't know how he managed to dodge Wu Guangyu's Green Lotus sword spell. Lei Ji laughed. Su Shui felt a little more at ease after hearing her say this. However, thinking that Long Chen was still in danger, her heart was in a mess. If Wu Lian attacks him, I will protect him, Bai Lan said. A man's words were worth a lot of weight. The Demon Clan and the Thunder Clan had nothing to do with Long Chen. But because Long Chen had saved Xueqi, Bai Lan had treated him so well, even going so far as to clash with the God Clan. Long Chen would remember this kindness. Under Bai Lan's arrangements, they would leave for the 5 Emperors' secret realm tomorrow. That night, Long Chen was sitting on a tree with the wolf cub beside him. At this time, Bai Lan suddenly came to his side and sat down on the branch next to him. She looked at him with a smile and said, "How is it, young man? What are you thinking about?" Long Chen was just thinking about the time he spent with Lingxi. This was a very normal thing. He would often think about it while he was cultivating. Nothing. I'm just thinking about how to reach the Sky Martial realm. Long Chen changed the topic to cultivation. You'll have to ask me about the Sky Martial realm. If you want to reach the Sky Martial realm, you must first obtain something very important, and that is this. He took out a scroll from his spatial ring. When the scroll was unrolled, it was a series of images. Below each image was a large amount of words that explained what they were. This is the Heavenly Martial Fist Manual, but it's incomplete. It only has the first 3 layers of the Heavenly Martial Fist Manual. In our Myriad Kingdoms domain, the highest we have is the 3rd layer. If we want to achieve greater things, we must go to a certain place. 3 great sovereign domains. Long Chen's eyes narrowed as he spat out these 4 words. Bai Lan smiled. Looks like you aren't stupid. This thing belongs to you. Whether or not you can go to the Imperial domain will depend on your fortune. I don't know how to go to the Imperial domain either. Long Chen didn't act pretentious. This was what he needed the most. After putting away the Heavenly Martial Fist Manual, Long Chen took out something else. He had wanted to take it out a long time ago because it was useless to him. That was the Divine Green Lotus. Seeing Long Chen's actions, Bai Lan already knew what he meant. With a conflicted expression he said, "Divine Azure Lotus, this thing is too precious. I only helped you a few times. I can't accept it." Long Chen smiled faintly. "I'm not being pretentious with you, but the Patriarch is being pretentious with me. I have the 3,000-star domain. To me, the Heavenly Martial Fist Manual is much more precious than this thing. It's about time for us to part. Take this Divine Azure Lotus as my repayment to the demon race. It's also a gift for Su Shui and Yen Er. You decide who to give it to." After saying that, Long Chen placed the Divine Azure Lotus in Bai Lan's hand. Bai Lan was a little embarrassed. When he gave the Heavenly Martial Fist Manual to Long Chen, he didn't expect Long Chen to take out such a precious thing. His status in the Myriad Kingdoms was incomparably high. He had always been the one giving favors to others, but there was never a day when others would give him favors. He wasn't used to this feeling. "Brat, you actually made an old man like me look bad," Bai Lan said with a smile. He looked at the Divine Azure Lotus in his hand and said, "For the time being, I'll give it to Xueqi. Yen Er is still young and doesn't know much. She has an easygoing personality. In comparison, Xueqi is the elder sister and has a greater sense of responsibility towards her family and the demon race. They won't have any objections." Long Chen thought about it and agreed. Soyan didn't care about the Divine Azure Lotus at all. After putting away the Divine Azure Lotus, Bai Lan said, "We'll leave tomorrow morning. You should study the Heavenly Martial Fist Manual first." Long Chen nodded. After Bai Lan left, he began to read the first 3 stages of the Heavenly Martial Fist Manual. The Heavenly Martial Fist Manual was completely different from the Earth Martial Fist Manual. The directions of the 2 were different. The Earth Martial Fist Manual was about controlling the power of the Earth, while the Sky Martial Realm was about controlling the power of the world. One's own power would always be insignificant. If one could control the power of the world around him and form a domain, he would be able to explode with even greater power. For cultivators who hadn't reached the Sky Martial Realm, the suppression caused by the domain was even more terrifying than Long Chen's devouring world of blood. However, the monstrous Long Chen couldn't be considered. It could be said that the first stage of the Sky Martial Realm, the domain, had limited pressure on him. After a night of comprehension, Long Chen had made a lot of progress. In the past 3 months, he had been pondering the Sky Martial Realm and the 3000 domain spear art. These two aspects were based on Long Chen's understanding of the Sky Martial Realm. Now that he had the Heavenly Martial Fist Manual, he was able to understand many things. All he needed to do was cultivate. Of course, Long Chen didn't have that much time. At daybreak, he had to go on the road of killing in the 5 Emperors' secret realm with Bai Lan and the others. At daybreak, Long Chen stood up with a whoosh. 5 Emperors' secret realm, 5 Emperors' treasure, I'm coming. At daybreak, it was time to set off. Bai Lan and Lei Ji were already prepared. Big brother, I'll follow you to the 5 Emperors' secret realm. At this time, Mo Xiaolang was also a little excited. No. Long Chen thought for a while and shook his head. Why? Mo Xiaolang was stunned. Our opponents are all experts. Wu Yan also wants my life. It's useless for you to go there. You might as well stay here and help protect the Thunder Clan and the Demon Clan. Long Chen said. Do we really have to do this? Mo Xiaolang asked. He had always listened to Long Chen's words. Actually, Long Chen was worried about the monster race. They were hiding in the dark and no one knew what they would do. By then, their target would definitely be the treasures in the 5 Emperors' secret realm. If Mo Xiaolang stayed here, he would be safer. If the monster race really wanted to attack, Long Chen and the others wouldn't be able to fight back. This was also Long Chen's plan. You stay here. I'll be back soon. By then, in the remaining 1 month, us brothers will find a way to enter the Emperor domain. I don't believe we can't enter the Emperor domain. Of course, the prerequisite to entering the Emperor domain was to obtain the 5 Emperors' treasure. Kitten had already said that this was Long Chen's trump card. Under Long Chen's insistence, Mo Xiaolang could only nod and agree. Long Chen's strength wasn't considered strong compared to them. Therefore, many things in the 5 Emperors' secret realm depended on luck. After Mo Xiaolang agreed, Long Chen said solemnly, I'll have to trouble you here. When I left with Bai Lan and the others, something happened here. They are all my good friends, so I don't want too many casualties. Big brother, don't worry. I'll take good care of this place. Mo Xiaolang smiled. When Long Chen insisted, it was hard for him to change his mind. This was his big brother's strength, otherwise, he wouldn't have come this far. This trip to the 5 Emperors' secret domain was the biggest test for Long Chen before he went to the sovereign domain. It could be said that he was ready to face death with equanimity. Fight to the death. After they left, the entire Demon Clan and Thunder Clan sent Long Chen and the others off. Mo Xiaolang didn't participate. He stood under a tree somewhere and looked in the direction that Long Chen left. Suddenly, Mo Xiaolang felt that someone was looking at him. Who is it? He turned around, but there was no one there. After saying goodbye to the others, Bai Lan and the others didn't delay. They took one of the 5 Emperors' keys and went to the eternal battlefield. This time, besides some core figures, no one else knew about the opening of the 5 Emperors' treasure. Previously, those people who sent them off didn't know that Bai Lan was going to the 5 Emperors' treasure. The treasures of the 5 Emperors were something that only the 9 clans could fight over. If Long Xueqi wasn't in the second Tian Qi layer, he wouldn't have the qualifications to fight over them. Even so, even if he got the key, he had no choice but to give up a spot and let the martial arts competition of the 9 clans decide it. Along the way, Long Chen didn't waste time. With Bai Lan and Lei Ji, it was the best time for him to cultivate in the Sky Martial Arts realm. The path of cultivation was incomparably difficult. If Long Chen didn't have the Martial God tablet, even if he had extraordinary comprehension, it would be difficult for him to improve so quickly. In less than a year, he had already reached the peak of the Earth Martial Arts realm from the 3rd level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. For others, this might be a matter of 10 or 20 years. Under the guidance of the two, Long Chen had a preliminary understanding. He had seen the power of Lei Ji and Bai Lan's domain, and he had also carefully felt the knack of it. In the process of understanding, Long Chen and the others gradually approached the eternal battlefield. It had been 5 months since Long Chen killed Wu Guangyu. At that moment, The Shen clan and the Feng clan were still searching for Long Chen's traces. Long Chen, be careful when you arrive at the eternal battlefield. Wu Lian hasn't been able to find any traces of you after so long. She has probably gone crazy. She already knew that you would go to the eternal battlefield, so be careful when you arrive, Bai Lan reminded. Don't worry. These 2 words reflected Long Chen's strong will. It wasn't that he didn't know what was good for him. He had already expected it. There were many difficulties, but Long Chen wouldn't give up. Okay. Seeing Long Chen like that, Bai Lan nodded with satisfaction. Soon, the ruins appeared in front of them. In front of the ruins, there were already a few people waiting. Long Chen glanced at them. As expected, the patriarch of the Divine Wind clan, Feng Qing and Wu Lian, had already arrived. Chapter 834. In addition to Long Xueqi, who was talking nonsense next to Wu Lian, there were a total of 10 people present. Even from a distance, Long Chen could feel Wu Lian's gaze. She was indeed a natural sword martialist and a person with an innate sword embryo. Wu Lian was usually quiet, but at this moment, she was like a sharp long sword. Her eyes were filled with sharp sword lights that pierced towards Long Chen. Today, she was wearing a snow-white robe with a white veil covering her face. Her hair was tied up in a bun. She looked extremely elegant like a sword fairy. As soon as Bai Lan and the others arrived, a murderous atmosphere arose. Feng Qing and Wu Lian didn't say anything. Instead, they silently walked towards Long Chen and the others to welcome them. To be honest, they had been waiting for this moment for a long time. On the side, the 4 people from the 5-Element Alliance looked at each other and smiled. Bai Lan and Wu Lian were the strongest too. For the 5-Element Alliance, letting them clash would only bring benefits. They were happy to reap the benefits of the third party. Be careful, Bai Lan said softly. From Wu Lian's ice-cold expression, he knew that there would be a battle today. Very quickly, the 2 of them stood 20 meters apart from each other. At this moment, a violent gust of wind surged, causing Wu Lian's long robe to flutter in the wind, faintly revealing her astonishingly long snow-white legs. At this age, to be able to maintain such an appearance and such an impressive figure, it was truly rare. Feng Qing, who was beside her, already had hatred written all over his face. Long Chen, you still dare to come today. Return Jilin and Guangyu's lives to us. Feng Qing's voice trembled slightly as he spoke. To Bai Lan, Feng Qing was just an old dog following Wu Lian. He didn't care about what Feng Qing said. Instead, he looked at Wu Lian and said, Lady Wu, you said that Long Chen killed Wu Guangyu. Do you have any proof? Indeed, just by seeing Mo Xiaolang by Long Chen's side, he could assume that Long Chen was his son's murderer. That Feng Jilin wasn't killed by Long Chen in the first place, so how could Long Chen know where that fellow ran off to? Thus he said, Demon Wolf was originally my, Long Chen's, brother. It was just that Wu Guangyu snatched him away. Now that I have the strength, I will naturally snatch him back. However, their life and death have nothing to do with me, Long Chen. This primordial cemetery is very strange. If a demon beast like that can appear in Tianyi Lake, who knows if there are any in other places? When it came to matters like this, he would try to act shamelessly if he could. However, Wu Lian wasn't swayed by Long Chen and Bai Lan's words. For a long time, she didn't say anything. Her eyes, which were like white lotuses, shot out cold sword lights. That resentful look made Long Chen's hair stand on end. His scalp went numb, and his heart trembled. He knew that Wu Lian didn't believe him at all. It would be fine if she spoke, but when she didn't speak, it made people feel even more terrified. It could be said that she already firmly believed that Long Chen killed her son. If that was the case, no matter how he explained, it would be useless. Since it was like that, being coy was already useless. When Bai Lan was still thinking of a way, Long Chen already stood up. There was a wave of oppressive power and might on Wu Lian's body, and at that moment, Long Chen could only circulate his true essence to resist. That's right. Wu Guangyu was killed by me. However, I, Long Chen, do not know where Feng Jilin went. Pausing for a moment, Long Chen coldly looked at the 2 of them, and said, His strength was inferior, so he deserved to die. I just came to the primordial cemetery and was almost killed by Wu Guangyu. In the end, my revenge is a normal thing. If he wants to blame something, he can only blame that his strength was inferior, Right now, the 5 Emperor's treasures are about to open. Do you two want to fight to the death? As a young man, he had directly faced the pressure of 2 Sky Realm experts. Even his eyes hadn't flickered once. After killing someone, he still dared to oppose Wu Lian. His courage was clear to see. Without a doubt, Long Chen was indeed the most heaven-defying of the younger generation in the Myriad Kingdom's domain. Even Wu Guangyu wasn't his match. In truth, Wu Lian had always been proud of her son. However, Long Chen had ruined everything for her. If it wasn't for the fact that the 5 Emperor's treasures were about to open and she didn't want to have a conflict with Bai Lan at this time, she definitely wouldn't have stood against Long Chen for so long without making a move. Long Chen was straightforward. Bai Lan was also very impressed. He was someone on the same level as Wu Lian and didn't want to pretend to be a coward. He directly said, "Since that's the case, I won't waste any more words. No matter what, as long as I, Bai Lan, am here, if you want to touch Long Chen, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Otherwise, I won't let you harm a single hair on Long Chen. Moreover, the 5 Emperor's treasures are about to open. You'd better think carefully and not let someone take advantage of you. You should know that the 5 Emperor's treasures are more important than anything else." Bai Lan's unyielding words caused Feng Qing to frown. He had been thinking about this problem all the time. If they were to make a move now, with Bai Lan being so unyielding and Lei Ji following him as the leader, if they wanted to kill Long Chen, they would have to go through Bai Lan first. At that time, it was very likely that both sides would suffer heavy losses without touching a single hair on Long Chen, and the 5 Elements Alliance would take advantage of it. "Sister Wu, since that's the case, then let's make our move in the 5 Emperor's secret realm. At that time, with the treasures in front of us, I don't believe that Bai Lan will be able to protect this kid all the time." Wu Lian didn't say anything. Everyone was waiting for her decision. However, at this time, she still didn't make a move. The more it was like this, the more uncertain everyone was about what she was going to do. Ding! With a crisp sound, a snow-white longsword appeared in Wu Lian's hand. This was the divine sword White Lotus that was born together with the divine sword Green Lotus. Most of the White Lotus fairy's inheritance was in this divine sword White Lotus. When the divine sword White Lotus appeared, Bai Lan and the others frowned. This woman. Bai Lan and Lei Ji looked at each other. They knew that Wu Lian might be serious this time. In order to kill Long Chen, she might not even care about the 5 Emperor's treasures. Long Chen turned his attention to her long sword. This snow-white long sword seemed to be sucked into Wu Lian's hand. When she held the long sword, it felt even more terrifying than when Wu Guangyu held it. This divine sword White Lotus looked like a part of her body. Even the sword emitted the aura of her true yuan. It was as if this divine sword had meridians. Her true yuan could flow with the power of the sword. This allowed her to use the power of the divine sword White Lotus to a greater extent. "Sister Wu, the 5 Emperor's treasures are more important," Feng Qing reminded her. This woman's cold aura made him feel uneasy. Bai Lan didn't have much to say when he saw Wu Lian make a move. After warning Long Chen to be careful, he walked forward alone. He looked at Wu Lian with a pale face and said, "Since that's the case, let's make our move. It'll be interesting to determine the victor here." He was born arrogant and the only person he was afraid of was Wu Lian. However, even Wu Lian could not erase his arrogant nature. To make a move or not to make a move. Everyone was looking at Wu Lian. If she chose to make a move now, it could only be said that Wu Lian was too impulsive. Under everyone's gaze, Wu Lian suddenly smiled. She chuckled softly and her voice seemed to come from the clouds far away. "Who said I was going to make a move?" She chuckled softly and kept the divine sword White Lotus. A woman's thoughts were really hard to guess. Everyone looked at each other. Long Chen was also speechless. This woman was really fickle. "In that case, let's go in and open the 5 Emperor's mystic realm," Bai Lan said. "No." Wu Lian interrupted him. She looked at Long Chen and said, "Today, those who have the right to fight for the treasures of the 5 Emperors are all in the heaven realm. This person's strength is not in the heaven realm. What right does he have to go in with us?" Obviously, she was targeting Long Chen. Long Chen was also arrogant. He suddenly smiled and said, "If you have a goal, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. Tell me, what do I, Long Chen, have to do to be qualified to enter the 5 Emperors' mystic realm? It's very simple. Fight a heaven realm cultivator to prove that you have the qualifications. Isn't that enough?" Or else, a mere young generation that hasn't even reached the heaven realm. What qualifications does he have to be together with us? Wu Lian coldly snorted and said, Long Chen, there's no need. Whoever has the key can go in. Bai Lan knew that Wu Lian was trying to provoke Long Chen. She wanted to at least give him some punishment so that even if he didn't die, he would be heavily injured. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to vent the hatred in his heart. Long Chen shook his head. He couldn't lose face. A man was a man. He couldn't let this bitch look down on him. So, Long Chen laughed and pointed at Feng Qing next to her. Who can test my strength? Feng Qing? At least, he's not qualified. What did you say? Feng Qing almost fainted from anger. From Long Chen's words, it was obvious that he looked down on him. He was a cultivator in the heaven realm, the ruler of the Tianfeng sacred dynasty. He was one of the strongest people in the myriad kingdoms. But a young man like Long Chen dared to call him an old man. I said, you're an old man. What, do you have something to say, old man? Long Chen asked curiously. You're looking for death. Feng Qing was furious. Not only did Long Chen call him an old man, he also called him an old man. Feng Qing was already angry because of Wu Guangyu and Feng Zhilin's deaths. Anyone would be angry when Long Chen insulted him like that. Fine. Since it's like this, let's see if you're qualified. Feng Qing, attack. Wu Lian took a step back and said resolutely. There was an irresistible dignity in her voice. Long Chen. Bai Lan still felt it was a bit inappropriate. If I don't make Wu Lian give up, she won't let this go. It's just Feng Qing. Don't worry, this old man isn't even enough for me to beat, said Long Chen arrogantly. There was a trace of provocation in his words. Chapter 835. The Feng clan has thousands of years of history and a deep foundation. You just have to be careful. If you're no match for them, I'll disregard everything to save you. Don't worry for Yan and Xueqi. I won't let anything happen to you. Bai Lan reminded. Long Chen remembered that. He took a few steps forward and told Bai Lan and the others to step back. Then he said to Feng Qing, come out, old man. Let me see how much strength you have left. Don't tell me you used all your strength on women. You're already so old, why don't you rest? Feng Qing hated it when people called him old. He looked old, but he was actually much younger than Bai Lan and Wu Lian. The difference between the first Tian Qi layer and the second Tian Qi layer was huge. You're courting death. Before, Feng Qing had wanted to take care of Long Chen in the treasury. He hadn't thought that the kid would humiliate him like that. He had to die. A strong wind started blowing around Feng Qing. He was from the Feng clan, so he had to be able to control the wind. The wind was whistling. At Long Chen and Feng Qing's signal, Wu Lian and Bai Lan retreated a certain distance. However, in order to prevent Wu Lian from suddenly attacking, Bai Lan kept an eye on Wu Lian. It was Long Chen's idea. Long Chen didn't say anything. In a short time, he displayed his strength and completed the dragon soul transformation. Of course, in the eyes of others, it was only a beast soul transformation. No one had ever seen such a heaven-defying beast spirit transformation. Under the dragon soul transformation, the blood-red dragon scales wrapped around Long Chen's body tightly, not leaving a trace of emptiness. A natural baleful aura erupted from Long Chen's body, a stark contrast to Feng Qing's sage-like demeanor. However, Long Chen's temperament was extremely cold. As for Feng Qing, he looked like an immortal, but at this moment, he was enraged by Long Chen. Feng Qing, you're already so old, but you're being infuriated by a kid. Don't be so embarrassing, okay? Said a cold voice behind Feng Qing. Wu Lian's words woke Feng Qing up. What a troublesome brat. Feng Qing was startled, but he quickly regained his composure. Agitated emotions were the devil. He was already so old, so he should be very clear about this. His anger gradually disappeared and was replaced by coldness. In front of Long Chen, Feng Qing's body gradually floated up. Long Chen seemed to see that Feng Qing seemed to have merged with the surrounding space. Is this the power of the heaven realm? The heaven martial arts realm was more suitable for fighting in the air. This was especially true for Feng Qing. The endless sky was the place where he soared. Long Chen, on the other hand, was much less familiar with aerial combat. Die! Feng Qing smiled coldly. His body instantly turned into a gust of wind and attacked Long Chen. The speed of the heaven martial arts realm was terrifying. Of course, it might be because Feng Qing's speed was slightly faster than the others. After all, he specialized in wind. His speed was even faster than Long Chen's full strength. Of course, this did not include the blood shield. Fulgurating shadows. This was the royal level skill that Feng Qing used at the beginning. Obviously, it was a special skill. Just like the name said, fulgurating shadows. Feng Qing's body moved extremely fast in front of Long Chen. Long Chen could not see his body clearly. Thousand-hand seal. With a whoosh, Feng Qing rushed behind Long Chen and unleashed a thousand-hand seal. He used 2 royal-level skills right away. It was obvious that Feng Qing was determined to beat Long Chen to death. He could not afford to waste any time. If he slowed down, many problems might arise. The power of the heaven martial arts realm really pressured Long Chen. A cold light flashed in Long Chen's eyes and he immediately moved. The 3,000 star field in Long Chen's hand shot out. Under Long Chen's control, the 3,000 star field shot out beams of starlight. There was a total of over 100 beams of starlight. Like a sword, they instantly collided with Feng Qing's thousand-hand imprint. Boom, boom, boom. The 3,000 star field was like a natural river of stars, flowing with bright light. The thousand-hand print was invisible and very powerful. In terms of pure qi, Long Chen was actually similar to Feng Qing. The only difference was that Long Chen was in the earth martial arts realm and Feng Qing was in the heaven martial arts realm. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. The biggest advantage of the heaven martial arts realm was the control of the surrounding space. It was the oppressive power of the domain. For low-level warriors, this was the domain of the heaven martial arts realm. The oppressive power could not be underestimated. What Long Chen used before was actually the 3,000 spear arts of the 3,000 realms. However, Long Chen had only comprehended a little bit of it, so he could only use a little bit of it. If he could completely use this high-level royal-level skill, Feng Qing would definitely lose. At that moment, the thousand-hand print and Long Chen's incomplete 3,000 realm spear arts were evenly matched. Is that all you've got? Feng Qing sneered. Domain. He had used his domain against Long Chen before. Long Chen had a good understanding of the domain of the first level of the heaven martial arts realm. He had come into contact with the domain of the extreme thunder countless times. Under the suppression of the domain, whether it was the operation of his pure qi or the movement of his body, it would be greatly affected. As expected, the domain of the heaven martial arts realm attacked while Long Chen and Feng Qing were fighting. Long Chen felt that his use of the skill had been greatly affected. His movement slowed down and Feng Qing's attack swept over. Soon, Long Chen would be drowned in it. You think you have a domain ? Long Chen also had a similar thing. It was the devouring world of blood. Under Long Chen's control, the devouring world of blood instantly expanded, completely enveloping Long Chen and Feng Qing. Feng Qing's quintessential origin was immediately suppressed, and the power he could display was greatly reduced. On one hand, the operation of his pure qi was slowed down. On the other hand, it directly suppressed his pure qi. In general, Long Chen's devouring world of blood was slightly superior to an expert of the heaven martial arts realm who was one level higher than him. Feng Qing's advantage instantly became his disadvantage. Your domain only has this much power? Feng Qing had already seen Long Chen's move, so he was prepared. A fierce wind surged. Yellow sand whistled. Reverse the current. Under Feng Qing's control, the power of his domain, which was originally pressuring Long Chen from all directions, suddenly became violent. Long Chen was like a small boat in a stormy sea. I have indeed underestimated the power of the heaven martial arts realm. It seems that when Lei Ji used his domain to suppress me, he did not use his full strength. Long Chen thought with a cold face. Naturally, Lei Ji treated Long Chen as one of his own. He used his domain to make Long Chen, who was suppressed, explode. Of course, he would not attack like Feng Qing did. The violent domain directly disrupted Long Chen's attack. It not only affected the operation of Long Chen's pure qi, but it also affected the movement of Long Chen's starlight. 3,000 hand seals. When the 1,000 hand seals suppressed Long Chen, Feng Qing used his killing move. He followed up with another attack. He used the same method, but this time, he used the strengthened version of the 1,000 hand seals. It was the 3,000 hand seals. The 1,000 hand seals was a low-level royal battle skill. The 3,000 hand seals seemed to be a medium-level royal battle skill. It was also Feng Qing's trump card. In fact, this was one of the Feng clan's most powerful combat skills. Feng Qing used the domain reversal to disrupt Long Chen. This was the best opportunity. Although Long Chen had said that Feng Jilin did not die by his hands, how could he believe it? The 3,000 hand seals were not as simple as 3 times stronger than the 1,000 hand seals. Behind Feng Qing, a series of illusory hand seals vibrated. Break! The 3,000 palm imprints blasted out. An attack that was at least 10 times stronger than the 1,000 palm imprints blasted out. For a moment, the space trembled. In Long Chen's vision, there were countless terrifying hand seals rushing towards him. The 1,000 hand seals had already locked Long Chen from all directions. Die! At the last moment, Feng Qing was excited. He was like a child who had obtained something he liked. The 1,000 hand seals were about to completely engulf Long Chen. Without saying anything, Bai Lan and Lei Ji rushed over. They could not let Long Chen die. However, while Bai Lan was staring at Wu Lian was also staring at him. Do you want to interfere? Wu Lian chuckled. Her robes fluttered as she stabbed out with her sword. In an instant, a crystalline white sword light appeared in front of Bai Lan, blocking his path. Bai Lan's expression changed. His movements were slowed by the white sword light. At this moment, Long Chen was already facing his opponent's attack. Under the suppression of his opponent's domain, he was like an arrow at the end of its flight. However, from Long Chen's eyes, Bai Lan did not see any signs of defeat. Hence, he was less worried. Moreover, Lei Ji was here to help. The 3,000 hand seals were indeed powerful. This 1,000 hand seal reminded Long Chen of his Emperor seal. Every time the 1,000 hand seal was used, it would be countered by his Emperor seal. Even this 3,000 hand seal was the same. Boom! He flipped his palm. 4 different colors of light shone brilliantly from his palm. Scarlet the Arch Inferno seal. Gold the Arch Heaven Engulfing seal. Azure the Arch Heaven Raising seal. Mystic the Arch Heaven Engulfing seal. The 4th layer of the Monarch seal was unleashed at this moment with a loud explosion. Red, gold, cyan and black Emperor seals suddenly appeared. Under Long Chen's control, they blended together and flew in the direction of the 3,000 hand seals. It was the first time that the 4 Emperor seals had fused together. Long Chen had a feeling that he could not control them. The power of the 4 Emperor seals had definitely surpassed the 3,000 hand seals. It had reached the peak of the medium royal level. An explosion. The power of the 4 Emperor seals collided with the 3,000 hand seals. It was the first time that Long Chen had experienced such a strong confrontation. Undeniably he, who had reached the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm, was already strong enough to fight against experts of the 1st level of the Sky Martial Realm. Chapter 836. No one had expected that Long Chen would be able to display such great strength even after being defeated. Boom! Long Chen was sent flying back amidst the huge explosion. The power of his 4 Emperor seals had forcefully resisted Feng Qing's 3,000 hand seals, allowing him to escape unscathed. In this confrontation, Feng Qing did not gain any advantage. It should be known that he had used all his trump cards. At that moment, Long Chen had returned to Bai Lan's side. Feng Qing had been forced back by Long Chen's 4 great Emperor seals. He had also returned to Wu Lian's side. This meant that the battle was already over. The result was that the 2 of them were evenly matched. To the others, it was a great shock. How can this young man improve so fast? He is only in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm and he can defeat a cultivator in the Sky Martial Realm. He is truly a heaven-defying monster. I now understand why Wu Guangyu was defeated and even died in his hands. The surrounding cultivators of the Sky Martial Realm started discussing in low voices. To Feng Qing, it was a great shock. He had tried his best to suppress Long Chen with his domain. He thought that after using the 3,000 hand seals, even if Long Chen didn't die, he would be severely injured. Who would have thought that the young man would be unharmed? Again! Feng Qing roared in embarrassment and anger as he charged forward again. Forget it! Shouted Wu Lian behind him. Feng Qing had no choice but to stop and respectfully stand behind her. At that moment, Wu Lian seemed to be thinking about something. She looked at Long Chen with her eyes that were like white lotuses. After a while, she turned around and said, This young man's fighting ability is comparable to that of a cultivator in the Tianqi realm. He is qualified to enter the 5 Emperors' mysterious realms. I Wu Yan have nothing to say. It seemed like it was a waste of time to let Feng Qing fight. If Long Chen could escape unscathed once, he could do it countless times. Therefore, Wu Yan didn't want to kill Long Chen. She just wanted to kill Long Chen as soon as possible. Since she couldn't kill him now, she would have plenty of chances to do so after entering the 5 Emperors' mysterious realms. Wu Yan didn't want to be entangled any longer. The people of the 5 Element Alliance, as well as the Long Xueqi, were all glaring at them. Going against Bai Lan here wouldn't end well. After saying that, Wu Yan walked towards the direction of Mi Cheng. The people of 5 Element Alliance looked at each other and snorted coldly. Then, they followed behind Wu Yan. The lone Long Xueqi walked to Long Chen's side and said with a smile, "This guy is really powerful. He even repelled Feng Qing. Look at his old face. Long Chen, let's go." Bai Lan didn't seem to like the talkative Long Chen, so she told Long Chen directly. Then she went to Mi Chang with Lei Ji, leaving the Long Xueqi with a cold glint in his mocking eyes. "The treasures of the 5 Emperors are mine. The Myriad Kingdom domain is also mine." The Long Xueqi sneered and followed the footsteps of the crowd. The 10 of them walked towards the center of Mi Cheng. Previously, the purple bloodwater dragon had said that the 5 Emperors' mysterious realms would open today. Each of the 5 Emperors' key would have 2 spots for 2 people to enter. Long Chen was relying on the Long Xueqi's spot. "Long Chen, you and your Uncle Lei will share a key later. I will share a key with the Long Xueqi, in case he plays any tricks," Bai Lan said in a low voice as they approached the center of Mi Cheng. "The Long Xueqi is not a good person," Long Chen said. To be honest, he had a good impression of the Long Xueqi. There is no such thing as a good person or a bad person. In front of the treasures of the 5 Emperors, you can only trust me and Lei Ji. "We have been brothers for more than 100 years, Bai Lan said solemnly. Long Chen nodded in understanding. That's right. Sometimes, he had to be on guard against the people around him. Otherwise, a tragedy would happen. Back then, the Bai clan in Baiyang town had given Long Chen a vivid lesson. If it wasn't for the Bai clan, he wouldn't have come here. As the crowd moved forward, Long Chen had already returned to the original place. In that empty space, Long Chen's line of sight first shifted to the place where the 5-colored altar had appeared. At this moment, that place was empty and there was no 5-colored altar. Perhaps it was not time yet. The others didn't know what was going on. They stood beside the 5-colored altar and looked around. That Lady Lilac Snow said that we can open the 5 Emperors' mysterious realms here today using the 5 Emperors' key. Where is the entrance to the 5 Emperors' mysterious realms? Bai Lan lowered his head and looked around. That's right. Where is it? Are we going to be tricked? Lei Ji wandered around and looked around. Long Chen, what do you think? After searching for a while, Bai Lan turned to Long Chen and asked, "What's wrong with Long Chen?" "Perhaps it's not time yet. It's not noon yet. We'll know in 2 hours." Long Chen smiled and said. He was thinking about the 5-colored key. What did the 5 Emperors' key have to do with the 5-colored key? What did the 5-colored key in his hand have to do with the treasures in the 5 Emperors' mysterious realms? Long Chen couldn't guess these questions. The 5 Emperors' key all had 1 color. But the 5-colored key had 5 colors concentrated on 1 key. Could it be that there was some kind of secret behind it? Could it be that I can open the 5 Emperors' mysterious realms with just 1 5-colored key? Long Chen quickly rejected this idea. Even so, there was no other way. Everyone was here. Who would let Long Chen enter alone? That makes sense. Bai Lan nodded. Then, like Long Chen, she patiently waited. Time passed quickly. While everyone was waiting, the atmosphere became more and more intense. 3 major factions and Long Xueqi. In front of the real 5 Emperors' treasure, they were like fire and water. It was said that the ultimate treasure left behind by the 5 God Martial Realm experts of the Myriad Kingdom's domain would be something like this. No matter what it was, as long as he obtained the treasures of the 5 Emperors, he would undoubtedly be able to establish the greatest power in the Myriad Kingdom's territory over time, unify the Myriad Kingdom's territory, and even create another God Martial Realm expert. Therefore, there was no one who wasn't envious. Soon, the time arrived. Everyone's gazes were focused on that empty space. At this moment, the 5-colored altar reappeared. There were a total of 5 colors on the 5-colored altar. Each color was in the shape of a fan. At this moment, the 5 colors were rotating, emitting a dreamy glow. "Let's go," Bai Lan said and approached the 5-colored altar. Soon, the 10 of them stopped beside the 5-colored altar. "What should we do?" someone asked. "Take out your keys," Wu Lian said. Wu Lian said as she took out a 5 Emperor's key from her spatial ring. Feng Qing quickly stood next to her as though he was worried that Wu Lian would leave him behind. The others did not fall behind either. They all took out their 5 Emperor keys. Bai Lan put the key in Lei Ji's hand and told him to be careful. Then she came to Long Xueqi's side and smiled. "Brother Long Xueqi, I've used the yellow Emperor key. It doesn't matter. Whether it's you or Long Chen, it's all the same," Long Xueqi said with a bright smile. The 5 Emperor's keys had all been taken out. "Next, we should be in the middle of the 5-colored area. Whatever key we have, we should step into that area." No one knew who said it. Everyone understood this point. It was a crucial moment. No one knew if there would be any mistakes. Therefore, it was less likely that they would play dirty, and no one dared to, unless they wanted to die. After hearing that, everyone looked at each other. Without saying a word, they immediately went up. Long Chen followed Lei Ji and stepped into the green area. Everyone took their positions almost at the same time. Long Chen felt that the Azure the Arch key in Lei Ji's hand emitted 2 rays of gentle light that enveloped him and Lei Ji. It was the same for the others. Many of them were bathed in the light of the 5 Emperor's key. Long Chen stepped on the 5-colored altar and rotated with it. Soon, the 5-colored light had completely enveloped them. The light from the 5-colored altar burst out and rotated faster and faster. In a short moment, it seemed like Long Chen and the others had been thrown into another world. Long Chen only felt a gust of wind whistling past his ears. His mind went blank for a short period of time. When he woke up, a desolate deathly aura had already surrounded him. In a short moment, Long Chen felt that he had left the dragon sacrificial continent and arrived in a new world. This was a small cosmos world, which was also the legendary 5 Emperor's secret realm. Before opening his eyes, Long Chen was sure that this was the 5 Emperor's secret realm. At this moment, 2 people flew to Long Chen's side. They were Bai Lan and Lei Ji. After arriving at the 5 Emperor's secret realm, they quickly leaned against Long Chen to prevent any accidents. "This is..." Bai Lan, Lei Ji, and even the others took a deep breath when they saw the scene around them. The deathly aura made Long Chen's hair stand on end. He opened his eyes and took a deep breath when he saw the scene in front of him. First it was the sky. The sky was completely gray and the grayish-black clouds were very low. It felt like they were right above their heads. A heavy aura filled the air between heaven and earth. There wasn't a single sound in the surroundings. Everything was terrifyingly quiet. Other than the sound of everyone's breathing, there was no other sound. Streaks of gray shadows were circling between heaven and earth. A whistling gray whirlwind swept past the surroundings, bringing with it an aura of white bones and rotten flesh. When this cold wind swept past, everyone felt their hair stand on end. At this moment, Long Chen and the others shifted their gaze from the gloomy sky to the land in front of them. Chapter 837. The ground before them was grayish-white, and it looked like an ocean. Long Chen and the others couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they looked closely. The reason for that was because the grayish-white ground before them was made up of nothing but bones. Countless white bones formed a cold sea of bones in front of everyone's eyes. This was a sea of bones. There were all kinds of bones. Many of them were rotten and would shatter with a light touch. Most of them were human bones, but there were also huge bones of demonic beasts. Such a huge sea of bones was like a sea of blood. It brought great shock to everyone. This is an endless sea of bones. How can there be so many bones? How many people died? Is this the 5 Emperor's secret territory? How did these people die? Who had the ability to kill them? Could it be the people who died in the medieval era? And so many demonic beasts. Looking at this scene, even the famous figures of the Myriad Kingdom's domain were filled with shock. So many corpses. If they had so many powerless people to kill, they wouldn't be able to kill so many. They might even die of exhaustion in the end. At this moment, they were standing on this sea of bones. If they used a little strength, the bones under their feet would shatter. Kacha kacha. It had been a long time since there had been anyone here. Under their slight movements, many of the skeletons were crushed and turned into ashes. Everyone hurriedly floated up and swept the ashes away. Standing on this sea of bones, they felt their scalp prickling. At this time, Long Chen, Bai Lan, and the others had gathered together. The atmosphere at this time was very subtle. It was very likely that the 5 emperors' treasures were right in front of them. So, everyone quickly made themselves forget about the sea of bones and focused on finding the treasures. This sea of bones was boundless. What should we do? Where should we go? Beside Bai Lan, Lei Ji asked softly. The same question was asked by one of the other powers. Look in that direction. At this moment, someone said. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed. A black shadow that stood between the heavens and the earth appeared in everyone's field of vision. Because it was quite far away, they couldn't see clearly what this black shadow that stood between the heavens and the earth was. Let's go. It was highly possible that the black shadow was at the center of the sea of bones. The treasures of the 5 emperors could only be found in such a place. After Bai Lan said this, everyone rushed towards the black shadow. As they were not sure if there were other dangers in the 5 emperors' mysterious grounds, they did not run too fast. The people from the 3 great forces were still gathered together and did not split up. If everyone used their speed, those in the second level of the heaven realm would very quickly throw off the others. The demon clan team separated from the others and still headed in the direction of the shadow to avoid other people's sneak attacks. From now on, you have to be careful. The 3 of them looked at each other and didn't say anything. The endless sea of bones continued to sweep past under his feet. From time to time, some huge skeletons would appear. Without a doubt, these belonged to the demon race. Many of these skeletons were even bigger than Mo Xiaolong's body. This meant that these were emperor-level demonic beasts. At that moment, everyone was staring at the black shadow between the sky and the earth. As they got closer, the black shadow became clearer and clearer. From afar, the black shadow looked like a black skeleton that connected the sky and the earth. When they got closer, they realized that it was a tower completely made of skeletons. However, the tower was not made of white skeletons. It was black. Standing in the center of the 5 emperors' mysterious grounds was a dark bone tower. This bone tower seems to be made of countless skeletons. However, there are other changes that make it a real tower. Long Chen looked at the dark bone tower carefully. Without a doubt, this was the center of the 5 emperors' mysterious grounds. It was highly possible that the treasures left behind by the 5 emperors were in this place. Until now, nothing related to the 5 emperors had appeared. The dark bone tower emitted a strange aura. Even Wu Lian and the others only dared to move forward at their current speed. They did not dare to rush forward recklessly. This was good. However, if there was one person in the team who was in a hurry to move forward, the others would definitely not fall behind. Suddenly, Long Chen felt a thick aura of earth-vein spiritual qi in the sea of bones. Not only in front, but also in front, left, right, front, back and back. It was just that there were not many of them. Just as Long Chen felt it, someone on the other side exclaimed, Earth Vein Spiritual Qi. It's Earth Vein Spiritual Qi. Quick, take it. The person who spoke was from the 5 Elements Alliance. They were walking in the middle and rushed forward. The 2 people from the Divine Wind sect were on the left, while Long Chen and the others were on the right. On their right, there were many auras of Earth Vein Spiritual Qi. While the 5 Elements Alliance was fighting, Long Chen and the others did not hesitate. The 3 of them rushed to the right. Long Chen went to the place closest to him. There was a piece of Earth Vein Spiritual Qi there. Moreover, there was no conflict with the people from the 5 Elements Alliance. After rushing over, Long Chen discovered that there was a yellow glowing object in the depths of the Sea of Bones. Very quickly, he directly grasped the Earth Vein Spiritual Yuan in his hand. This so-called Earth Vein Spiritual Yuan seemed to be condensed from a type of high-intensity Earth Vein Spiritual Yuan. Something that the 5 Elements Alliance and the other Heaven Realm experts wanted was definitely not simple. After obtaining the piece of Earth Vein Spiritual Qi, there were no other auras nearby. If he wanted to fight over the Earth Vein Spiritual Qi in the distance, he would definitely fight with the people from the 5 Elements Alliance. There was no need for that at the moment. Very quickly, Long Chen gathered with Bai Lan and Lei Ji. Bai Lan also obtained a piece of Earth Vein Spiritual Qi. Lei Ji, because of his good position, obtained too. What is this? Asked Long Chen. The spiritual aura stored in Earth Vein's spiritual origin is more than 10 times more than Imperial crystals. However, Earth Vein's spiritual origin is rather rare because it is very easy to absorb. What's more special is that there is a lot of Earth-attributed Earth Vein's spiritual origin. Hide the Earth Vein's spiritual origin well. When you reach the Heaven Realm, there will be benefits, Bai Lan said lightly. Oh right, Long Chen. At that moment, Lei Ji interrupted and said, you needed a wood-attributed treasure before. This Earth Vein spiritual qi is roughly equivalent to an Earth-attributed treasure. There are 4 in total. Do you have any use for them? Lei Ji's words were exactly what Long Chen was thinking at that moment. In the Great Virtual Realm, Kitten said lazily, if that's the case, try it. Gather all 5 attributes of the 5 Emperor Seals and you will be able to use the full power of the 5 Emperor Seals. That's not bad. At least before you use the 3000 Domain Spear Art, it will be a very powerful battle skill. Since the Encyclopedia Kitten said that, Long Chen didn't even think about it. He took the Earth Vein spiritual qi that Lei Ji and Bai Lan gave him and put it in the Great Virtual Realm. Now was not the right time to practice the Yellow Emperor Heaven Shaking Seal. The treasures of the 5 emperors were more important. He could only wait and see if he had time. When Long Chen and the others finished collecting the surrounding Earth Vein spiritual qi, the others also stopped. They probably also obtained quite a lot of Earth Vein spiritual qi. Compared to the treasures of the 5 emperors, the Earth Vein spiritual qi was just a small matter. No one would fight for such a small profit. Hence, they tried their best to fight for it. After everyone had collected the Earth Vein spiritual qi, they looked at each other and headed towards the Dark Bone Tower together. The Dark Bone Tower was getting closer and closer to them. Long Chen suddenly felt a dangerous aura. There must be something in front of the Dark Bone Tower that was stopping them from advancing. The 5 emperors would not let anyone enter the Dark Bone Tower casually. As they got closer, Long Chen counted carefully. He realized that there were a total of 7 levels in the Dark Bone Tower. Every level was huge. The last level directly pierced through the clouds. Only on the first level of the Dark Bone Tower, there seemed to be a pitch-black door. The door was eerie and it looked like a black whirlpool. It also looked like a pitch-black mouth. A cold deathly aura was released from the Dark Bone Tower. It was unbridled and even though Long Chen and the others had decent strength, they did not dare to approach it. In the fight for the treasures of the 5 emperors, the last hope was still those in the second level of the Heaven Martial Realm. Among them, Wu Lian seemed to be the strongest in everyone's eyes. Even the 5-element alliance avoided this woman who did not speak at all. It could be seen how much Ancestor Jean feared her. If she also comprehended the first level of the sword path, she would be able to burst out with 3 times the attack power. Within the same level, it was very likely that she would have few opponents. Very quickly, everyone was only about 100 meters away from the Dark Bone Tower. Long Chen carefully looked at the Dark Bone Tower. The Dark Bone Tower was completely formed by black bones. They were piled together and formed a powerful force. It was sharp and it gave people a feeling that it was incomparably firm. Long Chen also did not have the confidence that he could directly break through the tower from the outside and rush into the Dark Bone Tower. They could only go through the gate. Within 100 meters of the Dark Bone Tower, there were no bones. It was a spacious area. At that moment, Long Chen and the others stopped in this spacious area and slowly descended. When they just landed on the ground, an austere aura quickly filled the surroundings. At that moment, Long Chen and the others looked at the pitch-black gate. Only then did they see a row of skeletons standing in front of the gate. The skeletons were standing neatly. The skeletons were black and they were wearing complete black armor. However, the armor was very old and it seemed to have countless years of history. Although countless years had passed, the black armor was still incomparably firm. When Long Chen and the others arrived, the black armor on the skeletons suddenly lit up with a bright light. Under the helmet, the empty black eye sockets lit up with a dark green flame. Chapter 838. Bone Demons. Bai Lan protected Long Chen and the others as they took a step back. The Bone Demon's battle prowess, in terms of strength and speed, can reach the level of the Heaven Realm. Long Chen, Lei Ji, you two must be as careful as possible. Do not let the Bone Demon surround you, and at the same time, prevent others from attacking. First level of the Heaven Realm. Long Chen was shocked. He could indeed sense that the 2 rows of black-armored skeletons had a majestic, gloomy power. Their strength had indeed reached a very powerful level. At the very least, Long Chen knew that if there were more than 2 of them attacking him at once, he would definitely pose a threat to them. There are more than 20 bone demons. Let's stay together. Don't be anxious. At the same time, we can guard against sneak attacks. At this moment, a sneak attack could be discovered at any time. After all, their greatest opponents were the people around them. As long as they killed the people around them, their chances of obtaining the treasure would be very high. So, even if they hadn't entered the Dark Bone Tower, they had to be very careful. Long Chen, Bai Lan, and the others retreated to the right, distancing themselves from the others. Long Chen looked at the gate of the Dark Bone Tower. It was a black abyss. The gate couldn't be seen, so no one knew what it would be like after entering. In a while, we'll fight while approaching the gate of the Dark Bone Tower. Even if we can't be the first to try, we can't let others take the lead. There are 7 floors in the Dark Bone Tower. It's very likely that the treasure will be on the last floor. So we don't need to show off for now. Coming here, Long Chen and the others all had the same status. There was no difference between seniors and juniors. Bai Lan was the strongest among the 3, so they agreed with what Long Chen said. It wasn't the last moment yet. There was no need to take risks now. At this moment, the eyes of the bone demons lit up with dark green flames. The power that had been sleeping for countless years began to awaken in their bodies. There were more than 20 bone demons in total. In terms of strength, they had reached the first level of the Heaven Realm. If such experts were placed in the Myriad Kingdom's domain, they would definitely be a terrifying force. Only by gathering the peak experts of the Myriad Kingdom's domain would they have the strength to defeat them. The awakened bone devils began to move their bodies. Some of their bones hadn't moved for countless years, so the slightest movement caused cracking sounds to ring out. There was also the clanking of their black battle armors. These sounds caused one's scalp to go numb. Long Chen's scalp went numb when he was stared at by those green eyes. More than 20 bone demons separated and looked at Long Chen's 3 directions. Among them, Long Xueqi was standing close to the 5 Elements Union's people, so he was directly classified as one of them. In an instant, the 20-odd bone demons split up and charged in 3 different directions. Among them, there were about 5 bone demons that went to Feng Qing and Wu Lian's side, 6 went to Long Chen's side, and more than 10 went to the 5-Element Alliance. On the 5-Element Alliance's side, including Long Xueqi, there were 2 cultivators in the 2nd level of the Heaven Martial Realm. Long Chen didn't have the mind to care about the others. At that moment, there were 6 bone demons rushing over. After the initial discomfort, the bone demons immediately entered the battle mode. Their bodies were as light as swallows, and their speed was extraordinary. They didn't have flesh and blood on their bodies. It was purely supported by a strange power. It was very terrifying. Under the black heavy armor, among the black bones, there was a green flame. The flame burned brightly on their bodies, emitting a coldness similar to the 9 Serenities' demonic ancestral fire. The 6 bone demons whistled as they rushed over. They were so fast that they couldn't be seen by the naked eye. I'll stop 4 of them first. You take care of your opponents and come help me immediately. Bai Lan instantly made a decision. The most he could take on in a short period of time was 4 bone demons. That was why he said that. If 2 bone demons came at him together, it would be very difficult for Long Chen and Lei Ji to hold on. After all, the speed and strength of the bone demons were already at the first level of the Heaven Martial Realm. Long Chen and Lei Ji immediately nodded in response to Bai Lan's order. It wasn't the time to show off. It was the time to choose the best way to fight. Domain. Bai Lan immediately used the strength of the 2nd level of the Heaven Martial Realm. Immediately, a strong domain power appeared around Long Chen. Long Chen and Lei Ji weren't affected, but when the 6 bone demons rushed in, they immediately encountered a strong resistance. That directly caused their speed to drop by half. Attack! Bai Lan coldly snorted after using the domain. At that moment, the 6 bone demons let out gloomy growls. They held the broken long blades and long spears in their hands and rushed towards Long Chen and the others. They used a pure strange power that was imbued into the long blades. Immediately, a frightening dark green blade light could be seen. At this critical moment, Long Chen didn't say anything and directly transformed into his dragon soul transformation. The power of his quintessential qi instantly increased by 10 times. Boundless blood-red quintessential qi surged in his body. At this time, Bai Lan had already successfully intercepted 4 bone devils. Only 2 bone devils were spared. These two bone devils didn't say anything and immediately charged towards Long Chen and Lei Ji. The one fighting Long Chen was a bone demon holding a long spear. Under its control, a dark green light on the tip of the long spear pierced towards them. It whistled over. In the eye sockets under the helmet, dark green flames were burning. This corpse had been dead for countless years. There was no expression in its eyes. Whoosh! The starlight of the 3,000-star domain rapidly converged in front of Long Chen and instantly turned into a long spear. Long Chen frantically ran a few steps and thrust the starlight spear in his hand rapidly. Suddenly, countless starlight converged and clashed with the bone demon's spear. Ding! There was an ear-piercing sound as the 3,000-star domain spear and the bone demon's spear collided. Long Chen used the spear Dao of the 3,000 domain spear art for this move. Long Chen's incomplete version of the 3,000 domain spear art already had many aspects. The only thing it didn't have was the power of a domain. If the 3,000 domain spear art had the power of a domain, it would be able to erupt with power that was several times stronger, or even dozens of times stronger. The 3,000 star domain was a high-level emperor-grade weapon. In terms of material quality, it was many times stronger than the bone demon's spear. In a clash of equal strength, Long Chen's 3,000-star domain instantly shattered the bone demon's spear. Ding! An ear-piercing sound was heard once again. The black bone spear was instantly shattered into tiny fragments that splattered in all directions. Die! Long Chen's 3,000-star domain continued forward and pierced the bone demon's body. However, he soon discovered that his spear had pierced through the armor and hadn't hit the bone demon. This thing only has bones. The 3,000-star domain is useless against it. Long Chen suddenly realized that the 3,000-star domain was useless against it. Not only was the 3,000-star domain useless, but Long Chen's devouring blood boundary was also useless against it, as it didn't have any blood. However, Long Chen had already prepared a follow-up move. After the 3,000-star domain pierced through the air, his other hand, which was his right hand, had already fused with the 3 emperor seals and directly imprinted itself on the bone demon's chest. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. Under the suppression of Long Chen's 3,000-star domain and the final attack of the 3 emperor seals, the bone demon's body immediately collapsed. The dark green energy instantly disappeared into the air, which meant that the bone demon was completely dead. On the other side, Lei Ji had also almost finished his opponent. Bai Lan was facing the 4 bone demons alone, but he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. He was even suppressing them. Of course, it would still take some time to kill the 4 bone demons. Uncle Bai, another one. With Long Chen taking one of the bone demons, the pressure on Bai Lan was greatly reduced. With his strength of the 2nd level of the Heaven Martial Realm, he could definitely deal with the 3 bone demons. Although the bone demon was very powerful and fast, it had already lost its chance. Long Chen could use the same method to kill the other bone demon. Lei Ji had already finished off his opponent. After finishing off his opponent, Long Chen saw that Bai Lan had the strength to defeat the 3 bone demons in a short period of time, so he didn't pay attention to the situation on this side. He looked to the other side. On the side of the 5 Elements Alliance, there were 12 bone demons in total. Among them, the first level of the Heaven Martial Realm of the 5 Elements Alliance could only deal with 1 bone demon at the same time. The strength of the first level of the Heaven Martial Realm of the 5 Elements Alliance wasn't too far apart. Because of that, the pressure on Ancestor Jean and Long Xueqi increased a lot. So, after Long Chen finished off his opponent, they were still busy fighting. The performance of the 5 Elements Alliance was clearly inferior to that of Long Chen and the others. But the situation on the other side surprised Long Chen. There were 5 bone demons in total, and Feng Qing was fighting one by himself. The bone demons only had strength, but they were lacking in other aspects. So they weren't a match for Feng Qing. Wu Lian, on the other hand, was fighting 4 bone demons with the Divine Sword White Lotus. Under the Divine Sword White Lotus, the bone demons weren't even a match for one of her attacks. For bone demons couldn't even withstand 2 attacks from Wu Lian, and all of them were beheaded. After the bone demons were beheaded, the dark green flames on their bodies were drawn out. The dark green flames quickly disappeared into the heaven and earth, proving that they were completely dead. Wu Lian was even faster than Long Chen and the others. After Bai Lan finished off his opponent, Wu Lian didn't say anything and directly rushed to the dark door of the Dark Bone Tower. Feng Qing, who was behind her, was also like a little follower. He immediately chased after her. In front of Wu Lian was the black vortex. Long Chen, Bai Lan and the others looked at each other and quickly followed. No one knew what the black vortex was. But Wu Lian was very determined. Without saying anything, she slashed a snow-white swordlight towards the black vortex. Chapter 839. The black mist above the gate rolled and directly swallowed Wu Lian's sword light. There was not even the slightest ripple. This is the 5 Emperors' mystic realm. There are already bone devils guarding it. In this aspect, the 5 Emperors shouldn't have set up any dangers. Long Chen estimated that as long as he directly rushed in, he might be able to enter the tower. Just as this thought appeared in Long Chen's mind, Wu Lian, who was standing in front of the whirlpool, had already rushed in. Her snow-white body was drowned in the black whirlpool. Wu Lian, it's dangerous. Feng Qing cried out in alarm. By the time he finished speaking, Wu Lian had already gone in. He clenched his teeth. If he didn't go in now, the people of the Devil Race and the 5-Element Union wouldn't mind taking his life. Therefore, he didn't say anything and followed her in. This woman sure has guts. Bai Lan sneered. With a slight wave of her hand, the 3 of them went through the mist. The gloomy black mist was actually like soft white clouds. It was gentle and comfortable. It swallowed Long Chen into a warm environment. Suddenly, the surroundings were cold. Long Chen opened his eyes. The first thing he did was to quickly stick together with Bai Lan and the other 2 to prevent others from attacking. However, Wu Lian clearly didn't attack at this moment. After confirming that there was no danger, Long Chen looked around. It was a vast and empty space. This should be the first level of the Dark Bone Tower. The first level was very spacious. On the walls of the tower, there were dark green lights. The lights on the opposite side seemed to come from the distant sky. Hundreds of dark green lights surrounded Long Chen. These dark green lights weren't enough to light up the entire place. However, with Long Chen and the others' vision, they could see that the inside of the tower was very empty. There was nothing. Wu Lian and Feng Qing were standing about 10 meters away from Long Chen. They had just come in and had just reacted. There's something there, Bai Lan said. After hearing this, the 3 of them didn't say anything else and headed towards the place Bai Lan had indicated. The place where the thing had appeared should be the center of the first floor of the Dark Bone Pagoda. During the journey, Long Chen had already seen what Bai Lan knew. There was an object that was exactly the same as the 5-colored altar outside. There was a total of 5 colors on it, and it was currently revolving around the center of the 5-colored altar, emitting a dazzling brilliance. It was this dazzling brilliance that allowed Bai Lan to clearly see this place. The 5-colored altar here looked more real than the illusory 5-colored altar outside. It was more solid, and it looked real. While Long Chen and the others were busy, Wu Lian and Feng Qing didn't stay idle either. The 2 forces had a total of 5 people, and they quickly arrived at the side of the pentacolored altar. However, none of them made any moves. The 5-colored sacrificial altar spun, but no one could tell what was going on. Quick look. It was unknown who said it. Long Chen looked carefully and discovered that the 5-colored light in the sky above the 5-colored altar had actually left the 5-colored altar and floated in the air, condensing into a few multicolored characters. That's right. After coming to the 5 Emperors' mystic realm and the Dark Bone Tower, this was the first time they saw something related to the 5 Emperors. 5 out of 10 will advance. It means that out of 10 people, only 5 can enter. The 5 of them quickly thought of this. The 5-colored altar had a total of 5 areas. Did this mean that only one person could enter each area? As long as they stepped into the 5-colored altar, they would be able to enter the next level? As for the people from the 5 Elements Union and Long Xueqi, they were disqualified because they had spent a little more time dealing with the Bone Devil. After seeing the 4 small words clearly, the 5 of them did not say anything. They immediately stepped into the area closest to them. Based on their understanding, they would be able to enter the next level after stepping into that area. There were a total of 5 people and 5 areas. It was just right. Long Chen was protected by Bai Lan and Lei Ji. He was constantly on guard against Wu Lian and Feng Qing's sneak attack on Long Chen. At this moment, the 5 of them were very close to each other. They stepped into the 5-colored altar almost at the same time. They thought that they would be able to occupy one of the colors and enter the second level of the Dark Bone Tower. However, at this moment, The five-colored altar emitted a strong repulsive force that sent Long Chen and the others flying. However, this force must have come from the five emperors. Hence, it was gentle and did not hurt Long Chen and the others. What's going on? The five of them looked at each other. Didn't they say that 5 out of 10 would advance? Why did nothing happen when the 5 of them went up? Could it be that we'll have to wait for everyone to come in and kill each other until there are only 5 people left before we can enter? At this moment, Long Chen's mind spun as he spoke. That's possible. Bai Lan frowned. If that was the case, without a doubt, it would be very cruel. Only 5 people could survive. There were already 3 people on Long Chen's side. Among the 10 people, there were 4 experts of the second level of the Heaven Realm. If Long Chen wanted to have a good ending and he, Bai Lan, and Lei Ji could all survive, then one of the cultivators of the second level of the Heaven Realm had to die. Of course, to die in the second level of the Heaven Realm was more difficult than reaching the sky. Among them, the Five Elements Alliance was the strongest and Wu Lian was the strongest. If that was the case, Bai Lan would have a problem protecting himself, let alone protecting Long Chen. This is troublesome. The 3 of them looked at each other, then quickly moved away from Wu Lian and the others. If it was going to be a fight, without a doubt, Long Chen would definitely become Wu Lian and Feng Qing's target. When enemies met, their eyes blazed with hatred. That was the best chance to kill Long Chen. When the 2 sides separated, the people of the Five Elements Alliance and Long Xueqi came in. They were lagging behind, so they were very anxious. But when they saw that Long Chen and the others were still there, they breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't even look around and immediately went to the 5-colored altar. At that moment, Long Xueqi didn't dare to stand with the people of the Five Elements Alliance. Perhaps they already had a conflict just now. Long Xueqi wasn't a member of the 9 clans. He was alone, so he was ostracized. That was also why the 9 clans had forced him to give up the Yellow Emperor's key. When Long Xueqi obtained the Yellow Emperor's key, he was originally besieged by the 9 clans. At that time, he was quick-witted and thought of this method. That was why the 9 clans were willing to let him go. After all, in the Myriad Kingdoms, the 9 clans were extremely powerful. A wandering warrior, even if he had a powerful force, would have a hard time without a background. 5 out of 10 will advance. At that moment, everyone saw these 4 words. Out of 10 people, only 5 can enter. Very quickly, they reacted. This was undoubtedly a very bloody and cruel method. They could trust their own people, but they absolutely couldn't trust people from other forces. For a moment, the people of the Five Elements Alliance and Long Xueqi also separated from the others. For a moment, everyone looked at each other, but no one made the first move. This place suddenly became quiet. Even the sound of everyone's breathing could be heard clearly. After a long period of silence, there would always be people who couldn't bear it anymore. Feng Qing had been staring at Long Chen the entire time. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Long Chen. Everyone could see that. Seeing that the Wind God's people wanted to kill the Thunder Demon's people, the people of the Five Elements Alliance and Long Xueqi very cleverly chose to remain silent. At that moment, Feng Qing made his own decision and said to Long Xueqi, Long Xueqi, don't you want the Feng clan's shape-shifting technique? It's very simple. If you join us and help us kill Long Chen, the shape-shifting technique will be yours. On the side, Wu Lian's expression didn't change. She didn't say anything, but her eyes were staring at Long Xueqi, waiting to see what he would do. If Long Xueqi joined them, Wu Lian would hold Bai Lan back, and Feng Qing would deal with Lei Ji. With Long Xueqi's strength of the second Tian Qi layer, killing Long Chen should be very easy. It'd be best if we can capture that brat, added Feng Qing. At that moment, everyone was waiting for Long Xueqi's decision. The people of the Five Elements Alliance didn't care about it, so they naturally didn't care about it. They might as well let them all die in battle. That way, the people of the Five Elements Alliance wouldn't need to fight and could directly enter the next level. Just like that, the situation had become delicate. Long Xueqi didn't say anything. He had a smile on his face, but deep in his eyes, it could be seen that he was hesitating. Long Xueqi, you're alone. It'd be best if you don't get involved in this mess. Otherwise, you might lose your life, said Bai Lan. He was also afraid that Long Xueqi would attack Long Chen. His words also directly touched the heart of the Long Xueqi. He was alone, so what he didn't want the most was to take the initiative to attack. Once Long Chen and the Thunder Demon's people were killed, he would definitely be next. Brother Feng, the shape-shifting technique is only an imperial agility skill. That brat Long Chen is very strong. I'm not confident that I can kill him. You should find someone else, said Long Xueqi decisively. It was better to put that matter aside as soon as possible. Tell us. We can satisfy your conditions, said Feng Qing. He didn't give up. The long-bearded man laughed. Well, if the Wu girl takes off her veil and lets me have a look, then maybe I can. Not only is she the strongest in the world, but she's also rumored to be the prettiest woman in the Myriad Kingdom's domain. I'm very curious to see just how beautiful she is. When it came to beauty, it was actually very difficult to determine who was more beautiful. Chapter 840. Wu Lian, except for her face, was undoubtedly a perfect woman in all aspects. Compared to Ling Shi, she, who already had a child, was filled with the charm of a mature woman. Each and every one of her movements was filled with boundless charm. Although she looked very cold, this coldness was more like a flame, and men were like moths flying towards her without a care for their lives. Of course, her child had already died in the hands of Long Chen. After the Long Xueqi finished speaking, the others waited for Wu Lian's reaction. Presumptuous. Feng Qing raised his eyebrows and scolded angrily. In the Myriad Kingdom's domain, Wu Lian's title was White Lotus Fairy. She was a saintess. Even if she had a son, she would still be a saintess. Wu Guangyu's father was a mystery. However, there were rumors that Wu Guangyu's husband was just a lucky but unfortunate man. Rumor had it that he was a famous handsome man in the Myriad Kingdom's domain. He was not strong, but he knew how to recite poetry and was extremely flirtatious. The reason why he was said to be lucky was that he became Wu Lian's man. Unfortunately, after Wu Lian got pregnant, she killed him. Her goal was to nurture an exceptional descendant to inherit her mantle. Who knew that Wu Guangyu would be killed by Long Chen? Under Wu Lian's calm and cold appearance, there was a volcanic power. At this moment, hearing the Long Xueqi's words, she waved the divine white lotus sword in her hand without saying a word. A snow-white sword light directly attacked the Long Xueqi. Next time you hear such words, die. That ice-cold voice filled everyone's ears. The Long Xueqi dodged the snow-white sword light very awkwardly. However, at the same time he also got rid of his crisis. In this way, Feng Qing would definitely not ask him to help again. From this, it could be seen how arrogant Wu Lian was. From the beginning to the end, she had never taken off her veil. Long Chen and the other two looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. At present, the crisis caused by Feng Qing had been resolved. This situation caused everyone to not dare to make the first move. At this moment, Ancestor Jean of the Five Elements Alliance suddenly said, Lady Wu, our Five Elements Alliance will cooperate with you to get rid of the others. How about it? There were 4 people from the Five Elements Alliance. Including them, there were 6 people in total. Ancestor Jean took the initiative to cooperate with Wu Lian. For Long Chen and the others, it was undoubtedly a great crisis. Many dangers could not be avoided. So when the Five Elements Alliance and Wu Lian were about to cooperate, Long Chen and the others were still very calm. The long-bearded man wasn't calm. Wasn't it obvious that the other side wanted to exclude him? If they dealt with Bai Lan, then once Bai Lan and the others died, it would be his turn. Previously, Long Xueqi refused Wu Lian's request. Now, Wu Lian certainly wouldn't allow him to join their alliance. The Long Xueqi refused Wu Lian's request. Now he wouldn't let. Long Xueqi didn't say anything and made up his mind. He stood on Bai Lan's side and coldly said, If you guys want to join hands to bully others, then I, Long Xueqi, won't stand by and watch. If you want to fight to the death, then I will stand with Brother Bai Lan. Of course, the Long Xueqi made up his mind. He stood on Bai Lan's side and coldly said, You want to join hands to bully others? I can't stand by and watch. If you want to fight to the death, I will stand with Brother Bai Lan. Of course, with the Long Xueqi joining hands, Bai Lan's side, which originally seemed to be doomed to lose, had the strength to resist. At least, the true victory or defeat would be decided between the experts of the second level of the Heaven Realm. Of course, this kind of temporary alliance was actually very fragile. Once they got what they wanted, they would definitely turn their backs on each other. If 2 experts of the first level of the Heaven Realm join hands to attack you, do you have the confidence to resist? Bai Lan asked in a deep voice. Lei Ji frowned and answered first, I'm not sure, but at least I can resist. If I die, I will certainly drag one of them down with me. Long Chen pondered for a while and nodded. He had many things to rely on. He could definitely keep himself alive. If he really could not resist, he could use the first layer of blood sacrifice. He could even reverse the situation and kill his opponents. Of course, blood sacrifice, such an abnormal skill, could not be casually used. Especially when Long Chen was currently at the crucial moment of breaking into the heaven realm. If he used blood sacrifice, after his level dropped, it would be a bit difficult for him to return to his original level and perfectly recover. He would also miss some opportunities for himself to break into the heaven realm. The Five Elements Alliance's sudden decision made the situation extremely dangerous. There were two groups of people who were looking at each other. Bai Lan, leave it to me. Wu Lian's words ignited the situation of the two sides. Since it's like this, I will fight against the famous Long Xueqi. Ancestor Jin grinned. His face was full of fear. He looked very scary. Only one cultivator of the first level of the heaven realm was left. Wu Lian glanced at Long Chen and said, Fengqing, Lei Ji is your old rival. You're responsible for restraining him. As for the three of you from the Five Elements Alliance, I beg you to join hands and capture Long Chen alive. I will kill him myself. What do you think? How could they not agree to the request of the dignified divine race's patriarch? From Wu Lian's cold words, it could be seen how much this aloof woman hated Long Chen. If the patriarch of the God clan invites us, we will go through water and tread on fire. We will not refuse, said one of the patriarchs of the Fire clan. In a short time, they had already decided their opponents. 3 people besieged Long Chen. With their strength, they could indeed capture Long Chen alive. Long Chen, you. Bai Lan was surprised. He knew that the situation was very unfavorable for Long Chen. Don't worry, I have my own direction. They can't kill me, nor can they capture me alive. If they arrange the battle like this, it will only be a stalemate. Just watch, Long Chen said in a low voice, his eyes calm. Bai Lan and Lei Ji were speechless. Even though they felt that Long Chen was doing very well, if he was besieged by 3 cultivators of the first level of the heaven realm, he could really survive. Wu Lian didn't give them any time. After they had arranged their opponents, the 6 of them split into 4 groups. They looked for their opponents and attacked. Wu Lian was very smart. Her first attack was aimed at Long Chen. Long Chen couldn't block her sword light, so Bai Lan had to stand in front of him. At that moment, Fengqing of the Wind Clan had already separated Lei Ji and Long Chen. Long Xueqi wasn't close to Bai Lan. Ancestor Jin was standing in front of him. The 2 of them didn't attack, but Ancestor Jin could easily restrain Long Xueqi. The 3 patriarchs of the Five Elements Alliance took the opportunity to attack Long Chen. The patriarchs of the Fire Clan, Water Clan, and Wood Clan were wearing red, blue, and green robes respectively. They looked very old, so it was easy to recognize them. They had 3 different types of qi on their bodies. Long Chen had always been in his dragon soul transformation state, which was also his strongest state. The 3 patriarchs surrounded Long Chen from 3 directions. Everyone. Domain. When the 3 domains of the first level of the Sky Martial Realm were superimposed, their power was comparable to that of the second level of the Sky Martial Realm. If Long Chen was suppressed, he would be easily captured. You want to trap me? Dream on. Long Chen sneered and used the blood escape. He had only used 1/20th of his true essence to instantly break through their encirclement and arrive on the other side of the first floor of the Dark Bone Pagoda. In addition to his original speed, he had disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. You guys can slowly catch up to me. Whoever can catch up to me will be rewarded. I'll give each of you a slap. Long Chen's laughter echoed in front of him. Brat. The 3 patriarchs angrily shouted and chased after him. In this dark environment, there were 3 tracks. The surging true essence caused their long robes to flutter. Seeing that Long Chen was not surrounded, Bai Lan, Lei Ji and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Wu Lian also put her hope on the 3 patriarchs. Whether they could achieve their goal or not depended on them. Among the 4 people of the second level of the Sky Martial Realm, only Bai Lan and Wu Lian had obtained the inheritance of the 7 lords. Even if Wu Lian could defeat Bai Lan, it would take a long time. To put it bluntly, if Wu Lian was first, Bai Lan would be second. The demonic god emperor was the strongest among the 7 lords. On the other side, Lei Ji would not lose to Fengqing no matter what. They had fought countless times and knew each other's strength. Both of them were very cautious when they started fighting. Ancestor Jean and Long Xueqi did not make a move at all. At that moment, if one of them made a move, the other would not just watch and do nothing. You'd better not move. Otherwise, you'll be buried here today. Ancestor Jean raised his eyebrows and arrogantly said, Haha, I know you're counting on the 3 patriarchs to catch Long Chen, but I reckon that they won't even be able to catch a strand of his hair. Long Xueqi chuckled. A coward who only knows how to run away is not a hero. Ancestor Jean looked at Long Chen in disdain. However, Long Chen did not only know how to run away. After using the blood escape to widen the gap between them, Long Chen unleashed his full speed. With the help of the 7 glorious star body, he was even faster than the other 3. The first level of the Dark Bone Pagoda was so wide that the other party could not catch him in a short time. Long Chen played a game of cat and mouse with them. I have to separate them, Long Chen thought. Let me try. In the Great Void Realm, Kitten was very excited. His little cat head came out of the Great Void Realm. At that moment, the one closest to Long Chen was the patriarch of the Water Tribe. The Dream Demon's illusion was used on him. At that moment, he saw Long Chen suddenly change direction and rush to the other side. This way, quickly chase. The Water Tribe's patriarch quickly changed direction, but the other 2 patriarchs were still chasing after Long Chen. The actions of the Water Tribe's patriarch made them very puzzled. You're next. Kitten chuckled and successfully made the other patriarch change direction, separating them. Kitten, good job. A cold light flashed in Long Chen's eyes as he suddenly changed direction. Chapter 841. The 3 people from the 5 Elements Alliance were all experts of the first level of the Heaven Realm. Their speed was incomparably quick. The illusion of the kitten nightmare only happened in an instant, but the direction they were heading towards had already changed greatly. Long Chen was very good at seizing the opportunity. When the 3 patriarchs changed their direction, he turned around and rushed towards one of the patriarchs. It was the patriarch of the Hua clan. Before he could figure out why his 2 companions had changed directions, Long Chen had already rushed towards him. The 2 of them weren't far from each other, so this sudden change caused the 2 of them to bump into each other. Long Chen was prepared. He turned around and the patriarch of the Hua clan needed some time to react. When he turned around, the 4 great sovereign seals had already condensed on Long Chen's palm. He attacked with his palm. Instantly, the 4 great sovereign seals intertwined with each other. In an instant, a great power rushed towards the patriarch of the Hua clan. The 4 different colored great sovereign seals intertwined and exploded, creating a great impact. Mystic the arch covering heaven seal. Gold the arch covering heaven seal. Scarlet the arch burning heaven seal. Azure the arch raising heaven seal. The 4 great sovereign seals were unleashed at the same time. Long Chen was very good at seizing the opportunity. The patriarch of the Hua clan threw a punch in panic, colliding with Long Chen's 4 great sovereign seals. Of course, he used the power of his domain. The power of his domain was surprisingly able to resist Long Chen's attack. It was as if the space around him was completely under his control. Even so, because Long Chen was prepared and he wasn't, the power of Long Chen's 4 great sovereign seals still sent him flying. Break! A huge shockwave erupted from Long Chen's body and swept away the patriarch of the Hua clan, causing him to fly back nearly 50 meters in an instant. Long Chen saw that the patriarch was falling towards the 5-colored altar. Long Chen's 4 great emperor seals were too strong. The patriarch of the fire race couldn't change his body. He knew that he was falling towards the 5-colored altar, but he couldn't do anything about it. The speed at which he retreated was simply too fast. Moreover, Long Chen's sudden attack had already caused him to suffer some internal injuries. At this moment, the blood in his body was surging, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The main reason was that Long Chen's sudden attack was simply too ferocious. Hualwan, pay attention below. Ancestor Jean was shocked when he saw this scene. He had thought that the 3 patriarchs would definitely defeat Long Chen. Who would have thought that Long Chen would be able to counterattack and even put the patriarch of the Hua clan in such a difficult position? Ancestor Jean didn't know what was going on with the 5-colored altar, so he asked him to pay attention. Unfortunately, the patriarch of the Hua clan couldn't control himself and fell onto the altar. Long Chen didn't think much of it, as he knew that the altar would definitely shake him off. At this moment, a shocking scene occurred. the patriarch of the Hua clan fell onto the altar. With a flash of light, his body disappeared. What's going on? He actually went in. After a short moment of hesitation, everyone started to move. Among them, Long Chen was the closest to the five-colored altar. Without saying anything, he used the blood escape technique to rush to the altar and enter the red area. The patriarch of the Hua clan had entered the gold area. Sure enough, Long Chen entered the five-colored altar and disappeared from everyone's sight. Previously, when the five of them were moving together, they couldn't enter the five-colored altar. They didn't expect that the people of the Five Elements Union and Long Xueqi would be able to enter. At this moment, everyone understood that they had misunderstood. 5 out of 10 will advance. So it wasn't for everyone to kill each other here, but for the first 5 people to enter the five-colored altar after everyone has arrived. Only then did everyone understand. There were 5 places in total. At that moment, only 3 were left. Long Chen and the patriarch of the Hua clan had occupied 1 place each. At that moment, they didn't have time to deal with their opponents. Wu Lian and Bai Lan, who were still fighting, as well as Ancestor Jin and Long Xueqi, who were confronting each other, rushed towards the five-colored altar. They used their fastest speed and arrived there in a flash. In that short instant, there was an extremely horrifying confrontation. The 4 martial artists in the second level of the Heaven Realm had a crazy confrontation in the air above the five-colored altar. The 4 of them fought for the 3 spots, and it could be seen how thrilling it was. Every single one of them used all of their skills because they were worried that they wouldn't be able to enter the five-colored altar. It was difficult for the remaining warriors of the first level of the Tianqi realm to get in. Suddenly, all kinds of skills were flying around. It was dazzling. Whoosh! In the process of fighting, everyone was still rushing towards the five-colored altar. After a few swooshing sounds, they were still competing in speed. The 4 of them turned into 4 rays of light and rushed towards the five-colored altar in a line. In the process of rushing at full speed, they were still guarding against the attacks of others, and at the same time they attacked the others. Boom, boom, boom. Countless explosions were heard. There were 5 areas on the five-colored altar. The 5 areas were always rotating. It was uncertain who would enter that area. However, they could see clearly which area Long Chen and the patriarch of the Hua clan would enter. So, at that moment, the 4 of them were fighting for the remaining 3 areas. Among them, Bai Lan and Wu Lian both rushed into one of the regions. Ancestor Jin and Long Xueqi unfortunately encountered each other, causing them to fight. The 2 of them couldn't control their bodies. Amidst the explosion, Long Xueqi rushed into the remaining region, while Ancestor Jin was careless and entered the golden region of the five-colored altar. That was where the patriarch of the Hua clan had entered. Among the 10 people, 5 of them had already entered the five-colored altar. The ones who didn't enter were Ancestor Jin, 2 people from the Five Elements Alliance, Lei Ji and Feng Qing. The ones who stayed were very depressed. But at that moment, they were surprised to see that Ancestor Jin had been swallowed by the golden area. There were 4 people left. Someone can still enter. The remaining 4 people were dumbfounded for a moment. After a short period of being dumbfounded, they immediately reacted. They had misunderstood. 5 out of 10 didn't mean that only 5 out of 10 people could enter. What did that mean? At this critical moment, no one could figure it out. As long as someone could still enter, the first thing they would think of was to enter immediately. Among them, Feng Qing rolled his eyes. 5 out of 10? Will it be a group of 2? Only 2 people can enter each color of the five-colored altar. Then the 2 people will fight. The one who wins can enter the next level. It seems that Long Chen entered the red area. Thinking of this, Feng Qing didn't say anything else. He directly rushed towards the red area. He was originally closer to the red area, and his speed was faster. In an instant, he plunged into the five-colored altar. The others didn't think too much about it. Everyone rushed into one of the colors randomly. The only one who was more unfortunate was Polar Thunder. He had just landed in the golden area, so he was directly bounced out. In this spacious first floor, only Polar Thunder was left. He was stunned for a moment before he realized that 2 people had already entered the golden area. He calculated and realized that the only area without 2 people entering was the area that Bai Lan had entered. Thinking of this, he didn't think too much and plunged into that area. Sure enough, his body was also submerged in the five-colored altar. This place finally quieted down. After plunging into the five-colored altar, Long Chen didn't know what was going on. Soon, a scorching flame surrounded him. Startled, Long Chen hurriedly opened up his spiritual ether. Only then did he open up a spherical space in the endless scarlet flame. The spherical space wasn't big, but it could isolate Long Chen from the heat. The temperature of the flames was very high. Even if Long Chen had the 7 glorious star body, it wouldn't take long for his body to be burnt to a crisp if he were to be directly burned. Where is this? Long Chen looked around. There were endless burning flames all around him. If Xiao Lang was here, he might be able to devour these flames and let Long Chen see the situation around him. However, Mo Xiaolang wasn't here. Long Chen had sent him to guard the demon race. Although nothing should happen, it was still better than taking risks with Long Chen. These endless flames were indeed a little strange. Only then did Long Chen remember that he seemed to have entered the red domain of the 5-colored altar. Did this mean that there were other areas and other scenes? For example, it was all water, or something else. Why was he able to come here? Very soon, Long Chen had an answer. A vague voice suddenly rang in his ear. 5 out of 10 will advance. Everyone will have an opponent. If you defeat your opponent, you can enter the 2nd level of the Dark Bone Pagoda. This vague voice seemed to come from a very far place, but Long Chen could hear it clearly. Everyone has an opponent. If you defeat them, you can pass. Who is my opponent? Is it the original thing in the Dark Bone Pagoda or the Sky Realm experts of the Myriad Kingdoms domain? Chapter 842. He was also engulfed by the boundless flames. This person was Feng Qing of the Feng clan, an old rival of Long Chen's. My opponent is actually him? A cold smile flashed across Long Chen's face. Feng Qing must have heard the illusory voice, as he rushed in the direction of Long Chen excitedly. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Long Chen. Long Chen used his spiritual energy to create a space with a diameter of 2 meters, while Feng Qing used his domain to create a space with a diameter of 10 meters. His space instantly surrounded Long Chen. Long Chen. Feng Qing's eyes were gleaming with excitement. Defeat or settle this? Hee, we are really fated to meet again. Previously, we didn't have a winner. Now that there are only the 2 of us here, we can only leave after a winner is decided. You took Xilin's life, and I will take your life too. As he spoke, he dashed towards Long Chen. The power of the domain suppressed Long Chen, preventing Long Chen from escaping. This was a great opportunity. If he didn't succeed in killing Long Chen, with Long Chen's improvement speed, his chances of succeeding would be even lower. 1,000 Hand Seal. Thousands of palm imprints rumbled as they shot towards Long Chen. The thousands of illusory palm imprints condensed into a physical form and transformed into a huge illusory palm. The boundless power of the palm caused the surrounding flames to be blown away. As he faced Feng Qing's attack, Long Chen's mind was occupied with other matters. That faintly discernible voice doesn't seem to have set a time limit. In that case, I can play a game of cat and mouse with Feng Qing. After all, the fusion of my 4 great emperor seals is still unable to kill Feng Qing. Long Chen didn't want to win by a narrow margin. He wanted to kill Feng Qing in one blow. The fusion of the 4 great emperor seals couldn't kill this guy in one blow. Hence, he had to improve, and that was the final fusion of the 5 emperor seals. There was no time limit here, and there was only one opponent, an expert who was very good at cultivating the yellow emperor heaven-shaking seal. He had already obtained 4 earth veins spiritual yuan. If he did not cultivate now, he would definitely not have time to do so in the future. If you want to kill me, let's see if you can catch up to me, old ghost Feng. As Feng Qing attacked with all his might, wanting to suppress Long Chen laughed out loud. Activating Blood Escape. In the midst of the raging flames, Long Chen instantly broke through the distance of thousands of meters. In this endless flame, without Long Chen's spirit-devouring demon eyes, it would be harder to find a person than to ascend to the heavens. Because of this, Long Chen was confident that even if Feng Qing went crazy looking for him, he would not be able to find him. In this environment where there were only flames, Feng Qing would be at a disadvantage without the spirit-devouring demon eyes. He could only wait for Long Chen's strength to increase, then find her. Long Chen, don't run if you're a man. If you have the guts, fight me face to face. In the raging flames, Feng Qing's exasperated voice could be heard. This idiot. Long Chen laughed and continued to move away from the two of them. Needless to say, Feng Qing was an existence above billions of people in the Myriad Kingdom territory. He was the ruler of the Tianfeng sacred dynasty, and his strength was at the first level of the Sky Martial realm. He was incomparably strong, and he was a very difficult opponent to deal with. However, the current Long Chen was completely qualified to fight against someone of this level. An opponent who knew how to endure was the most terrifying opponent. Feng Qing was exasperated, but Long Chen did not want to come into contact with him. He would let the old man torment himself. Speaking of which, what's going on with Feng Jilin? She was fine. Why did she suddenly disappear? Long Chen pondered about this matter for a while. Kitten, in this endless flame, how far can your senses extend? Long Chen asked. What's wrong, kid? Do you need my help again? I'll make it clear to you first. My status is high. If you want help, I can, but you have to first tell me how far. Long Chen interrupted him and said in a deep voice. Kitten had a cheap mouth. He bragged too much, and it was a habit that he could not change in a short time. Well, 100 meters is fine, trash. Keep an eye on that old man. I'm practicing the Yellow Emperor moves the heaven seal here. If he comes near, inform me. In fact, Long Chen had already moved a very long distance. To be able to find Long Chen amidst the raging flames, one could only say that Feng Qing's luck was too good. Under normal circumstances, such a thing would not happen unless Long Chen took the initiative to make a noise to attract Feng Qing. During the process of practicing, Long Chen could not use the soul-devouring demon eye anymore. Therefore, he could only let Kitten help him, just in case. Although Kitten had a cheap mouth, he was still quite reliable. If there was anything, he would inform Long Chen in advance. Long Chen moved a lot of distance again. After making sure that it was difficult for Feng Qing to find him, he then sat cross-legged in this endless red flame. The Earth Vein Spiritual Yuan was the shadow of the Yellow Emperor moves the heaven seal that Long Chen practiced. The Earth Vein Spiritual Yuan was similar to an Emperor crystal, but it stored much more things than an Emperor crystal. Moreover, it was all pure Earth attribute energy. This was the accumulation of many years to condense such a large amount of Earth Vein Spiritual Yuan. Only in this kind of place where no one could reach could there be so much Earth Vein Spiritual Yuan. At this time, Long Chen was sitting cross-legged. He used his spiritual qi to prop up a spherical space. It was like a ball floating on the surface of the water. Along with the current of the flames, Long Chen changed his position. In this way, it would be even more difficult for Feng Qing to find him. Under the control of Long Chen, the 4 Earth Vein Spiritual Yuan gradually condensed together. A Earth Vein Spiritual Yuan with a diameter of about 10 centimeters appeared in Long Chen's hand. Long Chen had the experience of practicing other Emperor seals. Although the Yellow Emperor moves the heaven seal was difficult, and it was even more difficult to fuse the 5 Emperor seals, Long Chen was much stronger than before. With his 7 glorious star body and spiritual ether at the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm, it was enough to control the riot of these 5 powers. As time passed, Long Chen was quietly practicing. During this period, Kitten reminded him once. Long Chen hurriedly changed his direction. At that time he opened his eyes. With the soul-devouring demon eye, he saw that the old guy, Feng Qing, was 100 meters to his left. With his speed, he could reach there in an instant. Unfortunately, he did not know where Long Chen was. Old guy, it's time to deal with you. Long Chen snorted coldly and changed his position. However, he did not stop practicing the Yellow Emperor moves the heaven seal. He was now practicing the 5 Emperor seals to the most perfect state, so the difficulty he encountered was indeed greater than before. If the Yellow Emperor moves the heaven seal was completed, his 5 Emperor seals would be completed. The 5 Emperor seals would merge into one, and the 5 powers would form a perfect conflict. The explosion after the fusion would be even more powerful. Wow! With a surge of qi, Long Chen slowly stood up. He opened his eyes and showed a satisfied smile. He opened his palm and looked at it. At that moment, there were 5 Emperor seals on his right palm. All of them were lit up. The 5 Emperor seals have been completed. It's time to take Feng Qing's life. A cold light flashed in Long Chen's eyes. Feng Qing would come to him on his own without him having to look for him. Somewhere 3 miles away from Long Chen, Feng Qing was using his palms to disperse the surrounding flames. His face was filled with anger and his eyes were bloodshot. He yelled, "Long Chen, come out! Coward! Where the hell have you been hiding?" The enraged Feng Qing even felt like he was going crazy. Long Chen was as slippery as a loach. In the sea of flames that hindered one's vision, it was impossible to see his shadow. No one knew where he had gone. He had stayed here for so long, but he had yet to defeat his opponent. Even if he managed to kill Long Chen and pass the test, he would only be a laughingstock when he got out. At that moment, Feng Qing suddenly sensed a huge commotion in front of him. A rumbling sound was coming towards him. "Old man, come and die." It was clearly Long Chen's voice. "Dang. Hee. You finally couldn't take it anymore. You want to fight me? The Heaven Martial Realm is the Heaven Martial Realm. I can completely suppress you, the Earth Martial Realm. You were able to defeat me before purely because I was careless. You think too highly of yourself?" Feng Qing was filled with excitement. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Without saying anything, he created a huge gust of wind that swept towards Long Chen. The Heaven Martial Realm was crazily stirring. It was a short journey, but after a while, Feng Qing could already see the young man standing calmly in the raging flames in front of him. The young man's face was terrifyingly calm. Feng Qing was shocked. Could it be that the young man had something new to rely on? Immediately after, Feng Qing smiled. Feng Qing, you're really regressing. You've lived for hundreds of years, yet you're scared to this extent by a young man around 20 years old. If this were to spread, you would definitely become a laughingstock. Feng Qing's eyes suddenly became cold. Long Chen knew that Feng Qing was right next to him. He just couldn't find Long Chen. With a casual sentence, Feng Qing would be able to attract Feng Qing over. Feng Qing couldn't wait any longer. He used his own domain to create a space with a diameter of tens of meters. As long as there were no flames, it would be within the range of his domain. The first level of the Heaven Martial Realm. His domain was only the first level. This time, don't even think about escaping. With the Heaven Martial Realm's martial spirit, Feng Qing activated all the power of his domain. It made Long Chen feel like he was in a swamp. It was difficult for him to move. Not to mention fighting, he couldn't even move. "Is that all your domain has?" Long Chen was always merciless. In order to kill Feng Qing, he had to use the Dragon Soul transformation. At that moment, his body was gradually covered with scales. In a short instant, Long Chen became a blood-red killing machine. Chapter 843. As long as the opponent used his domain to create a space, Long Chen would fill it up with his devouring world of blood. The blood-red space immediately filled Feng Qing's vision, and even blocked a part of his vision. Closing the door and beating the dog was Long Chen's tactic. "It's this strange space again. But what can it do to me?" Feng Qing had no choice but to use his quintessential yuan to suppress his blood qi. Although his output of quintessential yuan was reduced, he believed that Long Chen would also be greatly affected. "Die!" Without saying a word, Feng Qing's 3,000 hand seals once again flew towards Long Chen. The space created by the domain was now completely covered with Feng Qing's 3,000 hand seals. Rumble! Countless hand seals flew towards Long Chen. With the help of the domain, they seemed to carry the power of the heavens and earth. It's the same move again. Whether it was the 3,000 hand seals or the 3,000 hand seals, Long Chen had already faced them several times. He already knew these attacks like the back of his hand. It is indeed the 3,000 hand seals. But can you block it? Feng Qing laughed at Long Chen's doubt. In this narrow space, the 3,000 hand seals combined and could erupt with even more power. 3,000 phantoms. Wind stab. While using the 3,000 hand seals, Feng Qing also used his clan's divine ability. The 3,000 phantoms condensed into a sharp wind stab, which was mixed with the 3,000 hand seals. A sharp and vast power was emitted from the wind stab. This old man's wind stab is much stronger than the others. Long Chen's eyes were calm, as if the person facing the attack was not him. Let's see how you're going to deal with it this time. You're still using that 4-layered attack. Feng Qing sneered and sent his destructive attack toward Long Chen. At this moment, a cold light burst out from Long Chen's body. Several monarch seals appeared on his palms. Soon, 4 monarch seals lit up on his right palms. Every single move of the combined attack was an ordinary primary emperor-level battle skill. However, when they were combined together, they possessed a powerful might. It really is that move. A hint of joy flashed across Feng Qing's face. He knew that if he really used this move, he was 100% confident that he could kill Long Chen. Die. With the power of the Heaven Realm, he crazily unleashed a strike. Really? Long Chen smiled coldly. Yellow Emperor moves the heavens. The last Emperor seal appeared on top of the previous 4 Emperor seals. Suddenly, 5 Emperor seals with 5 different colors blended together. These 5 Emperor seals actually formed a huge 5-colored palm that appeared on Long Chen's palm. 5 Emperors as one. Long Chen roared and waved his right hand crazily. The huge 5-colored palm grabbed at Feng Qing like a hand from the heavens. Along the way, the endless 3,000 hand imprints smashed into Long Chen's 5-colored palm and shattered. The 5-colored palm contained boundless power. The fusion of the 5 Emperor seals was much stronger than the previous 4 Emperor seals. This was the ultimate power of the fusion of the 5 Emperor seals. What? Feng Qing's expression changed when he saw the 5-colored palm that covered the sky and covered the earth. He's only at the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm, but he has such great power. The 5-colored giant palm emitted a dazzling light. In the blink of an eye, it covered the area in front of Feng Qing, destroying his 3,000 palm prints in an instant. Wind Thorn. This mockery was Feng Qing's last hope. The sharp wind thorn pierced the 5-colored palm. Although the wind thorn was small, it had a strong piercing power. It pierced through the 5-colored palm and flew towards Long Chen. As soon as the Dragon Chen 3000 starfield appeared, the wind spikes, which had little power left, were shattered. As for the 5-colored palm, it grabbed Feng Qing with its huge hand. No! The 5-colored palm had a destructive power. Being surrounded by this power meant death. Remember, I didn't kill Feng Jilin, but I killed you, Feng Qing. Turn into a ghost and find me if you have the guts. Long Chen smiled and backed away. Boom! With a loud explosion, the power of the 5 Emperor seals blasted Feng Qing, who had died with grievances, into pieces. Feng Qing was dead. The dignified patriarch of the Wind Clan had died at the hands of Long Chen, a rising star. The huge Tianfeng sacred dynasty would also be in great turmoil because of Long Chen's death. If Wu Lian hadn't died this time, she would definitely have included the Tianfeng sacred dynasty in her territory after leaving this place. This woman had been charming for hundreds of years, but she was still charming. She was an unreachable woman in the eyes of many. However, she also had a fearsome heart. Long Chen felt that she was the hardest person to deal with in this trip to the 5 Emperors' mystic realm. Should I proceed to the next stage after killing Feng Qing? As soon as this thought appeared in Long Chen's mind, he suddenly realized that his body was moving. It was still pitch black here. There was only a small path in front of them that led to the endless abyss of darkness. Where is this? When Bai Lan and the others appeared here, they all had the same thought. They were standing at the beginning of the path. It was pitch black all around them. Even with their eyesight, it was difficult for them to see anything else. There was only a small path in front of them that seemed to lead to somewhere. This is the 2nd level of the Dark Bone Tower. They looked around and looked at the people around them. Time passed. The people that appeared were Wu Lian, Bai Lan, Ancestor Jin, and Long Xueqi. They did not enter the same color when they were fighting. They easily defeated their opponents with the strength of the 2nd layer of the Heaven Martial Realm and arrived at the 2nd level of the Dark Bone Tower. Among them, Bai Lan and Ancestor Jin had encountered opponents from their own forces, which made things even simpler. Because they had encountered Bai Lan, Lei Ji was basically uninjured. He was still in this world filled with water, while Bai Lan was here. Bai Lan guessed that after the 5 Emperors' secret realm ended, they would all be sent out. Only the strong were qualified to stay. The 4 of them had come in, which meant that 4 of them had already been defeated. 3 of them were from the 5 Elements Alliance. Therefore, Ancestor Jin's face was a bit ugly. Luckily, they didn't kill their opponents until the last moment. The remaining opponents should be Long Chen and Feng Qing. At this time, the Long Xueqi chuckled and said according to what everyone had said. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Between the 2 of them, one of them will definitely die. Who will survive? This was none of his business, so he could laugh and say it out loud. Bai Lan and Wu Lian looked at each other. It was a battle between them. They didn't talk much, so they didn't say anything. They just waited patiently. Long Chen has encountered Feng Qing. It's going to be troublesome. If it was someone else they wouldn't fight him, but Feng Qing. Time passed bit by bit. No one had expected that the battle would last for so long, and there would still be no winner. Looks like that brat Long Chen is quite capable. Earlier, he was the one who sent the Fire Clan's clan chief into the five-colored altar. Who would have thought that 5 out of 10 would advance to the next round? The Long Xueqi was chattering non-stop. He's here. Just at this moment, a ripple condensed behind them. Everyone hurriedly turned around to see a tall, handsome, and clear-eyed youth standing there. Long Chen. Bai Lan's eyes were filled with pleasant surprise. There was a hint of shock in the eyes of the four of them. This young man had defeated an expert in the Sky Martial Realm in a fair battle. There was a huge gap between the Earth Martial Realm and the Sky Martial Realm. Long Chen was able to defeat Feng Qing. He did have some tricks up his sleeve. Bai Lan didn't say anything. In order to prevent Wu Lian from attacking, he hurriedly shielded Long Chen. The group of 5 people in the first level of the Sky Martial Realm had been completely defeated. A young man in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm had been sent to the 2nd level of the Darkbone Tower, together with the other people in the 2nd level of the Sky Martial Realm. From that, it could be seen how extraordinary Long Chen was. Long Chen, where's Feng Qing? Wu Lian gently moved her cherry lips. Her voice was cold and emotionless. Let me kill him, Long Chen said unhurriedly. There was not the slightest change in his expression. Hiss. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Of the 10 people, the first to die was actually Feng Qing. He had already died. That meant that the situation had gotten out of hand. After the first person died, the others would soon die. Luckily, the people in the first level of the Sky Martial Realm were gone. Apart from Long Chen, the rest were all top-notch experts of the myriad kingdoms. Wu Lian wasn't surprised at all when she heard that Feng Qing had died. Her face was covered by a white veil. It was impossible to see her expression. She had a graceful figure, bright eyes and white teeth. Her entire body exuded an otherworldly aura. This woman was indeed similar to a fairy. However, there was always a gloomy and cold aura around her. Compared to her, Ling Shi was much more adorable. Let's go. Let's see what's at the end of the path. Ancestor Jean wasn't in a good mood either. He snorted coldly. Finally, the people were all here. He strode forward. Before, they were still missing one person. No matter what, they couldn't move forward. After Ancestor Jean left, Long Xueqi hurriedly followed. The others also began to move. In order to avoid Wu Lian's sneak attack, Bai Lan guarded Long Chen and walked at the back of the group. You really killed Feng Qing? Asked Bai Lan in a low voice. It's time to kill him, said Long Chen. Long Chen was different from before. I truly wonder how heaven-defying you will be after reaching the heaven realm. Bai Lan said with a bit of speechlessness. Very soon. Long Chen also felt that it was almost time. Chapter 844. Bone Demons. Long Chen and Bai Lan raised their heads. Indeed, there were many dark green flames lighting up in the middle of the dim and long path. Every 10 meters along the dim and long path, there was an eerie bone demon standing there. As Wu Lian and the others approached, all the bone demons within 100 meters awoke. Suddenly, a murderous aura gradually rose in the area. So many bone demons. Long Chen was slightly surprised. Every bone demon had the strength of the first level of the heaven realm. When Long Chen looked over, there were already more than 10 bone demons that had awakened. He didn't know how long the path was. Could it be that they had to advance forward until all the bone demons were killed? Everyone don't move. Ancestor Jin's gaze darkened. He swept his gaze over the others and said, Indeed, if we encounter so many bone demons, we can use the fastest speed to avoid them. However, that will be very dangerous. It will also cause the other bone demons to wake up. At that time, the pressure on everyone will greatly increase. Since we are not in a hurry and there are no treasures, why don't we slowly advance like this? The 4 of us will work together and slowly kill our way through until all the bone demons are eliminated. What do you think? Ancestor Jin's idea was for everyone to work together. Indeed, before there are any benefits, there is no need for us to act. The long-bearded man stroked his long beard and slowly nodded. The 4 of them naturally didn't put Long Chen in their eyes. In their eyes, Long Chen was only a lucky junior. If there was a real crisis, Bai Lan would definitely find it difficult to protect himself. Long Chen was simply Bai Lan's burden. At that moment, the two of them were asking for Bai Lan and Wu Lian's approval. Bai Lan had always been calm. At that moment, she also smiled and nodded. As for Wu Lian, she coldly snorted and directly attacked the bone demons in front of her. Of course, she didn't directly break out of the encirclement. She also killed the bone demons that were attacking them. So, it could be considered as indirectly agreeing to Ancestor Jin's request. Everyone looked at each other, then followed. Be careful of Wu Lian. Even though she's trying to conceal her killing intent, it's still revealed. Now that I'm here, she's still unwilling to fight me to the death. That's why she's not attacking you. However, if there's even the slightest chance, she'll definitely not hold back. You have to stay close to me at all times. Don't worry, she can't touch me. The corners of Long Chen's mouth curled up slightly as he looked at the beautiful martial lotus in front of him. Her jade-like buttocks formed a beautiful curve. As if sensing Long Chen's gaze, Wu Lian turned around at that moment. In that instant, Long Chen saw many snow-white sword lights in her eyes. With a whoosh, the divine sword White Lotus slashed across the neck of a bone devil. The bone devil's head immediately flew off, and the black-armored bone devil fell to the ground with a loud rumble. This woman, she's really thinking of killing me at all times. With her identity, it's really incredible that she can endure to this extent. This indirectly shows how terrifying she is. While Wu Lian was constantly paying attention to Long Chen was also unscrupulously sizing her up. This method of not retreating in the slightest caused the hatred and disgust in Wu Lian's heart to gradually rise. Long Chen's gaze unscrupulously swept across her proudly standing twin peaks, her delicate and powerful waist, and her perky buttocks. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Wu Lian was no longer a young girl. She was a high and mighty saintess. No one dared to violate her. Yet, Long Chen dared to look at her like this. He was simply courting death. Wu Lian was so angry that she laughed. She knew that Long Chen was angering her. From Long Chen's point of view, an assassin hidden in the dark was much more terrifying than an open battle. Therefore, he was constantly paying attention to Wu Lian's killer move. You're interested in me. When Wu Lian killed the bone demon, she swayed her body and brushed past Long Chen and Bai Lan. A delicate fragrance brushed past the tip of Long Chen's nose. It had to be said that although Wu Lian wasn't young anymore, the smell on her body was like a young married woman. Her gaze was also as seductive as a young married woman. Are you the one who's interested in me? Do you want to be an old cow that eats young grass? Said Long Chen with a cold smile. He wasn't polite in the slightest. To be honest, the stronger one was, the less important things like age was. Wu Lian was already in the second level of the heaven realm. She already had a lifespan of over 1,000 years. If she wasn't killed, the current her could only be said to be in the most flourishing period of her life. If her cultivation couldn't advance even the slightest bit, it would be estimated that only when she was over 700 years old would she show signs of aging. That was a strong cultivator. Of course, Long Chen's current life force was incomparably strong. He didn't dare to estimate his own life force, but with the ancestral dragon essence blood, his life force was absolutely a lot stronger than other people. Humph! Wu Lian coldly snorted. The divine sword in her hand, White Lotus, passed by Long Chen's side and directly hit a bone demon not far away from Long Chen. Bai Lan, who was next to her, was startled. Just then, he thought that Wu Lian had flown into a rage out of humiliation and wanted to kill Long Chen. You'd better not let me catch you. I'll make you regret being born into this world, said Wu Lian indifferently. Then she left. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. For experts in the second level of the heaven realm, I relied on Bai Lan's protection to survive. Therefore, it affected Bai Lan's treasures, not to mention my own treasures of the 5 emperors. There would definitely be a lot of things that would happen next. That gave him a headache. Wu Lian, this woman, was like a ticking time bomb buried by his side. He didn't know when she would kill Long Chen. However, this woman has a cold temper, but her figure is first class. Even Xueqi is a bit younger than her. Although Xueqi was sexy and enchanting, she was still a girl who had not experienced the ways of the world. She couldn't compare to Wu Lian, who was already a married woman. Although Long Chen couldn't see her face clearly, this woman gave off a kind of seductive aura. Her every move made people's mouths dry. Long Chen had been a playboy since he was young. He had seen many women. To be honest, before Long Qinglan died, he had played with women from brothels and all kinds of rich families. But when he stepped into the world of cultivation, he found that the women in the secular world were much less interesting than the women in the world of cultivation. However, his heart was firmly tied to Lingxi. Other women, no matter how beautiful they were not as beautiful as Lingxi, so he was a bit bored. There were quite a few bone devils on this dim yellow path. Every 10 meters or so, there would be a bone demon. As long as Long Chen and the others got within 100 meters of the bone demon, they would wake up. If they advanced slowly, they would only encounter bone demons. But if the 5 of them advanced at full speed without any regard for their lives, all the bone demons would wake up and they would definitely be besieged like never before. Even if they were in the second level of the heaven realm, their maximum endurance was 4. Also, as they fought and killed, the true essence on their bodies was also being consumed in large amounts. After roughly going through 200 or so meters of road, everyone started to pant a bit. That kind of design was actually testing their willpower. However, the reason why they were united at this time was purely because of the relationship of benefits. If there was something that they really needed to fight over, they would definitely instantly start a fight to the death. Let's continue forward. Everyone looked at each other, but still stubbornly persisted. They already knew that the treasures of the 5 emperors weren't that easy to obtain. This was only the 2nd floor of the Dark Bone Tower. If they wanted to reach the 7th floor, how many years and months would it take? There's still a total of 1 month until the primordial cemetery closes. In other words, we still have 1 month to explore the primordial cemetery, said Bai Lan as they killed the bone demons. In this period of time, Long Chen truly experienced their strength. They were indeed very powerful. With his current state, even if he fused the 5 emperor seals, it would be very difficult to harm them, especially Wu Lian and Bai Lan, who had the inheritances of the 7 lords. What's up ahead? After advancing roughly 500 meters, almost at the same time, everyone saw a simple wooden house appear at the end of the dim yellow path. The dim yellow path led directly to the simple and mottled wooden house. What did that mean? It meant that the thing that everyone wanted was very possibly in the wooden house. Even though it wasn't the treasures of the 5 emperors, it was very possibly an important treasure. There were still roughly 100 meters in front of them, and there were roughly a dozen bone demons. As soon as he saw the wooden house, Long Chen thought of something and hurriedly said to Bai Lan, "You go. I can protect myself for a while." He was worried that Bai Lan wouldn't take the initiative to attack because of his own safety. If that was the case, Long Chen would feel very apologetic. After all, Bai Lan had already helped him a lot. How could he be a burden to him? After hearing Long Chen's words, Bai Lan didn't hesitate. Almost at the same time, the 4 experts of the 2nd level of the heaven realm charged towards the wooden house. Roar! When the pitch-black bone demons sensed their presence, they all wielded spears and blades and charged towards them. They seemed to be protecting the thing in the wooden house, so they were very violent at that moment. The flames in the eyes of these bone demons were also much more vigorous than the other bone demons. When they attacked, their attacks were also much sharper. If Long Chen hadn't fused the 5 emperor seals, he wouldn't have been able to deal with more than 3 bone demons at the same time. Among the 5 of them, he was indeed the weakest. The 4 of them each used their trump cards and charged towards the wooden house. Long Chen also watched nervously. He didn't want to act rashly unless it was a crucial moment. However, he was already prepared to use the blood escape technique. Chapter 845. If Wu Lian and the others wanted to reach the wooden house, they had to shake off or kill the bone demon. At this time, everyone wisely chose to shake off the bone demon. Their speed was a bit faster than the bone demons. At this moment, the 4 of them were crazier than the last. They used all their dexterous dodging techniques to reach the front of the small wooden house. Boom! The surging airwaves directly shook the wooden house away. At the same time, all kinds of decayed furniture in the wooden house were also blown away. Long Chen fixed his eyes on it. At this moment, there were only 2 things that appeared in front of everyone. One of them was a black ruler that was about a meter long. Black light circulated on the black ruler, and it emitted an ice-cold aura like the edge of a sword. When the black ruler appeared, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. In a very short period of time, everyone looked at the black ruler with a blazing light. From the black ruler, Long Chen felt a power not inferior to the 3,000 star field. Without a doubt, the Black Ruler was a high-level royal-level divine weapon. In the Imperial Domain, the majority of experts in the 7th or 8th level of the Heaven Realm only used high-level royal-level divine weapons. It could be seen how precious high-level royal-level divine weapons were. In the Myriad Kingdoms territory, there was originally only one high-level royal-level divine weapon, the Divine Sword White Lotus. Later on, the Divine Sword Azure Lotus and the 3000 Star Field appeared. And now, a Black Ruler appeared. Although they didn't know the name of the Black Ruler, it was definitely a high-level royal-level divine weapon. Even in the Imperial Domain, it was a rare treasure. At least, experts in the 6th or 7th level of the Heaven Realm would fight for such a divine weapon. The 6 monsters weren't suitable to use human divine weapons, so they didn't rob them. Otherwise, how could they, who were only in the 1st or 2nd level of the Heaven Realm, possess such a precious divine weapon? Even Wu Lian couldn't display the full power of the Divine Sword White Lotus. The Black Ruler attracted everyone's attention in a very short period of time. The other thing in the wooden house was actually 2 people. Long Chen had the soul-devouring demon eye, so he could see clearly at a glance that these 2 people were actually corpses. The 2 of them sat together. The surroundings were too dim, and they were separated by some distance. It was impossible to see their appearances clearly. Even after countless years, the flesh and blood of these 2 people still existed. From this, it could be seen how powerful these 2 people were when they were alive. At the very least, it should be an expert on the same level as the Purple Blood Flood Dragon. These 2 people should be a man and a woman. They wore light blue robes with several patterns of the 8 trigrams on their sleeves and chests. Who are these 2 people? Why are they here? While Long Chen was pondering over this question, the others ignored these 2 corpses and started to fight over his advanced Emperor Black Ruler. The 2 corpses didn't have anything on them. It was obvious that the Black Ruler was the weapon they had left behind. For some reason, perhaps because Long Chen had the 3000 star domain and wasn't interested in the Black Ruler, he felt that there was something strange about these 2 corpses. It was as if Long Chen sensed an aura similar to Wu Lian's from them. It was a very sharp sword qi. That's right, it's this kind of sword qi. Long Chen suddenly came to his senses. His eyes focused, and only then did he see that there was actually a long sword piercing through the 8 trigrams on the 2 men's bodies. The long sword passed through the 8 trigrams. This meant that these 2 people, like Wu Lian, were also sword martialists who had an innate sword embryo. They are sword martialists. Their corpses are still here. Since they were already dead, there didn't seem to be any secrets. Long Chen just felt that it was a little strange. However, at this moment, he realized that Wu Lian, who was supposed to be the strongest contender, had actually withdrawn from the fight for the Black Ruler. She quickly retreated and then looked at the 2 corpses with a shocked expression. What did she discover? Long Chen was shocked. To Wu Lian, the Black Ruler was also a precious treasure. If she brought it back to the Protoss, it would definitely make the Protoss even more prosperous. However, why didn't she care about the Black Ruler and instead looked at the 2 corpses? After Wu Lian withdrew, only Bai Lan, the long-bearded Jin Zhu and the other 2 were left to compete. In this narrow space, the 3 of them fought fiercely. Everything happened in an instant. In this chaotic battle between the 3, the one who could obtain the Black Ruler was more of a matter of luck. Bai Lan's strength and luck were better than the other 2. Among the 3, he was the only one with an advanced Emperor-level battle skill. His advanced Emperor-level battle skill naturally came from the demon god Empyrean. The demon god Empyrean was not a sword martialist. Although he did not leave behind a weapon, he had a powerful advanced Emperor-level battle skill. The 9 transformations of the demon and god was actually just an ordinary battle skill. The demon god Empyrean's strongest battle skill was the demon god Imperial Fist. In fact, Bai Lan suddenly pulled back his fist and punched out with the demon god Imperial Fist. The wave of qi was like a wave of death. A black demonic aura condensed around his fist to form a fist seal that could shake heaven and earth. Then, it suddenly exploded. Break! With a punch, the demon god Imperial Fist directly forced the long-bearded Jin Zhu and the long-bearded Emperor-level battle skill to retreat. The 2 of them really did not have a way to resist it. It was already very difficult for them to protect themselves from injury. Of course, the joint attack of the 2 was also very powerful. They sent Bai Lan flying, but it helped Bai Lan. Bai Lan directly stretched out his hand and put the Black Ruler into his storage ring. The 2 of you, I, Bai Lan, shall accept this divine weapon. There are still 5 levels to the Dark Bone Pagoda, and there must be countless treasures within. I hope that the two of you won't be jealous of me, Bai Lan. Bai Lan smiled as he turned around, maintaining a certain distance from the others. At this time, the Bone Devils were still fighting back. Jin Zhu and the long-bearded man immediately threw themselves into the slaughter. After dealing with the Bone Devils, the two of them panted. The long-bearded man said, "Brother Bai is too polite. Being able to obtain that thing is due to your strength. We wholeheartedly accept it. However, we will definitely obtain the next treasures." "That's good." Bai Lan smiled. Their strength was not too far apart, so they hated being surrounded. Bai Lan did not want to become the target of everyone's hatred after obtaining a small item. That would not be worth it. However, she was not the least bit interested in why Bai Lian did not fight for the Black Ruler. Long Chen's gaze was focused on the two corpses. At the same time, he quickly approached them. After Bai Lan obtained the Black Ruler and dealt with the Bone Devils, Long Chen suddenly felt that the two corpses had suddenly changed. The two corpses, from head to toe, turned into ashes and dissipated into the air. Not a single trace remained. First the head, then the torso and finally the legs. Previously, besides Long Chen and Wu Lian, the others did not pay attention to the two corpses. But now, they realized that there was something special about the two corpses. What is that? After the corpses dissipated, two stones appeared where the Dantian had been. One was golden, filled with masculinity and blazing fierceness. The other was black, filled with softness and coldness. The two stones faintly revealed the shape of swords. Although they were stones, they erupted with sword chi. In an instant, the surrounding people were forced to take several steps back. Even Wu Lian, who was the closest, was no exception. Long Chen. At that moment, the most excited person was actually Kitten, who was in Long Chen's Taishu realm. From Kitten's excited tone, Long Chen knew that these two things were definitely treasures. In fact, they were extremely precious. Sword Soul Stones, quick! Sword Soul Stones. Kitten had mentioned this item to Long Chen before. When Long Chen had asked about how to become a sword martialist, Kitten had told him that one only needed to obtain the Sword Soul Stones left behind by others. Sword Soul Stones were 1 in a million and very difficult to obtain. Being strong didn't mean that one could obtain a Sword Soul Stone. Moreover, even if one obtained a Sword Soul Stone, who would be willing to leave behind their lifetime's comprehension and give it to others for free? Moreover, inheriting the Sword Soul Stone was also very risky. If one was not careful, the sword chi would leak out. If one did not have enough strength to suppress it, one could easily be chopped into pieces. More importantly, no one knew when they would die. Only those who were seriously injured and on the verge of death had the chance to leave their Sword Soul Stones behind. Therefore, even in the Emperor domain, there were basically only a few people who could inherit the innate sword embryo. The inheritance of the innate sword embryo was very rare. Long Chen's nerves were instantly stretched to the extreme. He also wanted to become a sword martialist, so he could properly comprehend the sword principle and improve his combat strength. The two Sword Soul Stones before him were the key to becoming a sword martialist. How powerful would a dragon martialist and a sword martialist be? The innate sword embryo in these two Sword Soul Stones has a comprehension of the sword principle at the 3rd level. It can unleash 7 times the lethality. Kitten said excitedly as Long Chen moved forward. No wonder it was so excited. If it was the innate sword embryo of Wu Guangyu and Wu Lian's level, Kitten probably wouldn't even be interested. Long Chen did not hesitate and immediately used Blood Escape. At that moment, Bai Lan and the others had no idea what it was. Wu Lian was also slightly hindered by the sword chi of the Sword Soul Stone. Meanwhile, Long Chen turned into a ray of crimson light and instantly appeared in front of the Sword Soul Stone. Long Chen immediately grabbed the golden Sword Soul Stone with his hand that was covered in scales. Get lost! At this moment, Wu Lian, who was already very close to Long Chen, turned into a white ray and quickly arrived in front of him. Without saying a word, she reached out and grabbed the black Sword Soul Stone. At the same time, a white sword ray swept towards Long Chen. If Long Chen were to be hit by the divine sword White Lotus, he would definitely be in deep trouble. Chapter 846. There were a total of 2 Sword Soul Stones. Long Chen could only use one. He and Wu Lian acted at the same time. It was more than enough for him to get 1 Sword Soul Stone. At this moment, the two of them each held a Sword Soul Stone. Long Chen was about to put the Sword Soul Stone into the great virtual realm when suddenly, a strong suction force erupted from the Sword Soul Stone. The two Sword Soul Stones collided with each other, creating a huge black and gold vortex. It directly swallowed Long Chen and Wu Lian. Long Chen. Bai Lan was taken aback. His body burst forward, but he helplessly discovered that he still couldn't catch up to Long Chen and Wu Lian's speed. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen and Wu Lian had disappeared from the trio's sight. What happened? Bai Lan and the others looked at each other. Long Chen and Wu Lian had both disappeared. What was going on? Where did they go? Long Xueqi and Ancestor Jean were secretly delighted. This meant that Wu Lian would most likely be out of the competition for the 5 Emperor's treasures. As for Bai Lan, he had long since treated Long Chen as a close junior. Originally, he had wanted to protect Long Chen, but he hadn't expected something like this to happen to Long Chen. He had disappeared with Wu Lian. Even if nothing had happened to him, Long Chen would probably have been killed by Wu Lian. This child, is he really destined to die? Bai Lan sighed in his heart. Bai Lan's heart was in a mess when he thought about how sad his daughters would be when they heard of his child's death. He still clearly remembered that Long Chen still had the dream of going to the Imperial region. He faintly felt that this young man still had many things to bear, but he hadn't expected that something like this would happen at such a critical moment. It turned out that this wooden house was not the end. The dim yellow path in front of them did not stop. Not far away, the startled bone demon was still gradually awakening. Where did the two of them go? Ancestor Jean asked curiously. Who knows? These 5 Emperor's secret grounds are so strange. Let's just keep moving forward. After all, we won't be able to wait for anyone here, Long Xueqi said indifferently. You guys go on ahead. I'll wait for you. Bai Lan waved her hand. He didn't want to give up just like that. Perhaps a miracle would happen. Ancestor Jean and Long Xueqi glanced at each other. In their minds, Bai Lan was too stupid. She actually gave up the chance to compete for the treasures of the 5 Emperors for Long Chen. However, if it was just the two of them, they really didn't know how to deal with so many dangers ahead. For example, there were so many bone devils along the way. With just the two of them, who knew how long it would take them to kill all of them? What if Bai Lan ran over to take advantage of them as soon as they finished killing them? With this thought in mind, neither of them made a move. Since that's the case, let's wait here for a while, Ancestor Jean said. They weren't willing to let Bai Lan take advantage of them. Bai Lan was well aware of their intentions. He sneered, sat down cross-legged, and began to restore his true essence. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Ancestor Jean and Long Xueqi didn't have much patience at this time. The treasures of the 5 Emperors were still waiting for them ahead. However, before they could speak, Bai Lan had already stood up. One day had passed and they still hadn't come out. There was no hope. After living for so many years, Bai Lan had seen many deaths. It's a pity for such a talented and tenacious young man. Bai Lan sighed, then looked at the other two and said, I'm sorry to have kept you two waiting. It's okay. Finally they could walk. The two heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't want Bai Lan to take advantage of them after they killed all the bone devils. That was why they didn't leave. They didn't really want to wait for Bai Lan. Looking at the dim yellow path, Bai Lan's eyes narrowed and he set foot on the road again. The treasures of the 5 Emperors were everyone's goal. Where is this? Long Chen rubbed his head and stood up with great difficulty. He looked at his surroundings. It was a gray sky and land, as if he had returned to the outside of the dark bone tower. However, the difference was that there was no thick sea of bones here. Furthermore, it seemed that the surrounding space was not very wide. In the distance, there was only the grayish fog. After a while, Long Chen remembered that he had obtained a golden sword soulstone and came here. Wu Lian was also with him. But where did the sword soulstone go? Just as he thought of this, Long Chen suddenly felt a terrifying sword aura coming towards him. Huh. Long Chen suddenly turned around and used the Big Dipper steps. The snow-white sword aura directly brushed past him. The domineering sword aura directly brushed past his back, leaving a deep wound on his blood-red scales. Long Chen took a deep breath as he felt a burning pain on his back. It had been a long time since he had been injured by a sword. Although the wound was painful, it wasn't fatal. Although there was a deep sword wound on his back, it didn't bleed. At this moment, the muscles on his back were wriggling rapidly. It wouldn't take long for the wound to heal completely. Long Chen's body had fused with 1% of the ancestral dragon's blood essence. His strong vitality was no joke. Some people's healing abilities were not as strong as Long Chen's when they used their life combat skills. He abruptly turned around, only to see Wu Lian standing in front of him. In this dusky world, a gentle breeze blew, causing her clothes to flutter. Her white robe and veil fluttered gently, revealing half of her pure white face. It's over. I don't know where the Soul's Word Stone is, but I've been brought here. Could it be that I have to defeat Wu Lian to get the Soul's Word Stone or get out of here? In his heart, Long Chen had already cursed the person who had allowed him to enter this place countless times. However, it was useless. Right now, the most important thing was to protect his life from Wu Lian. This was the moment that she had been waiting for. How could she show any mercy? Her attack just now was incomparably ruthless. If Long Chen hadn't dodged, he would have been cut in half. Long Chen. Wu Lian walked towards Long Chen step by step. The domain that belonged to the second level of the heaven realm was used on Long Chen's body. The second level's domain was a lot stronger than the first level's. The suppression it exerted on Long Chen was also a lot stronger. I didn't think that even the heavens would help me. You're fated to die, so I won't be polite. Lightly raising the divine white lotus sword in her hand, Wu Lian looked at Long Chen with a haughty gaze. A majestic wind blew, revealing the snow-white skin on her sleeves. You must have many secrets to be able to achieve what you have today. If it was only the diagram of the martial gods monument, it wouldn't have allowed you to improve so quickly. But from now on, everything you have is mine. So you're after my treasures. Long Chen had thought that she only wanted revenge. Cut the crap. I'm trapped here. Only by killing you can I leave. If I'm too late, the treasures of the 5 emperors will fall into someone else's hands. That won't be worth it. Wu Lian's expression couldn't be seen through the veil. Her voice was very empty, so her expression couldn't be seen. It's a pity that you're also an outstanding young genius in the domain of the 10,000 lands. You didn't join the God clan and harmed my son. What a pity. You can only blame your son for offending me. If he didn't offend me, I wouldn't be so bored as to kill him. Long Chen smiled coldly. But in his heart, he was searching for another way. What way can I get out of here? There's no one to tell me. I don't think it's as simple as killing Wu Lian. Also, I'm miles away from her. How can I kill her? Blood sacrifice. He was only one step away from the heaven realm. At this moment, unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to use blood sacrifice. As for blood escape, that was even more out of the question. The space was so narrow. He didn't know where he could run to even if he wanted to. How troublesome. I don't believe Wu Lian is strong. Let me see how strong the second level of the heaven realm is. Thinking about that, Long Chen's eyes gradually turned blood red. After coming to the secret realms of the 5 emperors, he didn't exit the dragon soul transformation because he was always in the middle of a fight. My son, I will kill your enemy and send him to the boundless hell. Wu Lian raised her head and laughed. She moved and immediately pounced towards Long Chen. What a fierce attack. Long Chen was shocked. 5 great monarch seals. Combine. In a short period of time, Long Chen continuously performed the 5 great monarch seals. A huge 5-colored palm swept towards her under Long Chen's control. A strong wind blew, the space shook, sand and stones were flying. Domain. Wu Lian's eyes flashed with surprise, but soon, it turned into endless coldness. An endless amount of sword qi was surging around her body. Once Wu Lian's domain was unleashed, it immediately created a powerful pressure on Long Chen. Long Chen's execution of his battle skill had weakened quite a bit. He estimated that at least a quarter of the power of the fusion of the 5 sovereign seals had disappeared. The domain of the second level of the heaven realm was so powerful. Sword qi, 30,000 li. At that moment, Wu Lian swept the white lotus sword in her hand. A bright sword qi swept towards Long Chen's 5 great monarch seals. The bright sword light shone brightly in the sky. The dazzling light flashed across Long Chen's eyes. It's over. Long Chen increased the input of his quintessential essence. The 5 great emperor seals fused together and collided with the sword qi that traveled 30,000 miles. Suddenly, a devastating blow descended on Long Chen. Such a strong woman. Chapter 847. The violent sword aura swept across Long Chen's body, cutting the dragon scales on Long Chen's body piece by piece. Fresh blood appeared on Long Chen's wounds. To Long Chen, his blood was the most important thing. He couldn't let any of it leak out. The burning pain made Long Chen scream. He gritted his teeth. Although the sword wounds looked terrifying, they were mostly superficial wounds. They couldn't really hurt him. At this moment, the small wounds on his body were wriggling, recovering bit by bit with the help of Long Chen's strong vitality. But the speed of recovery was definitely slower than the speed of Wu Lian's attack. "Can you still dodge?" At this moment, the woman opposite him had a cold look in her eyes. Her lips curled into a mocking smile. Weaklings should be in such a pathetic state. No matter how talented you are, you still have to die in my hands. While talking, Wu Lian didn't stay idle. Streams of snow-white sword aura shot towards Long Chen. Wu Lian's strength was several times stronger than Feng Qing. Long Chen could kill Feng Qing, but he couldn't resist Wu Lian at all. "No, if this continues, I'll cripple this woman." His flesh wriggled and recovered. Blood escape. At this moment, Long Chen was still very cold. This was his only way. Although he didn't know where the blood escape would take him, it was more important to leave this woman as soon as possible. "Trying to run?" Wu Lian snorted and twirled her jade-like hands. Instantly, the power of the domain around Long Chen started to go berserk. Reverse direction. Wu Lian let out a soft shout. Even though Long Chen had turned into a bloody light, he was still under the control of the domain's might. Under this violent force field, Long Chen was forced to flee miserably. The power of the blood escape had been exhausted by Wu Lian just like that, and Long Chen still hadn't been able to escape. The difference between the two of them was too big. It was the first time that the blood escape was broken. In the past, when Long Chen used this skill, he could always escape from danger. With a whoosh, Long Chen was sent flying by her level 2 Tian Qi layer domain. He rolled a few times on the ground, and if Long Chen hadn't been controlling the blood on his body, it would have rubbed against the ground. "Oh no!" Long Chen hurriedly leaped up. This Wu Lian was one of the few experts he had encountered that he could not deal with. Although the situation was very bad, Long Chen was still able to maintain his calm. His blood-red body erupted with a powerful baleful aura. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Wu Lian. His eyes were filled with blood-red killing intent. At this time, he actually didn't feel any fear. This was already an eye-opener for Wu Lian. "Don't you know that you're going to die soon?" Wu Lian chuckled. Her voluptuous body slightly trembled. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, revealing her snow-white long legs. Her skin was as smooth as the most perfect suet jade, white and charming, without a single blemish. Her clothes fluttered in the wind. People couldn't help but fantasize about the bottom of her thighs. Long Chen moved back. The qi in his eyes didn't decrease. To be honest, it was the first time that Wu Lian had seen such an arrogant young man in front of her. "Who said that?" "I'm going to die." "Don't say anything until the very last moment. Who knows whether or not you will end up begging for mercy under my crotch?" Long Chen said with a faint smile. Since the blood escape couldn't work, he had to think of another way. Impudent. Wu Lian was furious. She attacked Long Chen like a thunderstorm. Her body was filled with an alluring fragrance. She was in front of Long Chen. One sword light chills 19 continents. She called out softly. When she got close to Long Chen, she waved the white lotus sword in her hand. Suddenly, that horrifying sword qi condensed into a small sword light, rushing towards Long Chen. At that moment, Long Chen had the same feeling as when he was facing Wu Guangyu's green lotus sword spell. It was as if the whole world had disappeared, and the only thing left was this evil and cold sword light. Whoosh! This basically unstoppable sword light whizzed in front of Long Chen and reached Long Chen in an instant. In your next life, remember to open your eyes wide and see clearly. There are some people that you can't touch. Wu Lian's faint voice seemed to be right in front of Long Chen. Her tone was very calm, as if she was talking about something unimportant. However, that sword light had already swept through Long Chen's body when Long Chen couldn't block it at all. Under Wu Lian's tyrannical strength, Long Chen was directly struck by the cold 19 prefecture sword light. The divine white lotus sword directly cut through Long Chen's waist. This meant that Long Chen had to die. Who could survive after being cut in half at the waist? "It's all over." Wu Lian's body retreated. She didn't show any mercy. The weak will only die. No matter how much potential you have, it's useless. You, Long Chen, came out of nowhere and created such a great legend in the immemorial graveyard. But in the end, you still have to die in my hands. With a cold expression, she stared at Long Chen's body that was gradually being separated. She looked at Long Chen's face that was filled with pain and shock, as well as the fear of death. A deep wound had appeared on Long Chen's blood-red waist. Even with the 7 glorious stars body, a middle emperor-level battle technique, the White Lotus sword had still cut his body in half. His upper and lower body had fallen apart. As long as the 2 halves of his body split apart, Long Chen's life would completely disappear from this world. To Wu Lian, such a rising youth was already a threat to her position in the Myriad Kingdom's domain. With Long Chen's speed of advancement, who could be sure that he would one day surpass Wu Lian and become the #1 expert in the Myriad Kingdom's domain? Therefore, Wu Lian breathed a sigh of relief. Such a heaven-defying youth couldn't be allowed to continue growing stronger. His upper and lower body were completely separated. Long Chen's lower body was still standing on the ground, but his upper body had fallen to the ground. To Wu Lian, this meant that it was over. But at this moment, a gray halo appeared on Long Chen's chest. Wu Lian could vaguely see a complex rune mark on Long Chen's chest. This rune exuded an ancient aura. It was oppressive and huge, making one tremble uncontrollably at a glance. What is this? Wu Lian's sparkling eyes suddenly lit up. But at this moment, a miraculous change happened to Long Chen's body. Long Chen's upper body that had fallen to the ground and the splattering blood actually returned to Long Chen's body under the cover of the gray halo. His upper and lower body were completely connected, and the splattering blood returned to where Long Chen's body had originally been. As if time had flowed in reverse, Long Chen's body returned to its original state. His originally dull eyes were now filled with a blood-red luster. To Wu Lian, this scene was enough to make her feel sluggish. How is this possible? Although she had always been known for her coldness, her cherry lips were slightly opened at this moment, and she let out a soft cry. Her face was filled with disbelief. The Void Dragon Talisman's time reversal mystique was beyond the knowledge of ordinary people. It was even more unbelievable than the blood world devouring and blood refinement. Such an impossible thing had happened right in front of Wu Lian. In front of her, the young man who had come back from the dead had a cold and mocking smile on his face. This caused Wu Lian to take a few steps back and stare at Long Chen in a daze. Wu Lian could only see mysteriousness and strangeness from him. To her, Long Chen's body was now covered with a mysterious veil. Impossible, you're clearly dead. Wu Lian mumbled to herself. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and she subconsciously held the sacred White Lotus sword in front of her eyes to protect herself. Compared to the coldness and bloodshed from before, the slightly panicked Wu Lian displayed an indescribable mature charm. Of course, this was nothing to Long Chen. He only knew that the person in front of him was the person who had almost killed him. Seeing the other party's shocked expression, Long Chen smiled. He opened his palm and said indifferently, "Since you didn't kill me and gave me this chance, I wouldn't be Long Chen if I didn't take revenge." The problem was that his strength hadn't improved. So how could he take revenge? The Sky Martial Realm. Long Chen still couldn't understand it. In Wu Lian's second Sky Martial Realm domain, Long Chen truly experienced the pressure. At the same time, he compared it to the Sky Martial Fist technique and the 3000 domain spear art. He only had some vague ideas about the use of domains, but most of them seemed to be blocked by a layer of cloth. Maybe this layer was the so-called Sky Martial Wall. Many people were blocked in front of the Heavenly Martial Extreme Wall. At that moment, Long Chen was no exception. The blood escape technique had failed, and the time reversal technique had been used up. Long Chen had no other choice. Under Wu Lian's cold and surprised gaze, Long Chen's entire body was burning with blood-red flames. These blood-red flames looked like fresh blood, but they were extremely hot and ruthless. The blood-red flames soared into the sky. Long Chen was enveloped in the raging flames, and he roared furiously. On each of his dragon scales, a divine dragon image appeared. As the divine dragon image moved, all the injuries he had suffered before were healed in a very short time. 2 blood-red divine fire dragons rushed out of Long Chen's eyes and coiled around Long Chen's body. The blood-red dragon heads breathed flames at Wu Lian. The pressure from the desolate antiquity pressed down on Wu Lian's body, forcing her to retreat. Chapter 848. At that moment, the strength of Long Chen's true qi was rapidly increasing. He was originally in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm, but his strength had increased by 1 level, reaching the strength of the Sky Martial Realm's true qi. On top of that, his original Dragon Soul transformation was 10 times stronger. At that moment, the explosive true qi in Long Chen's body was similar to Wu Lian's. Blood Sacrifice. Level 1. After using it, Long Chen sensed that the overbearing power had practically exceeded the scope of his control. If it wasn't for the 7 glorious star body suppressing the power here, he might have already exploded and died. Under Wu Lian's suppression, Long Chen had no choice but to give up the heaven realm, which was so close to him, and choose blood sacrifice. Or else, he would lose his life. The two were facing each other on the gray land. Long Chen, who was burning with blood-red flames, looked extremely terrifying. On the other side, Wu Lian's face was covered with frost after a short period of shock. The divine white lotus in her hand was swallowing and emitting cold light. Ha! In a corner that Long Chen and Wu Lian didn't know, after seeing the images of the divine dragons after Long Chen's blood sacrifice, a cry came out of nowhere. Of course, this cry was not heard by Long Chen and Wu Lian, because they were too nervous. The blood sacrifice had to be done quickly. Unbelievable. Wu Lian had no choice but to erupt with her strongest strength so that she wouldn't panic at this time. Her domain had already opened to its most powerful degree, suppressing Long Chen's body. The power of her domain blocked all of Long Chen's movements, including his body's battle and the revolution of his true essence. Devouring World of Blood. The Devouring Blood World, which had been strengthened by 1 level, was even more powerful. Wu Lian finally tasted the power of Long Chen's Devouring Blood World. Refining blood into qi was currently put aside, but the Devouring Blood World was still one of Long Chen's greatest trump cards. The Devouring World of Blood directly suppressed nearly half of Wu Lian's genuine qi. Under this situation, Long Chen temporarily gained an absolute advantage. Roar! A dragon roar burst out from Long Chen's body. 5 great emperor seals combined. Since it was a blood sacrifice, he had to end it quickly. He had to deal a fatal blow to Wu Lian in the shortest amount of time possible. Even if she was the #1 beauty in the world, she would still have to die for provoking Long Chen. Golden the Arch Heaven Encompassing Seal. Azure the Arch Sky Raising Seal. Scarlet Emperor's Heaven Scorching Imprint. Mystic the Arch Sky Covering Seal. Yellow Emperor Moves the Heavens. Surrounded by Long Chen's majestic aura, the 5 great monarch seals were unleashed one after another. The monarch seals eventually merged into a giant 5-colored palm. Although Long Chen couldn't use the full power of this high emperor battle skill, it was still very powerful when he used it now. Break! With a loud roar, the 5 monarch seals merged together, bringing with them the colors of the heavens and earth. The overwhelming 5-colored palm shot toward Wu Lian, who was wearing a white robe. For a moment, Wu Lian suffered a devastating blow. At this moment, Long Chen was filled with bloodlust and killing intent. He did not show any mercy, and this already caused Wu Lian to tremble in fear. She had never thought that Long Chen would become so powerful in such a short period of time. Although she had no idea what he had done, she knew that even she might not be able to use the move. However, as a second-layer Heaven Martial Realm cultivator who had comprehended the first layer of sword arts, how could she be simple? White Lotus Sword Technique. Inside the godly sword White Lotus, there was also a destructive sword technique. Wu Guangyu had only comprehended a little bit of the Green Lotus sword technique, while Bai Lian had studied it for more than 10 years. She had practiced the White Lotus sword technique to an extremely profound level. If she had used the White Lotus sword technique on Long Chen right from the start, there was no way that Long Chen could survive. At that moment, Wu Lian's eyes were covered with a layer of white light. Her body danced quickly, causing her breasts to sway. Her long robe fluttered in the wind, and the White Lotus sword in her hand danced in a dreamy manner, making her look like a fairy on this gray land. Ling Shi was also adept at using the sword. Every time she used the sword, it was beautiful and magnificent, as if she was a fairy from the heavenly palace. And now, when Wu Lian used the White Lotus sword art, she actually had the same feeling. For Long Chen, it was just an illusion. Wu Lian's beautiful figure indeed made Long Chen lose his mind for a moment, but it did not stop his murderous intent. Die! The 5-colored palm slammed down. At that moment, Wu Lian's sword light shot out. She gathered all the power in her body and shot out, colliding with Long Chen's five-colored palm. White Lotus Sword Song. A white lotus appeared from the godly sword White Lotus, spinning like a dream. The lotus was formed by the sword light, and at that moment, it combined with Long Chen's 5 Emperor Seals to determine the winner. At that moment, the power of Long Chen's 5 Emperor Seals was even stronger than the White Lotus sword technique. The destructive power directly overwhelmed the opponent and rushed towards him. Under the attack of Long Chen, the gray ground was shaking. Sand and dust were flying everywhere. Long Chen's spirit-devouring demon eye was able to grab hold of Wu Lian's position. Rumble. Explosions were heard one after another. Sword chi surged. The power of the White Lotus Sword Song was not weak either, but in the end, it could not hold on and was shattered by Long Chen. The remaining power hit Bai Lian's body. Long Chen originally thought that even with the remaining power, he would be able to kill Bai Lian directly. However, he still underestimated Bai Lian. The violent power only turned Bai Lian's clothes and other things into ashes, but she was only injured. After her clothes were torn apart, a perfect naked body was revealed in front of Long Chen. At this moment, this body was shining with a white lotus-like brilliance. Patterns of white lotuses flashed on Wu Lian's delicate body, helping her deflect the power of Long Chen's attack. Wu Lian, who was bathed in the white light, looked as smooth and tender as milk. This Wu Lian should have practiced a middle emperor-level body-refining battle skill, and this battle skill was even better than Long Chen's 7 glorious star body, which allowed her body to resist Long Chen's attack. Puchi! Bai Lian spat out a mouthful of blood and flew back. Although she had this body-refining battle skill, Long Chen had still managed to seriously injure her. Her internal energy was in chaos, and her internal organs were displaced. Her body was in chaos, and her blood chi was tumbling. The blood stained her snow-white body, which had a unique charm and visual impact. To be honest, just looking at her delicate body and face, she did not look like someone who was hundreds of years old at all. She was no different from a charming woman in her 20s. That snow-white figure flashed before Long Chen's eyes as she was sent flying. For a moment, her buttocks and breasts waved in the air, creating a spectacular sight. Such astonishing curves, as well as those fox-like eyes, pink cheeks, sharp chin, and the face of a vixen. No wonder countless men were infatuated with her. She was known as the #1 beauty of the Myriad Kingdoms domain. However, this beautiful scene only stayed in front of Long Chen for a short time. After her clothes were destroyed by Long Chen, although she was seriously injured, Wu Lian still took out a long dress from her storage ring to cover her exposed body. However, the bright red blood still stained this long dress. Heavily injured, she fell to the ground. After rolling a few times, Wu Lian stood up in a sorry state. Her face was full of panic. Because she had put on her clothes, many parts of her body were not covered, and her exposed body was exposed. If this was seen in the outside world, countless men would definitely have a nosebleed. But to Long Chen, it was nothing. He remembered that this astonishingly beautiful woman had almost killed him. No matter how beautiful a woman was, if she had a saber in her hand, it was not something that could be touched easily. Not being able to kill this woman in one move, Long Chen's eyes flashed coldly. He dashed forward and instantly appeared in front of Wu Lian, punching her head. Ah! Wu Lian cried out in surprise as she stumbled back and stepped on the edge of her dress. Her dress was instantly torn down and a deep ravine appeared on her chest. That tight feeling was on the verge of bursting out. It was so full that it almost tore her clothes apart. You usually like to wear long robes. I couldn't tell that your figure was so alluring. Long Chen was a little surprised to see the pitiful Shen tribe patriarch in such a sorry state. Long Chen's fiery gaze swept over her ample chest and exquisite curves. He couldn't help but chuckle in admiration. Close your dog eyes. Am I someone you can look at? In the face of death, Wu Lian still had a frosty expression on her face. She quickly put on her clothes without batting an eyelid, covering her exposed body. She continued, "Don't forget, you haven't defeated me yet. Is that so?" As the other party was speaking, Long Chen wielded the 3,000-star domain and used the Big Dipper steps to instantly appear in front of Wu Lian. Although he seemed to be drooling over Wu Lian's body, he actually didn't show any mercy. His moves were ruthless as he thrust his spear at Wu Lian's most fatal spot. The power of the first stage of the blood sacrifice wasn't much. Long Chen couldn't use the previous level of attack. He could only use the incomplete 3,000 domain spear art to kill Wu Lian. Although Wu Lian was injured, A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Although she didn't have a chance to retaliate, she could only dodge frantically under Long Chen's frenzied attacks. Would Long Chen's power be exhausted first, or would she be stabbed to death by Long Chen first? How is it? Isn't this young master's spear powerful enough? Long Chen's eyes were bloodshot as he thrust the 3,000-star domain at Wu Lian's ample chest. He wasn't in a hurry, but because this was Wu Lian's heart. The spear in my hand is powerful, but I'm afraid the spear in my crotch won't be able to deal with this woman. Suddenly, Kitten, who was in the Great Void Realm, said something nonsensical. Chapter 849. A cold glint flashed across Long Chen's eyes as he spoke. That move just now caused Wu Lian to stagger and almost fall. Long Chen's 3,000-star field seized the opportunity and pierced Wu Lian's jaw from the bottom up. This top beauty was like an ordinary prey in front of him. Long Chen was going to pierce her head with the 3,000-star field. What an idiot! Such a beautiful woman, but she doesn't know how to be tender to the fairer sex. How nice it would be if she was left to me, sighed Kitten. Then I'll leave her body for you, in case she looks down on you, said Long Chen with a cold smile. The 3,000-star field pierced Wu Lian's jaw. At this moment, Wu Lian finally revealed a terrified expression. She knew she was going to die, but she hadn't expected to die so miserably. At the same time, Long Chen felt powerless. Oh no, the power of the blood sacrifice is about to pass. I'm going to fall back to LV8 of the Earth martial arts realm. At such a crucial moment, being able to kill Wu Lian was related to his survival. After the blood sacrifice, he would definitely experience a period of great weakness. If he failed to kill Wu Lian at that time, he would definitely be ravaged by Wu Lian. Die! With a roar, the 3,000-star field pierced Wu Lian's skin. Such a beauty, in terms of sexual attraction, was much stronger than Xueqi and Xuyen. But under Long Chen's spear, she had turned into a pink skeleton. Ha ha! All of a sudden, laughter rang out across the sky. In an instant, Long Chen felt as though his body had been completely frozen in place. At the same time, Wu Lian's body couldn't move. Long Chen's spear had pierced Wu Lian's body. Blood was dripping from the spear. That chuckle was actually so terrifying. Long Chen was stunned for a while, but he could only accept his fate. He knew there must be someone else in this space, and he must be related to the Sword Soul Stone. In the end, Long Chen failed to kill Wu Lian. At this moment, Long Chen's strength was rapidly fading away, and a feeling of weakness descended upon him. Long Chen suddenly felt extremely tired. However, as long as Wu Lian was not dead, he could not rest. Otherwise, the one who died would be him. In the beginning, Wu Lian's expression was incomparably terrified. Her black eyes were filled with tears, and her unprecedentedly pitiful appearance made her look like a little girl. However, after seeing Long Chen's condition, a ferocious killing intent instantly appeared on her face. Long Chen, you didn't manage to kill me this time. Next, it will be your doomsday. Just wait and see. Long Chen knew that if that person didn't want him to kill her, he probably wouldn't let the other party kill him either. He definitely had a purpose for bringing the two of them here, and now was the time for him to realize his purpose. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Chen felt that his body was no longer under his control. Under the restraint of a mysterious force, the two of them flew in the same direction. Where are we going? Long Chen looked around in confusion. Beside him, Wu Lian also had a puzzled expression. Other than talking, they couldn't do anything else. During the flight, Wu Lian's clothes fluttered in the wind. Under her dress, her proud twin peaks, round thighs, and fair and tender skin flashed continuously in Long Chen's eyes. If the people of the Myriad Kingdom's domain were to find out that the high and mighty divine race patriarch was actually flying around naked before me, I wonder what kind of expression they would have on their faces. Long Chen was bored during the flight, so his eyes were unscrupulously admiring the beautiful scenery around him. He laughed heartily. Close your dog eyes, or else I'll dig them out first. Wu Lian wanted to cover her exposed body, but there was nothing she could do. For countless years, she had never let anyone see her body. Even the pitiful person she killed, Wu Guangyu's father, had never seen her body, because he was blinded by Wu Lian. As for giving birth to Wu Guangyu, that was something that happened after he was blinded. If it wasn't for the sake of nurturing a descendant, She would never have a man in her life. But at this moment, Long Chen was unscrupulously using his gaze to profane her. If you want to dig, then dig. In any case, I've already seen enough. What I have to say is, do you have some special secret method? How is it that even though you're already a few hundred years old, your twin peaks can still stand so proudly? It's completely seductive, as if they're ready to be plucked. If I don't properly pluck them, how can I face them? His words caused Wu Lian's entire face to turn red. This wasn't from embarrassment, but from anger. For so many years, she had never imagined that there would be a day when a man countless years younger than her was commenting on her sensitive parts and asking her secret recipe for maintaining her body. Shut your dog mouth. Don't force me, Long Chen. I'll make you die a horrible death. At this moment, Wu Lian was flustered and exasperated. Her snow-white body trembled slightly in front of Long Chen's eyes. Hee, you're an old woman. No matter how beautiful you are, do you think I, Long Chen, really care about you? For a woman like you, I'd even think you're too old to be my grandmother. Do you think I'm really interested in you? I have so many young ladies waiting for me to pamper them. Do you think I really covet your old body? Sorry, even if you strip naked and send yourself to my bed, I can't be bothered to take you. When Wu Lian's anger reached its peak, Long Chen gave her a heavy blow. At this age, although she still had more than 500 years to live, and although she was in the prime of her life, after hearing Long Chen's words, even if she had a strong heart, she still felt like fainting from anger. At this moment, she bit her lips tightly. Her eyes were filled with blood-red light. Her tender red lips were bitten so hard that blood flowed out. Why, you're not satisfied? Long Chen laughed and no longer looked at her. Although her body was beautiful and alluring, and Long Chen had seen it a few times, he also felt a burning sensation in his lower abdomen. But that didn't matter. It was best not to touch dangerous women. You will definitely die. Wu Lian took in a deep breath. After the extreme anger, her expression turned cold. It was extremely cold, just like how she usually was. Whoosh! Suddenly, the two of them seemed to have reached their destination. Their high-speed moving bodies came to a sudden stop. Long Chen opened his eyes and looked ahead. That scene gave him a huge shock. A series of sharp sword qi came pouncing over. A scorching hot yang qi, and a cold yin qi. In front of Long Chen, a huge lake appeared. There was no water in this lake. Instead, it was formed by countless tiny sword qi. Sword qi forming a lake, it could be seen how majestic this scene was. Billions and billions of tiny sword qi formed a lake. Every single strand of sword qi was filled with shocking destructive power, causing the space to tremble. The lake that was formed by the sword qi was divided into two halves. The sword qi on the left was pure gold in color, filled with a scorching hot yang qi. On the other hand, the sword qi on the right was gloomy black, filled with a bone-chilling yin qi. One hot and one cold, one yang and one yin, formed a sharp contrast. Countless yin and yang sword qi formed a vast force. Although Long Chen was standing far away, he could still feel pain all over his body. Furthermore, the power of the blood sacrifice had already passed. If not for the strange power that was still binding the two of them, Wu Lian might have already killed him. At this moment, Long Chen had already cancelled his dragon soul transformation. With his martial soul injured, he didn't have true origin to maintain the dragon soul transformation. This place? Where is this? And what is this? Long Chen stared at the vast scene before him with a look of astonishment. Puchi! Beams of sword qi danced in the air. The golden sword qi and the black sword qi were from two different camps. At this moment, they were clashing with each other, causing powerful waves to burst out. Just as Long Chen's mind was filled with questions, a distant voice suddenly appeared in the sky, giving him an answer. This is the yin-yang sea of swords. Long Chen was sure that this voice came from the same person as the laughter from before. Yin-yang sea of swords. What does this place have to do with the two sword soul stones from before? Of the two sword soul stones, one is golden, and the other is black. It seems to be related to the yin-yang sea of swords. Long Chen was cautiously guessing. At the same time, he was wondering who the owner of the voice was. One should know that this was the Five Emperors' secret realm. There should be treasures left behind by the Five Emperors. And who were the two sword soul stones and the two corpses wearing the bagua robes? He couldn't figure it out. As he was pondering, he suddenly realized that his body was moving again. Enter the Yin-Yang Sea of Swords. Let me see to what extent your understanding of the sword Tao has reached. The ethereal voice rang out again. Long Chen and Wu Lian were separated. Long Chen, surrounded by the power, headed towards the Golden Sea of Swords on the left, while Wu Lian headed towards the Black Sea of Swords. The male is Yang, and the female is Yin. Just nice. Whether or not you can obtain the inheritance of me, Feng Yangzi, and my junior sister, depends on your luck. The voice that seemed to come from the sky came again. Feng Yangzi. Long Chen had never heard of this person before. However, this person must have been a super strong person when he was alive. The male of the two corpses should be Feng Yangzi. The golden sword soulstone should be left behind by him, and the black sword soulstone should be left behind by his junior sister. Since the two of them died together, they must have had a special relationship. At this moment, Long Chen arrived at the Golden Sea of Swords. At the same time, Wu Lian arrived at her position. She wasn't stupid. She knew that she and Long Chen had obtained the opportunity to inherit the sword soul stones at the same time. Chapter 850. If two innate sword embryos of the same level were to be obtained by the same person, there would definitely be a fight between two tigers, and one of them would definitely be injured. Especially these two sword soulstones, one was extremely young and the other was extremely yin and cold. They were of opposite attributes, and if they were to be devoured together, there would definitely be unimaginable consequences. No one had ever possessed two innate sword embryos. When the two met, they would either fuse or explode. Wu Guangyu was already dead, and Wu Lian seemed to have no use for the two sword soul stones. Therefore, she calmed down and focused on facing her test. If the Black Sea of Swords beneath her was the Black Sword Soul Stone, she was really not confident that she could pass the test with her understanding of sword principle. And Long Chen was even less confident, because he was not a sword martial artist and knew nothing about the so-called sword principle. Fortunately, with the protection of the mysterious person, a transparent halo isolated Long Chen from the violent sword qi, allowing him to avoid the attack of the golden sword qi. Under the control of the mysterious person, Long Chen gradually sank into the golden sword qi. This was a golden sea of swords, and Long Chen felt like he was completely covered by the sea. Sword principle. At this moment, this was the word Long Chen was thinking about. Perhaps it was something as illusory as martial principle. The path of martial principle was too long. The four basic realms could only be regarded as the preparatory stage for the opening of martial principle, while the three martial realms were the stage to consolidate the foundation of martial principle. After the three martial realms, Long Chen once heard from Kitten that above the martial realm was the retribution realm. What was after the retribution realm? These were all uncertain. The only thing he was sure of was that the path of martial principle was very long. Long Chen was currently at the lowest level of the three martial realms, and he still had a long way to go. Although Long Chen had not set foot in sword principle, it was definitely not as good as martial principle. After all, sword principle was only a comprehension of weapons, and it was a side door of martial principle. The Tao was a part of the rules. Since it was the Tao, it was the rules of this world. Like a drowning man, Long Chen sank into the sea of golden swords. Perhaps because of the mysterious man, the violent golden swords treated Long Chen like family. Long Chen quickly fused with the golden swords and wasn't hurt. Whether you can obtain it or not will depend on your luck. These were the original words of the mysterious man. At this moment, Long Chen's head was spinning. He knew nothing about the sword Tao, so how could he know how to control the golden sea of swords? We only need to strengthen our bodies, demonic power, and divine abilities. These three aspects determine our battle prowess. As for you humans, your innate conditions are too weak. You can only strengthen your weak soul and body through constant comprehension. You also have a variety of combat skills that can increase your attack power. In terms of talent, the human race is not a match for the monster race. Seeing that Long Chen was in doubt, Kitten said proudly, "Although you have the ancestral dragon's blood essence and your martial soul is the ancestral dragon, your soul is still human. Although you have the ancestral dragon's blood essence and your martial soul is the ancestral dragon, your soul is still that of a human. In that case, you have to inherit the rules. No matter how strong your physical body and divine sense are, you still have to constantly comprehend. Moreover, dragons are not the demon clan. They are perfect creatures. Not only do they have perfect physical bodies, divine sense and power, they also have the ability to control the rules that far surpasses the human clan. There is even a legend that the demon clan is the failed and incomplete dragon clan, and the human clan is the incomplete part of the demon clan. Of course, this is only a legend. This god also thinks that this is nonsense. What are you trying to say? Long Chen looked at him with disdain. That is, I can't help you with the comprehension of the sword Dao. Feel it carefully, I'm going to sleep. Go to hell. Long Chen ignored it. Just like what Kitten said, he had to comprehend it himself. The golden sea of swords was scorching and masculine, like boiling water. All the golden sword chi was rolling and whistling, rolling up layers of waves and surging towards the black sea of swords. From it, Long Chen felt a fighting will. Yin and Yang oppose each other. Both sides are fighting non-stop. But what does this mean? Surrounded by the dense sea of swords, Long Chen kept thinking. Wu Lian was a sword martialist, and she had already comprehended the first level of sword Dao. Therefore, she would definitely have an easier time obtaining this inheritance than him. However, Long Chen knew that it was better to be anxious than to eat hot tofu. Only by calming his heart and devoid of distractions would he have a chance to obtain this thing. Otherwise, if Wu Lian got the inheritance but he didn't, Wu Lian would become the inheritor of the mysterious man and Long Chen would become useless. He wouldn't have a chance to survive then. But it was said that every step was dangerous. The golden sword chi was like swimming fish, gathering around Long Chen and constantly touching Long Chen's body. Long Chen closed his eyes and tried to feel the aura of the golden sword chi. When he closed his eyes, Long Chen felt that what appeared around him wasn't sword chi, but life. How can this be? At first, Long Chen thought he was imagining things, but upon closer inspection, he realized that it was indeed the case. The golden sword chi was like swimming fish. The ones around Long Chen swam obediently, but the ones on the outside were ruthless and crazed. They whistled through the air, unleashing their sharpness without the slightest scruple. They surged through the golden sea of swords, their gazes locked onto the black sea of swords. What a joke! These sword chi actually have their own emotions. Long Chen was stunned. He thought it was just an illusion. The sword chi was released by people through swords. They were all under the control of people. How could they have their own emotions? As this went on, Long Chen had no clue what to do. In front of him, the black sea of swords was revolving around Wu Lian. It had been about 2 hours. Looking at the situation, Wu Lian seemed to have gained initial control of the black sea of swords. At this moment, the golden sea of swords on Long Chen's side was still in chaos. In the distance, the mysterious man looked at the black sea of swords and smiled with satisfaction. This girl is a sword martial artist. She has already comprehended the first level of sword principle. It's really easy to get started. If this continues, I will definitely get the inheritance of my junior sister. When he said the word junior sister, his tone was filled with infinite gentleness. However, this girl's potential has been exhausted. Even with the help of my sword soul stone, she can't reach the god martial arts realm. Even if she gets the inheritance, it won't be of much use. She can't avenge me and my junior sister. His eyes turned to Long Chen. On the other hand, this young man is talented and smart. He knows nothing about the sword Dao, and he doesn't have an innate sword embryo, but he has already started to sense the true meaning of the first layer of the sword Dao. Furthermore, even I can't see through his potential. That method he used to increase his Zhan Yuan had a vague image of a divine dragon. Could this young man be a legendary dragon warrior? Although he thought so, he didn't dare to make a conclusion. Anyway, everything depends on him. If he can't get the sword soul stone, he won't have much success on the path of sword principle. Just like that, he watched quietly. Wu Lian's progress was very fast. One day, she would be able to control the entire sea of swords and obtain the black sword soul stone. On the other hand, there was a lot of suspense on Long Chen's side. So, the mysterious man's attention was more on him. Bathed in the golden sea of swords, Long Chen kept touching the golden sword chi. He kept overturning and building up ideas. As he gradually explored, he began to walk on the right path. In the beginning, he was thinking and treating himself as a part of the golden sea of swords. His mind was like a swimming fish, attacking forward again and again under the encirclement of countless swimming fish. The swimming fish were close to their companions, but they were fierce and ruthless to their enemies. These sword chis indeed have emotions. For example, he himself was one of them. He also had emotions, and those sword chis had seen thousands of him. In the process of charging forward, Long Chen suddenly saw the countless black sword qi in front of him revolving around Wu Lian. This woman's comprehension must be deeper than mine. The scene of the whirlpool kept replaying in Long Chen's mind. Long Chen was a smart person. He gradually realized one thing, and that was how he could be considered successful. That was to control the golden sea of swords. First, I have to recognize that these sword qi are all alive. I have to think that I am also a part of them. In the process of charging forward, I will slowly grow stronger and turn others into me. Finally, I will be able to control the entire golden sea of swords like an emperor. After controlling the entire sea of swords, I should be able to obtain the golden sword soul stone. Thinking of this, Long Chen knew that he finally had a clear path to the continent. His future was bright. What followed was an endless process of comprehension. Long Chen's martial soul found a correct path to control these sword qi. In his consciousness, the golden sword qi that he had turned into, or rather, the swimming fish, became stronger and stronger. On the surface, the golden sword qi around him also began to revolve around him. As expected, this young man is a genius. The mysterious man in the sky revealed a knowing smile. The golden sea of swords began to revolve around Long Chen under Long Chen's control. At first, only the surrounding golden sword qi revolved around Long Chen. Soon, the revolving area became larger and larger. Soon, Long Chen controlled about 3/5 of the golden sea of swords. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.